Hey family, it's your boy Cosmic Harry. So today we are starting a long series. This series Season 1 Episode 1, 2, and 3 will launch today only in the gap of 3 to 4 hours. This is the Episode 2. I will create a playlist. Please like and subscribe for my motivation. Also join Patreon. Narcissa looked down at the ground, then back up at Molly. I am so sorry, she said still again. I hope that I can do some good in the time I have left to, in some small way, make up for all of the bad my sister and husband have done. Molly looked back at Andromeda. She was saying something urgently to Ginny, who disappeared along with the Appleleaf family and everybody else, except Harry, Arthur and Andromeda. As Molly was talking to Narcissa, Andromeda was telling Ginny and the rest, they want to kill Teddy. Please take him away, hide him. Please go right now. Harry quickly took charge and said, Arthur and I will stay here with Andromeda. The rest of you go back to my house right now. How is Andromeda? Asked Narcissa timidly, not daring to approach her sister. Terrible, said Molly unrepentantly. She is another casualty of this war. She looks at Teddy and says, no mother, no father, no money, no nothing, and cries. She lies in bed curled up, not functioning, crying most of the day. The worst is that there are so many worse off than her that we have not been able to get much care for her yet. I'm losing my other sister to this war too, said Narcissa, tears glistening in her eyes. Do you have any idea how many people were hurt by your husband and those Death Eaters? Asked Molly. That couple with the 6 children, each lost a spouse to this war, all of the children lost a parent. They still have a parent. What about the 2 little girls we found crying by their dead father and brother? Your Death Eaters killed their mother 2 years ago. And my husband tells me that at least they were at Hogwarts and had food and a roof, and they were trying to take care of people who were starving and in worse shape. Sorry. Well, I'm sorry if sorry just doesn't cut it. Narcissa just stood there. Harry, Arthur and Andromeda approached. Narcissa put her hands out face up and tremulously said, I am so sorry Nymphadora was killed, Andromeda. Andromeda said, no sister, no husband, no daughter, no son-in-law, no nothing. Is there anything I can do to help, Andromeda? Asked Narcissa. Give me my daughter back, yelled Andromeda. Teddy needs a mummy. I cannot do that, but is there anything I can do for you and your grandson, my nephew? Asked Narcissa, her eyes searching her sister's face pleadingly. Not my sister, not your nephew, remember, said Andromeda. I married a mudblood. I would like to be your sister again, said Narcissa. Andromeda started to cry, looking down. No mummy, no daddy, no money, no aunts, no uncles. Looking right at Narcissa with an angry look on her face, she said, spawn of a werewolf and a mudblood. Then looking down again, she repeated, no nothing. She grabbed Molly's hand and started to walk away. Narcissa looked at Harry and Arthur in horror. Harry said, thank you for the gesture, Narcissa. Thank you for lying for me in the forest. Oh, Harry, said Narcissa, her eyes following Andromeda as she retreated. Is there any way that I can make up for all of the evil that my husband and sister, my family has done? No, said Harry honestly. No, probably not, but it's better to try to do some good. Any good is better than not trying. Thank you, Harry, Narcissa said as she grabbed his hand, not shaking it but holding it with her 2 hands. Turning to Arthur, she grabbed his hand and said, I am so sorry for your losses. Thank you for taking care of Andromeda. If there is anything I can do to help her or anyone, let me know. Arthur squeezed back at her gesture but did not say anything. Narcissa then turned to the Auror who was accompanying her and said, I might as well go home. Arthur and Harry followed Molly and Andromeda to Andromeda's house and found it vandalized. Remus and Nymphadora had lived in her old bedroom, and it was obvious that the family did not have much money. There was very little missing, but most of the windows were broken and stuff was scattered all around. No one felt safe having Andromeda and Teddy living alone. They did try to take as many personal possessions from the house as possible. One of the Aurors did go up to Arthur and say that people had been in the house within the last hour or so. If there had not been a visible Auror presence, there could have been a trap laid for them in the house. The entire family went back to 12 Grimmauld Place for a very late lunch. George was obviously upset, and before the lunch was finished, Angelina told Molly, we're going back to the Weezes. She took George's hand and they left via the flow. I'm only going to stay another week or two, Charlie announced. I think George will be all right once WWW is open again. Angelina's good for him, even when they fight. At least when they're fighting, George is not moping around depressed. He and Lee left almost immediately after that. Bill got up and took a deep breath. It was obvious that he was exhausted mentally and physically. Fleur and I are going back to Shell Cottage to try to get some rest and maybe spend a little time looking at the ocean. It's been a very long 2.5 weeks, and we have busy weeks ahead of us. Bill and Fleur got up and gave everybody hugs, and then they took their leave. It was not long before everybody was in a separate part of the house, lost in their own melancholy thoughts. Harry and Ginny ended up in their bedroom, lying on one of the beds just holding each other. Neither of them could relax or fall asleep. Neither of them even felt like kissing. Harry was mentally going over all of the things that he could have done differently, feeling guilty over the deaths all over again. It just seemed unfair that so many other people were dead, and here he was not only alive, but with Ginny lying next to him. Ginny was going over all the people whom she knew that were dead. She was very grateful that Harry was not one of them, but the losses, not only of her brother but of so many others, had touched her deeply. Neither of them slept very well that night. Tuesday morning, Creature made breakfast as usual. Harry and Michael told Creature that he was going to have to come with them and leave the dishes to the people staying home. Creature was not happy to be leaving the house. But Michael said that Creature was needed, and so he left with Harry and Michael. There was a message later that day that Molly and Rosemary should make dinner and that Harry, Michael and Creature would be back at about 8 p.m. They were also to set a place for Creature at the table. That evening at the dinner table, Harry announced, from now on Creature is going to work with Michael every weekday morning and coming back with him. I have ordered him to allow Molly and Rosemary to take care of the house and to make meals so that he can concentrate on the Harry Potter estate matters. Please do not ask Creature to do anything. If something needs Creature's help, talk to me or to Michael. Creature sat on one side of Harry and Ginny on the other of Harry. She heard Creature say, "Is hard." Creature is house elf, not huge estates manager elf. We need you. Michael, Bill and the goblins trying to straighten out the estates need you, said Harry, smiling at Creature's reluctance. Bill's wife Fleur talked about how hard it was to let her house guests make meals for her while she went to work with Bill, and they've said that you've been such a huge help at the bank. Is true, but is hard, agreed Creature. Ginny asked, is Fleur working with Bill? I thought she was helping the healers. Harry replied, Fleur has some training in healing, but there are enough healers now. Most of her advanced training is in banking and finance. She was working at Gringotts, had kept working there part-time after she and Bill were married. She is helping Bill and Michael with the is my sister-in-love, because we are engaged. She can do things that some other people cannot do. It's a good thing we're engaged then, said Ginny. Harry responded by giving Ginny a little kiss, right there at the dinner table. Harry left every morning with Michael and Creature to meet with Bill to try to solve estate problems every day except Sunday from Tuesday, May 19th until Friday, May 29th. He left at about 8 a.m. and got back between 6 o'clock and 8 p.m. Arthur Weasley left for work and came back at about the same time. Dinner was always interesting, as Arthur shared what was going on at the Ministry. Harry and Michael explained what was going on with the Harry Potter estates and Molly and Ginny told them what was going on with the new house. There were also usually stories about what the children had been doing. Of course, Teddy was growing like mad. Little babies grow faster the first year than in any other time of their life, and every couple of days, Ginny and Molly noticed some evidence of Teddy's growth. It was Harry's greatest regret about having to work such long hours, missing the amount of time he had been able to spend with Teddy previously. Thursday the 21st, Creature was not at the dinner table. Michael said that Creature needed to talk to Aristotle and some other house elves about some things. He said to Ginny, your friend Hermione has been helping us read some of the documents relating to the Harry Potter estate, especially ones written in runes. She is one of the smartest people I've ever met but not always the most tactful. Was she promoting elf rights again? Asked Ginny, guessing at the situation. Everybody wants to do the right thing for elves and goblins as well as wizards, said Harry. It's just that justice and doing the right thing is not as simple as just giving all elves freedom. Harry is being too humble, said Michael. Elf rights are very tricky because they have been charmed to want to belong to wizards and to be connected to somebody or something. Harry is trying to make things better for house elves without being as dogmatic as Hermione. Hermione dogmatic? Asked Ginny, grinning at the description of one her closest friends. Harry just shook his head. She put her foot in her mouth about goblin rights as well, said Michael. Harry has made a lot of progress by insisting that goblins be treated with respect. And when it comes to his money, any errors or questionable funds should be decided on the side of the goblins. As Harry rightly points out, we would not know about a lot of this money and other estate properties without the goblins. It wouldn't be fair to try and cheat them out of their share. Harry says we should be more than generous with them. It makes sense, but that's not the history of wizard and goblin relations. Of course, every time Harry makes sure the goblins do very well in one of these estates, they seem to find another estate or more assets in one of the estates. Hermione complains about that. Asked Ginny. Not exactly, but some of the issues between goblins and wizards are a little more subtle than she realized, said Michael. Today was her last day working on the estate, said Harry, at least until she is back from Australia with her parents. Will that solve the problems? Asked Ginny. Not really, said Harry. Maybe with Creature not here, we can talk about some of the issues. Creature is talking to Aristotle because of how complex some of the problems are. Sometimes we think it is just a problem of the witches and wizards, but there are other problems. Like what? Asked Ginny. Wizards sometimes think that the only thing that matters is the way wizards relate to house elves, how wizards relate to goblins, said Michael. We were very involved in a most complex estate. There were 4 goblins, Creature, Aristotle and 2 different house elves related to the estate in question. Harry asked, why do goblins trust house elves? Hermione said, because house elves did not take sides during the Goblin Wars. This resulted in a great deal of discussion and posturing. Harry chimed in. I finally asked if Hermione was wrong. Aristotle asked for silence, and then said, are many histories of that time? All are a little true, none are all the truth. Who does telling truth help, and what is truth? Complicated. Michael continued the story. It turns out that not only is there a history of conflict between goblins and wizards, but also a history of conflict and disagreements between house elves and goblins. House elves are not as isolated or as subservient as some wizards think they are. I've asked Creature to always do what, in the long run, will be best for house elves and goblins as well as for wizards, said Harry. I've asked Creature to live his life as an example of how house elves should be treated. Creature always says, is subversives. I'm asking him to be subversive. Creature subversive? Asked Ginny. I think Creature means he is helping change the relationship between us and house elves, Harry pondered. He complains a little and then grins. I think he is enjoying being subversive, even though it is against some of his deepest instincts. It's sort of like being given permission to do something that was otherwise forbidden. And he is enjoying it? Ginny asked. There is more to Creature than anyone expected, me included, Harry said, trying to think through the situation himself. Creature really wants to please me, to do what I want. He knows that I want house elves to be, maybe not free like Hermione thinks of it, but equal partners, fully respected members of the wizarding community. Maybe more like a loyal employee with a really good job and respect, not an abject slave. We've talked about it, actually quite a bit when we have both had time, and Creature is trying really hard to understand what I want. He's trying really hard to want what I want. Sort of like ordering a slave to want to be free, or to want a better future for his kind or something like that. That is kind of hard to understand, Ginny said, recognizing what was giving all of them headaches over the situation. It's kind of hard to talk about, because just saying that you want house elves to be free isn't the point, Harry said. Free like Winky, free but miserable? No, Ginny replied, having met the depressed elf. Freer, happy, and respected as equal beings with wizards, goblins and centaurs. Well, not all wizards are very good at respecting those beings either. You only want to change everything, Ginny grinned. Well, only for the better, and not all at once, and I sure don't want to do it all by myself, Harry said. After all, I'm not very important. Ginny looked at Harry, put her hands on her hips, and started to lecture Harry. Not important, be serious. You really haven't done much, just defeated the worst dark wizard ever before you turned 18. And in addition to that, I have a list about 7 parchments long of all of the things you have done. Harry shut up. The last thing he wanted was for Ginny to list all of the things he had done. He still didn't feel as special as so many people were telling him he was. It was a lot to live up to. But he knew better than to contradict Ginny too loudly. Friday morning, May 29th, Harry was at a meeting with Kingsley and several other witches and wizards. There was going to be a Wizengamot session that afternoon, and they wanted to plan what they were going to do. One of the first things they wanted to do was to install Arthur Weasley as a member, because of the seat Harry had given to him and because he was head of magical law enforcement. Kingsley expected some dissent, but in the end, Arthur became a permanent member rather easily. There was quite a bit of discussion about the prison at Azkaban and whether or not they should continue to use Dementors in the prison. Harry, as by far the youngest person at the meeting, kept quiet until he was asked his opinion. He finally said, "I would be happy if the Dementors were banished from the earth. Most of you know some of my story, how much I've Sefidel and the gang of people we are trying to put in Azkaban. I still don't want them tortured by Dementors. Not even people who gave me or the people I love scars. It's going to be a hard job to convince people that we should keep the Dementors out of Azkaban," Kingsley said, but Harry indicated that he would try. The afternoon session went well. The only trials were of reasonably low-level people, and most of the sentences were fairly mild. Saturday, May 30th, they went to the Longbottom wedding, which was held at the Longbottom mansion. Both families were well represented, and Neville's parents were even there. When the time came in the ceremony for Neville's parents to provide a charm, they even vaguely repeated the words of the charm after the wizard leading the ceremony slowly talked them through it. Afterwards, Alice gave Neville another wrapper of Drooble's best blowing gum, which Neville kept like he always did. Hannah's father said the charms for her side of the family, Hannah's mother having been one of the many victims of Tom Riddle and the Death Eaters. Sunday, May 31st, Hermione left for Australia to find her parents, restore their memories and bring them back. Monday morning, June 1st at about 10 minutes before 8 a.m., Harry and Ron walked into Professor Slughorn's potions classroom. Harry had always hated the dungeon, and the classroom always reminded him of Snape. Remembering how Snape had loved his mother, and what Snape sacrificed to save the magical world, Harry's feelings were more mixed now. Harry and Ron both had the required 7th-year potions text and cauldron. There were already 2 students in the classroom when Harry and Ron walked in, and by the time the last student rushed into the classroom at 1 minute past 8, there were a total of 10 students. "How many of you are staying at Hogwarts during the week?" Slughorn asked. 6 hands were raised. One more timid hand was raised. "Yes, miss, who are you?" "Withy Whittle, Winona Withy Whittle. I'm taking the flow from home every day, but I should be here 5 days a week. I just have to leave by 4:30 so I can be home before my husband leaves for work at 5. "You were supposed to be in 7th year last year," Slughorn said. "If the Death Eaters hadn't killed my sister, leaving my brother-in-law with 3 little children, and if he and I didn't, well, with another one on the way, we thought I should finish up my education as soon as possible," Winona said, getting very fluttery. 7 with a regular schedule. That leaves Potter, Weasley, and Jones, Megan Jones. "What's your problem, Megan?" "I have to be gone all day Thursdays to take my dad to the hospital. Mum never learned Muggle transportation, and she has to stay at home with the younger children," Megan said. "What's the problem with your dad?" asked a suddenly more sympathetic Slughorn. "He's well, sort of a squib. He can do a little magic, but he's mostly Muggle and he got hurt in a Muggle construction accident," Megan said. "He fell and hurt his back and now he can't do almost anything. We're on the dole, which is all right I guess. Money goes a lot further when you're a witch. But I did not go to school last year because of the troubles, and I need to earn some money to send my sister, she's going to be 12, she started last year, if she's back, and my brother, he's 11, to Hogwarts. Between taking care of the baby and dad, Mum can't work, even if she was a better witch, which she's not, except for some domestic spells." Harry turned to Megan and said, "There is scholarship money available for all 7 years, including books and supplies, if needed, Megan. See me after class sometime in the next 2 weeks." Megan looked stunned. "After what I tried to do," she whispered, looking frightened that Harry was even speaking to her. "I'm lucky I'm not in Azkaban. You were only trying to protect your sister. I can understand that. See me after class," he replied gently, with an encouraging and sympathetic smile. "Weasley, what's your schedule?" Slughorn inquired. "I may have to leave in the middle of the afternoon to help tend the store or miss a couple of sessions. I should be here almost every morning, Ron responded. Potter? Asked Slughorn. Harry took a deep breath. I'm going to have to be gone some Tuesdays and Thursdays on estate matters. I can ask Bill Weasley if we can do as much as possible in the afternoon or evening, so I'm here in the morning when everybody else is here. Then I'm on the Wizengamot, and we have trials every Friday. I'm free Saturday. We have a potions room in the basement of our house. You are going to be a challenge, Potter, but don't worry, we'll figure it out, Slughorn said. I'll give you tomorrow's assignment and Wednesdays before you leave. Harry was back to the house on Grimmauld Place at a little before 5. Easy day? Asked Ginny. Look at this homework, Harry said, pointing to 2 tightly written paragraphs of things he needed to read, essays he needed to write and potions he needed to make, since I am not going to be there. Tomorrow, I have to make these potions tomorrow night and bring in samples Wednesday morning. I hope I have a chance to work on this homework when I'm working with Bill tomorrow. There is something else bothering you, Harry, Ginny said. I can tell. Megan Jones is in the class, Harry said. I cannot help thinking about her poor sister. She still hopes that Nora will be back in class, but no one I talk to has much hope. Friday morning, Harry had to go to the ministry. He did get a chance to ask Arthur Weasley, do you know anything more about Nora Jones? No, Harry. I will let you know if we find out anything. It looks grim, and I would rather not talk about it back at Grimmauld Place. What about Pansy Parkinson? Harry asked. The Parkinsons won't talk to us, and I'm really worried about that situation too, Arthur said. There is nothing we can do about it, however, if they won't cooperate. Anything else? Harry asked. Yes, Arthur said. It's still not nearly as safe as it should be. You're not an Auror yet. I'll do my best to fill you in during the evening, if you have any spare time. Spare time is getting to be hard to come by, Harry said, as he took his leave of Arthur. Arthur frowned. He and Molly had hoped that the end of the war would lift a lot of the burden off of their children, most particularly Harry. Instead, the opposite seemed to have occurred. Everyone now wanted a piece of him, and it was all they could do to give him as much assistance as possible. Arthur knew that Harry's shoulders were strong, but he wished there were something more they could do. But things were calling Arthur's attention, and he couldn't dwell as much on the problem as he'd like. Saturday morning, Harry walked into the potions classroom with the last of his homework. Done, Harry said. Let's see if we can make up Thursday's potion that you had trouble with Thursday night, Slughorn said. By noon, the potion was correctly made, and Horace Slughorn said, Well, Harry, you're all caught up. 3 more weeks of this and you will probably pass your newts. Probably is not good enough, Harry replied tightly. If I need more study, let me know. Harry got back to Grimmauld Place in time for late lunch. After he finished, Ginny looked at the tired young man in front of her and said, Harry, why don't you take a little nap? Harry shook his head. Never mind that he had almost fallen asleep at the table. Ginny helped Harry get up, walked him up to their bedroom and put him in the bed. She kissed him lightly and went back down to the kitchen where she and her mother were looking over house plans for maybe the 100th time, trying to pick out colors, trying to stay on top of all of the details that building a new house entailed. I'm worried about him, Mum, Ginny said. I'm worried about us. Harry needs to find some time to relax. There had been a full docket of trials in May, but they were all rather straightforward cases. Most of them were low-level allies of Voldemort, almost more common Death Eaters. Many had been ordinary ministry workers who had sympathized with the pureblood cause and then supported the seized government by enacting Voldemort's reign of terror. The first major trial was on Friday, June 5, that of Lucius Malfoy. He looked like an utterly defeated man, and his defense wizard pointed out that he who must not be named had confiscated Lucius's wand, which was subsequently destroyed by Harry Potter on the night that he'd left his aunt and uncle's house the previous summer. He had played no part in the last battle. Kingsley Shacklebolt reminded the defense attorney to say, Tom Riddle, and not, he who must not be named. Harry almost chortled at that. It was a small victory in his favor and endeared Kingsley more strongly to him. Most of the first part of the trial consisted of what, for Harry, seemed like a recitation of all of the known facts of Lucius's history. Harry learned more of what Lucius had done during the First War, how he had gotten such a short prison sentence after Riddle disappeared, and what people knew he had done during the Second War. Harry was called on to tell what he had witnessed in person, but the prosecutor did not ask about the times Harry could see what Riddle was thinking. Finally, the defense wizard asked Harry, "Is it true that you could tell what he who must not be named was thinking?" Harry immediately replied, "I defeated the man Tom Riddle. He may have called himself Lord Voldemort, but he wasn't the lord of anything. And he's gone. There's no sense in calling him. You know who. Or, he who must not be named. The sooner we call him by his proper name the better. I ask, pled, that the Wizengamot insist on using Tom's proper name in these trials." "No one but you had the foolishness to call him Tom Riddle," the defense wizard said. "Professor Dumbledore called him Tom," Harry countered with. "I heard him at the battle at the Ministry. Besides, Riddle's dead. His body, what pathetic excuse he had for a body, lies here in the Department of Mysteries. Riddle is dead. Tom Riddle, who used the name Lord Voldemort to incite fear and suffering, is gone, and the sooner we stop fearing him the better." Kingsley said, "The Ministry is trying to enforce a rule that, if at all possible, we use Tom Riddle's name. You will do the same or we will call you out of order." The defense wizard restated the question. "Is it true that you could tell what Tom Riddle was thinking?" One could tell that it was very difficult for the wizard to say, Tom Riddle. Sometimes, when there were very strong emotions. Yes, there were times when I had some insight into what Tom was thinking. It's not like I could read his mind and knew everything. Did he trust Lucius, consider him a trusted ally? I don't think Riddle trusted anyone or anything, Harry replied. I certainly did not have enough insight into the workings of his mind to tell you who he distrusted more than anyone else. As far as you knew, Lucius only obeyed Riddle because he feared him, the defense wizard said. I don't know that, Harry countered with. As far as I could see, Lucius Malfoy was eager to carry out all parts of Riddle's agenda, even the most repugnant of them. But you don't know for sure, the defense wizard replied kindly. You really didn't have that much insight into Tom Riddle's mind. My impression of how eager Lucius Malfoy was to help Tom Riddle and his kind has much more to do with how I saw Mr. Malfoy act over the years than to any special insight into Tom Riddle's thinking. As far as I can tell, even if there never was a Tom Riddle, Mr. Malfoy would have eagerly participated in and even directed crimes against muggles and witches or wizards with muggle blood in their ancestry. When Riddle resurrected his body, he mentioned that Mr. Malfoy was still ready to take the lead in a spot of muggle torture. He insulted my infant godson just after the battle. I don't believe he has really learned anything. And you know this as a child observing the actions of adults? Harry looked at the defense wizard trying to figure out how to respond to this question. Finally, he said, I have not felt like a child for a long time, not after all the things I've been through. I guess killing does that to you, the wizard sneered. I haven't killed anyone, except Tom Riddle, and I didn't really have a choice there. I parried his killing curse and it killed him, Harry answered. I find that hard to believe, but I have no more questions, the defense wizard said. Harry looked like he was not through, and the prosecuting witch asked Harry gently, Do you have anything more to say, Harry? It's just that I've seen way too much death, Harry said. I saw people killed in front of me. I saw through Tom Riddle's eyes as he killed without remorse. It still haunts me. I've had a chance to kill, and except for Riddle, I have not killed anyone. That's one of the things that most concerns me about Lucius. He does not seem to have any reluctance to kill. I do not fear death, and when my time comes, I will not stay here as a ghost but gladly go on. I do fear for those like Riddle and Lucius Malfoy, who kill without remorse. After all of the evidence was presented, everyone but the Wizengamot was excused. Opinions on Lucius Malfoy's guilt and the proper sentence were solicited. There were not any members of the Wizengamot willing to vote that Malfoy was innocent, but a number of them were not all that willing to sentence him to life in prison. Harry was learning of several of the members of the Wizengamot, Anton Avery and Victor Vacy prominent among them, who voted to convict only with reluctance and fought for shorter sentences for people Harry thought enjoyed what they had done the previous year. They were important and persistent in pleading for mercy for Lucius. Several people commented on the charitable work that Lucius had done, although to Harry, almost all of the charitable work had consisted of giving money to causes in hopes of buying influence. Al Van Lente spoke up, saying, There are a lot of bad things and people in places other than Great Britain. I do not want to reveal my sources, but I have information that Malfoy has been in contact with some of the worst of the dark wizards and witches out there. I want him put away for the rest of his life. Harry, as the youngest, was asked last. I really don't trust Lucius, Harry started out. I don't think we have begun to find out all of the criminal deeds he has committed. My recommendation is life in Azkaban, no possibility of release. I never want him in a position to influence other prisoners or guards. I'm not exactly suggesting solitary, but close to it. In the end, over 75% of members voted to sentence Lucius to life in Azkaban, although the conditions of his confinement were not announced. Arthur Weasley announced that the Department for Magical Law Enforcement was still working with Draco and Narcissa, and that they wanted to keep them under supervision but delay trials until later. The trial and sentencing were done by 4:30. Kingsley Shacklebolt spoke to Harry and said, "I would like you to accompany me in a couple of the Aurors to Azkaban with Lucius. Even though you are the youngest member of the Wizengamot, I think that you are going to influence the sentences, and I think you ought to see the prison and meet the warden." Harry thought of all of the homework he had to finish but had to admit that Kingsley was probably right, so he agreed. Harry and Kingsley went down to the holding cell where Lucius Malfoy was being kept. Standing to one side were Narcissa and Draco. A middle-aged wizard was waiting for them. "Harry, this is Zeke Zeller, formerly a guard and now the warden of Azkaban. He is going to accompany our prisoner to his new home." Harry went into the holding cell. Lucius was sitting down, his hands confined behind his back, shackles on his ankles. "Last time I was taken to Azkaban they had some respect for the nobility," Lucius said. "I expect the same treatment this time." "I saw what you innocent people last year," Zeke said, fists opening and closing. "I am not inclined to be merciful. I at least need an owl and the ability to manage the family." "Investments," Lucius said, somehow managing to hold his head up despite his disheveled appearance and imprisoned status. "There's no way in hell you are going to be allowed to communicate freely," said Kingsley harshly. "Anything you need to communicate, you can give to Narcissa and Draco in the next couple of minutes, while we all watch and record what you say. They are not going to be able to visit you or communicate in any way for at least a couple of months. Private communication of any kind will be strictly forbidden." Narcissa and Draco were led in. They were told to sit down at a table a modest distance away from Lucius. Zeke said, "If you have any last-minute instructions to your family, say them now. It may be months before you can see them again." "Narcissa, Draco, private communication of any kind is going to be strictly forbidden." "It wasn't this way last time," Narcissa protested with her eyebrows raised. "No Dementors roaming the cells but no privileged prisoners either," Zeke said. "You have the keys I gave you, Draco?" Lucius asked. Draco nodded. "One opens my private desk. You are going to have to study what is in it. You must look over the instructions on how to take over the farm and follow them, like your ancestors have done for over 1,000 years. You must marry a pureblood and produce a male heir, as must your son and his son. I do not intend to stay powerless, and if you fail me, I promise you will pay dearly." Lucius turned to Narcissa. "Voldemort did not understand that certain things were out of bounds. When I get back in power, I will see that any person left alive who, we won't talk of it here. I intend to get out, regardless of the sentence. Do you understand?" "You never were a quitter," Narcissa said. After a brief painful period of silence, Narcissa and Draco were led out. 2 bailiffs took hold of Lucius and walked him over to a special cell, where a portkey took them to the shore overlooking Azkaban prison. Zeke went before the bailiffs, Kingsley and Harry following. A boat was launched, and the assembled group took it to the prison. Harry walked down with Lucius to one of the lower levels of the prison. The cell was well below sea level, but there was a tiny slit that went up many feet, finally ending about 100 feet above sea level. The only way one knew if it was night or day was if there was any light shining through this tiny slit. "Dementors used to use those slits, but we have forbidden them to come into the prison. They still guard right outside the prison walls, however," the warden said. Harry went up to a tower with Kingsley and Zeke. "This is the Tower of the Dementors, Harry," Kingsley said. "This is where we talk to them as best as we can. And if we tell them something here, they pretty much have to obey." He then said, "Produce your Patronus," and Harry and Zeke added their Pardonus to the one of Kingsley as he announced, "The rules are the same. You are forbidden to cross over into the body of the prison, but must stay outside of the prison. Walls keeping those out from getting in and those in from getting out, except by charmed boat to the shore." The Dementors howled, but Harry could also feel that they acknowledged the power of Kingsley, Zeke, and indeed his own power too. There was a small sense of victory in keeping the Dementors out of the prison itself, but Harry was still not happy that they had to deal with them at all. Harry never quite got used to dealing with the Dementors, although his career would bring him into contact with them occasionally. When Harry got back at 9 p.m., Ginny had the remains of dinner for Harry. He ate and worked on his homework, spending some time down in the potions room. He was in bed by 2 in the morning and up at 7, tired but with all of his homework for potions finished. A little over a week after Harry started classes, Ginny was talking to Harry at dinner. "I started practicing Quidditch yesterday. Andromeda is watching Teddy and even changing nappies. She is all right for a couple of hours at a time, until he cries. She has a very hard time when Teddy starts to cry." "Who are you playing with?" asked Harry. "A couple of members from the team from a couple of years ago and some witches and wizards you probably don't know, younger students who wanted to try out for the team," Ginny replied. "I can usually contact them with the flow, and we should be able to get enough to at least practice some. It's better than nothing." "As the summer goes on maybe you can get more students," Harry hopefully interjected. Ginny smiled. "I'm working on it." A couple of nights later, Ginny got the "I want something" look on her face, shyly saying, "I've got more people who want to fly, but we really could use a good practice set of Quidditch balls. What we are using now is really sad." "Get yourself a good set," Harry promptly replied, unsure of why this was a problem. "An adequate set is almost 100 galleons," said Ginny. "And I have spent some of the money you gave me treating the people who have been practicing, taking them to lunch or for treats. I hate to ask you for gold, but I do need a little more, just a few galleons." "How much is a really good practice set?" asked Harry. "Harry, I'm not asking for a really good set, a professional set," Ginny said softly. Harry looked quizzically at Ginny and remarked, "I thought you wanted to become a professional. How much is the ideal set to prepare you for a professional career?" 225 galleons, whispered Ginny, obviously frightened that it cost so much. Harry reached in his pocket. Creature had made sure Harry always had about 500 galleons on him, in case he needed to buy anything. Harry gave Ginny 300 of them. "Harry, can we really afford to spend that much gold?" asked Ginny. "Your brother Bill says even after we give most of the money away, I'll still be an extremely wealthy wizard," said a grinning Harry, "making you a rich witch. If you want to spend too much, if you want to buy a bunch of mansions or something, I'll suggest you be a little more careful with the gold, but this is not a lot of money from what Bill says. Besides, it would be silly for us to get a cheap practice set and then go out later and get a better one. We may as well start out with the best. It's an investment, remember?" "Oh, Harry, thank you," Ginny said, and she gave him a lingering kiss, the biggest smile on her face. Ginny made time to fly most days. She and Harry had several discussions about what position she should play. Finally, it was agreed that she should practice for 2 positions, Seeker and Chaser, and see what kind of players she was going to have next year. Meanwhile, Ginny did get the professional practice set of Quidditch balls, including a special practice golden snitch. In the middle of June, the Dursleys were finally allowed to go home. Harry had looked into the records of memory modifications done on his aunt and uncle and Dudley. Amazingly, Dudley had very little memory modification done. Vernon was another case. They had to do a lot of memory modification with him, as well as work hard on his physical health. They were continually surprised at the amount of anger and ignorance in the man. Aunt Petunia was again a different case. Harry saw that they had taken her memories of both his parents' wedding and funeral, which made Harry both sad and a little mad. He asked that no memory modification be done on Dudley or Petunia. After no little discussion, and partly because Harry Potter had asked, the Ministry agreed not to modify the memories of Petunia or Dudley. No one worried about modifying Vernon's memories. Healers told Harry that Vernon was a heart attack waiting to happen. Both his father and grandfather had died of heart attacks before they were 50, and Vernon was going down the same road, being both very overweight and very angry most of the time. At least he had a job. His story was that he had taken a leave of absence for his health, something that was not too far from the truth since the potions he had been given had improved his health if not his disposition. Saturday, June 13th, Harry arranged to have some time off so that he could get everything he owned out of the Dursley house. He told the Weasley family at dinner on Friday, and Ginny really wanted to go with him. Ginny thought to herself that she should be able to get a much better idea about how Harry had spent the years before he went to Hogwarts, and maybe that would help her understand him better. Right after lunch on Saturday, Harry and Ginny apparated to a spot that Harry knew was hidden, not too far from the Dursley house. One of the Aurors apparated there first, and another one followed. They walked over to the house, and an Auror went inside and checked everything, then indicated that they could go inside. The two Aurors stayed outside, making sure no one else went near the house. The grounds of the house were rather shabby, although the lawn had been mowed. Whoever had taken care of the house had not gardened like Petunia. That was for sure. The inside of the house was dusty, but Harry and Ginny did some quick cleaning spells and got the house looking at least dust-free and neat. They went upstairs and cleaned the other bedrooms and then went to Harry's bedroom. There were deadbolts and a padlock on the door. Ginny was horrified. She looked at Harry and said, "Did they lock you in your room?" "Yes, sometimes," said Harry. "My uncle really does not like magic or me." "That must have been horrible, Harry," said Ginny. "Your house was such a relief after living here. It was almost odd that everyone seemed to like me," said Harry. Ginny wondered if he realized how horrible that sounded and was once again thankful that her family, or Ron rather, had found him when they had. They went into the bedroom. In one corner was the small table on which Harry had kept Hedwig's cage. There were some owl droppings that had escaped at some point and a crumpled-up package of owl treats. Harry looked at it and started to tear up. "I just cannot bring myself to buy another owl," he said. "I know it's just an owl, but she was my only companion many a lonely day and night, and I miss her. I feel funny using Fox as an owl. There is something majestic but not very comforting or cuddly about Fox." Riddle and his Death Eaters tried to take all of the joy out of life for everybody. Ginny did not say anything, but she had tears in her eyes as she looked at Harry. They picked up the few clothes and other personal possessions. Then Harry said, "You have been learning a little about decorating a house. This used to be Dudley's second bedroom. Could you turn it into a guest bedroom that could also be an office or study?" Ginny did some wand work and the room had a bed, empty shelves and a desk. It looked somewhat masculine. She had Harry help her with some of the spells because she knew that the more wands involved, the more permanent such changes would be. Considering Harry's increased spell power, she reckoned that the new furniture would be there long after both she and Harry had passed on. As they left the room, Ginny said, "Did that room always have locks on the outside?" "Only when I moved into it just before I went to Hogwarts," said Harry matter-of-factly. "You did not live in that room until just before you went to Hogwarts?" asked Ginny with a frown of confusion when she counted the number of bedrooms and what Harry had told her the function of each one was. "No," said Harry tentatively, wondering if he should show her or not. "Then where did you live?" asked Ginny. "I guess I'd better check the cupboard," said Harry. "Maybe there is something there, and I definitely do not want to come back here again." They went downstairs, all of the few possessions that Harry had shrunk stuffed in a pocket. When they got to the bottom of the stairs, Harry turned and went to the cupboard, which was about 4 feet high, which led to the little space under the stairs. He opened it up and lit his wand. On the floor was obviously a thin crib mattress, with some really shabby blankets on it. There was a pair of the ugliest pair of pants that Ginny could imagine, gray and obviously badly altered, on the floor in front of the bed. "That's the type of clothes I wore," said Harry. "Those are some of Dudley's 2 small clothes that Aunt Petunia dyed gray and altered to fit me, but not well. She didn't usually dye them gray, but this was supposed to be my uniform for Stonewall High. I always looked ugly and unwanted in the clothes she made me wear." "Oh, Harry," said Ginny, her temper winding up in his defense. "You lived in a cupboard?" "A cupboard? I had no idea your childhood was this bad." "Not very nice, until I met the Weasley family," said Harry, his eyes lighting up. "Especially one cute little redhead who put her elbow in the butter." "You still remember that?" asked Ginny, her face and neck turning bright red, which clashed gloriously with her hair. "Well, I remember it as well. Not very bold when I was 11, was I?" "Oh, you were plenty bold. Just not where I was concerned. And by the time you had become bolder and a beauty, I was busy trying to save the world, and you had a jealous and overprotective older brother as my best friend." Harry's tone was full of irony. Ginny looked toward the back of the cupboard. It was bare studs, not at all finished. Way in the back she saw some papers and pencils and pens, and she got everything she could out. All of the pencils were short, and some of the paper had printing on one side and had a child's drawing on the other side. There was one elaborate drawing of a knight on a horse riding up to a castle, with what looked like a dragon head in a wagon behind him. On a tower was a red-headed girl waving. "Didn't exactly happen like that," "Did it?" said Harry. "No," said Ginny, smiling at the thought that Harry's nobility couldn't be suppressed by anything, even by this pig-headed lot. "But you got your red-headed girl anyway, even if she has ugly scars. And your red-headed girl loves her knight in shining armor." Ginny packed up the drawings. Then she looked at Harry and said, "What do you want to do with this room?" Harry said, "I want to put a charm on it so that no one will want to open it and just leave it. I'm not ready to remove the evidence of the way I spent so many years. The rest of the house looks good enough, but this I want to leave." After closing the door and putting charms on it, Harry and Ginny left the house and went back to Grimmauld Place. Ginny wasn't sure if she would ever be able to get the images of that house out of her head. If she ever met the Dursleys, she couldn't be held responsible for her actions. How could anyone treat another person that way, especially family? She thought that she would be furious had it been anyone, but the fact that it was Harry made her see red. Hermione wrote to Ron almost every day while she was gone in June, and he wrote back almost every day. Finding her parents only took a week, but restoring not only their memories but also telling them about her adventures took weeks. They were all going to fly back to Britain June 24th, and Hermione was going to be at the Grimmauld Place Sunday, June 28th. Meanwhile, Ron was at class Monday through Friday from early morning until the middle of the afternoon, then had the WWW shop in Hogsmeade open every evening and all day Saturday and Sunday afternoon. Harry had never seen Ron work and study so hard. "Not going to fail just 'cause Hermione isn't here," he would say bravely. He would straighten up. "Tall and have to make her proud of me." During Tuesdays and Thursdays, Harry usually had a chance to talk to Al or one or more of his family. Al's father had been involved in amazing adventures during and after the Muggle World War II, and Al could only hint at the adventures with which he had been involved. Most of the dramatic or unusual magical happenings around the world over the last 35 or so years Al not only knew about but watched in some way. He had known Albus Dumbledore for almost his entire professional career, as had his father before him. Al hinted at a lot of what was going on in the Ministry. Harry did find out that Al had wanted the DA people to start Auror training right away, but Robards insisted on the trainees having the classes and starting September 2nd, the traditional starting date. Toward the end of June, Harry and Ginny asked Arthur and Molly if they could talk in the living room while the rest of the people living at the house were scattered, many in the drawing room but some in other parts of the house. Hermione was, of course, gone, but Ron came along. Harry started by saying, "I have been talking to Bill about the estate, and although he is a little apologetic, he says that it really would be best for him and the Ministry and the estate if Ginny and I got married on Tuesday, August 11th. Arthur knew of the discussions on the estate, but Molly had really put the whole subject of Ginny getting married mostly out of her head. She was frantic with decisions on the house. Molly looked at Ginny in horror. "How can we plan a wedding, on top of everything else?" "It's going to be a very modest wedding," said Harry, hoping that he wasn't incurring Molly's wrath. "We are not going to announce or publish the date of the wedding, and we want to keep everything as small and low-key as possible. I've been approached by a couple of the more prominent members of the Wizengamot and they want to be involved in our royal wedding. To quote one of the members, 'Harry, you are as close to royalty as we have, and we are eager to put on a big fancy wedding for you. They're talking about well over 1,000 guests, maybe 2,000. I don't want that. It looks like there are going to be too many honors and fuss over me as it is." "How are we going to keep it secret?" asked Molly, thinking of the sheer number of people who would have to be in on it. "It's going to be a combination housewarming party for the new Burrow and birthday party for me, which would explain having much of the family and all of our friends there," Ginny replied. "At some point during the celebration, Minister Kingsley will get up and marry us. Ron and Hermione have agreed to stand up for us. And then I'll live here with Harry when I'm not at school." "You are going back to Hogwarts, then?" Molly asked with relief. "Good. Where will you live? In the girls' dorm?" Ron had a funny look on his face, and Ginny was not sure if he knew of the apartment, so she sweetly said, "I thought maybe Harry and I could share his bed in the boys' dorm." This comment produced the desired reaction of horror on Ron's face, along with guffaws from Harry, so Ginny continued. "I know you want to watch over your baby sister, and this way when you come over to visit Hermione, you can check up on us." Ron got an even more horrified look on his face, and Harry was laughing so hard that he was holding his sides. Arthur was smiling, but Molly just looked confused. Maybe Professor McGonagall will let you sleep in your old bed so that you could supervise us every night, Ginny continued, with a snarky smirk on her face. It hadn't seemed possible, but Ron's horror deepened. No telling what your baby sister and her husband might be doing. Of course, we can always close the curtains. That way all you will be able to see is the bed rocking. At this point, Harry literally fell off his chair. Ron was totally flustered in a typical Ron Weasley way, and Molly had a look on her face like she knew there was more to this story, and maybe Ginny was not serious. "You're not really going to sleep in the boys' dorm, Ginny," said Molly, although she'd started to cotton on to the joke. "Well, I guess, there is an apartment that McGonagall said we could use," a beaming Ginny replied. Harry couldn't understand how she maintained a straight face throughout the ridiculous conversation. Ron's not going to be able to come in uninvited. Though, I guess he is just going to have to trust his little sister and best friend. "You were just trying to get a reaction out of me?" Ron asked, his ears turning a dangerous red. "And it worked," replied Ginny. "Ron's the one who keeps calling me his baby sister. He deserves it. I know you have to get married, legally anyway, for the estate, but you're going to sleep together?" asked Ron, wondering how he could get back at his sister without getting a bad bogey hex in the process. He got even more frustrated when he realized that that would probably prove impossible. "We're sleeping together now," Ginny said, raising her voice. "We're just not in the same bed. I don't thinking it's sleep that's bothering." You're going to? You're going to?" asked Ron. "You'd better believe we're going to, lots," Ginny replied. "Tell me about the apartment," said Molly, trying to change the subject. She could always spot a sibling quarrel amongst her children from 2 counties away. "It has a study with a big desk for 2 against one wall, a window and a fireplace that we can connect to the flow network to go to and from Grimmauld Place," Ginny said. "That room also has some comfortable chairs. There is a bedroom with a big bed, storage for clothes and a private bathroom. There is actually another apartment there that the Longbottoms are going to be using, both connected to a passageway that goes to the Gryffindor common room and direct to an outside hallway. It's really nice." Harry had time to talk to the American, French and Chinese Aurors. Al Van Lente spent a lot of time with Harry, but everybody wanted to talk to the famous Harry Potter, and Harry asked questions of everybody. He wanted to find out how to build the best Auror department in the world. There were a lot of magic technology interface issues. Also, many of the Aurors had regular exercise programs for both physical fitness and dueling. There were so many great ideas from different places that he started to jot them down in a notebook that Hermione had charmed to be small enough to fit easily in a pocket and unfold when he took it out. On the 1st of June, the foreign Aurors and the Potter estate office moved into a 3-story old factory building. It was connected to the Ministry by several fireplaces, and during the day there was even a special magical passageway that you just walked through, a shortcut. There were several well-guarded places for apparition. It was also wired for electricity and internet, with several levels of shielding so that magicians could be there without interfering with the electricity. There were also plenty of magical monitors around to help the witches and wizards keep their magic under control. Harry was usually able to spend at least half an hour in physical fitness exercise and another half an hour in dueling on Tuesdays and Thursdays. The physical exercise was getting Harry into the best shape of his life. Of course, everybody wanted to duel Harry Potter. Between his natural abilities and the extra power of the wand, he was excellent, an extraordinarily difficult dueler to defeat, and the practice was making it harder and harder to beat him. As much as he had loved the DA, he had mostly spent his time instructing and not enough in mock duels. He found himself enjoying the challenges. Sometimes Harry would just laugh on the rare occasions when someone got the better of him, bringing smiles to anyone who witnessed it. They were getting to see the real man behind the legend and finding that he was fun and interesting to be around. The discussions with Al continued. Al complained that the British Auror department was basically useless. Robards was a bureaucrat who followed the rules but was terrible at solving difficult crimes. Dawlish was bonkers. He was okay at one-on-one duels, but impossible when it came to being a team player. He also had a tendency to go in the wrong direction, a possible side effect the number of Confundus charms to which he'd been subjected over the last few years. The other 8 members of the department were pretty good when it came to minor memory follow the rule stuff but were so traumatized by all of the changes over the last few years that their potential for growth and change was limited. Al said, "That leaves you and the DA, Harry. I have been talking with Minerva McGonagall, and one of your key duties as an Auror, even before you finish training, is going to be to get the DA up and running again with younger members. Harry was also getting insight into his future father-in-law and some of his strengths and weaknesses. He was loyal, good, and a very hard worker. He was a very good magician, particularly against the dark arts. Harry found that interesting, since Arthur's original position at the Ministry wasn't in that field so much, but he supposed that everyone in the Order got a pretty good foundation after a while. He was a reasonably good tactician, like a chess player, but not as good as Ron. He was hopeless when it came to Muggle science, despite his eternal enthusiasm for the subject. He really needed to live in the Muggle community for a couple of years to understand it, a luxury he was not going to get because the Ministry was so short-handed. He was also not a natural politician, knowledgeable about what was going on but not comfortable with any wheeling and dealing. Personally, Harry thought that was an asset, and guessed that this was one of the reasons that Kingsley wanted Arthur on his team, aside from the fact that he was incorruptible. Ginny was taking care of Teddy and helping her mother as the house was being built. It would have been easy to make a modern Muggle house with magical additions, with white or pastel walls, looking very sterile. The old burrow was about as quirky and different from the sterile modern house as was possible, and Molly needed a lot of wood, a lot of decorations and a lot of character. Harry had insisted on having a budget for buying furniture and fixtures, and Molly was fussing over how much money Harry wanted her to spend. For all of her married life, they had got by with purchasing broken objects or finding them in the Muggle trash, and magically fixing them. The idea of buying a complete new or even good condition used bed or dresser or a complete set of dishes was just hard for her to comprehend. Molly talked about money and how hard it was for them to raise the 7 children for the first time to Ginny, and she began to understand why buying things was so hard for her mother. Your father never made more than 5,000 galleons a year at the Ministry, usually much less. He is making 7,500 now. 50% more than he has ever made, plus thanks to Harry, we are not paying rent or paying for the house. I feel so rich, said Molly. Ginny was in shock over the difference between her parents' financial status and Harry's, and she also realized hers. Harry had bought her a broom that cost 15,000 galleons. That was 3 years' wages for her father, yet she knew, without having to ask, that her family's life on such a meager salary had been 1,000 times better than Harry's, despite all of the galleons in his vault. Harry finished his potions during June. July was charms, starting Wednesday, July 1st and running through Friday, July 31st. The schedule was similar, with a lot of late nights. Harry was going to be taking Transfiguration with McGonagall during the school year, both of them hoping to find some time to work together amidst all of their other obligations. The house was done July 17th, but then it needed furniture and people needed to move in. Harry and Ginny had not had a chance to work on what they wanted to do with their house. In fact, although they were sleeping in the same room and usually spent a little time talking almost every morning and every night, they really had little time to themselves. The only thing that kept Ginny sane was that the wedding date was getting closer and closer, Saturday, August 1st. When the new burrow was finished and furnished, Ginny and Teddy moved into a room at the burrow. Harry stayed at Grimmauld Place. Michael and Rosemary and their children moved into rooms at the new burrow while their house was being finished, which should be soon since they were putting off renovations on Grimmauld Place. It was more important for everyone to have a home of their own first. Hermione finally came back in July and moved back to the apartment she shared with Ron. Ginny helped just enough to know that Hermione moved back into her own bedroom, not the one Ron was sleeping in, although she did look sort of longingly at the other bedroom. Harry's schedule was so busy that he saw very little of Hermione. Ginny saw more of her, and they tried to have lunch or a mid-morning tea a couple of times a week. Minister Shacklebolt has me helping him figure out how the Ministry is organized, Hermione told Ginny one day. I told him about organizational charts and lines of command and lines of influence, formal and informal organizations. He is asking me to figure it out. The problem is that I'm pretty good at writing it down but not very good at tactfully asking people and finding things out. Percy is a big help. If you are nice, most people are helpful, but some are really mean or totally unhelpful. Managing people is a lot harder than getting good grades on homework, that's for sure. Besides, it looks like some people set up the Ministry, or certain departments anyway, to make them impossible to manage. Ginny and Hermione would talk about the politics of the Ministry from then on. Ch 14, Chocolate Frog Cards and Weddings ch 14 Chocolate Frog Cards and Weddings. Sunday, August 2nd was the second day of weaning Teddy from Ginny's nursing and getting him on the bottle. Molly and Andromeda took turns feeding Teddy, who was old enough and strong enough that he could survive a few days of short rations while he got used to bottle feeding. Ginny was glad that she was going to be free of Teddy, but at the same time, a day with Teddy in a bedroom upstairs from Molly and not near Ginny was also very hard. How could you miss something and at the same time be glad you were missing it? Harry came over for breakfast and asked Ginny to go to Grimmauld Place with him after lunch, and she gladly agreed. Sunday morning was noticeable for more reasons. Hermione and Ron came for breakfast, as did the entire Weasley family, including George, Angelina, Percy and his girlfriend Audrey Baker, Harry, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, and if he was not off in Romania working with dragons, Charlie. After breakfast, George asked, "Mum, Dad, could Angelina and I use the new burrow on Sunday afternoon, August 23rd? "I don't see why not," Molly replied. "Why do you want to use it?" George replied, "Family tradition, Mum. You really ought to be married before you have children. We figure about March 1st. Molly could not say too much about getting pregnant before you got married, so she said, "A grandchild, how wonderful." There were congratulations all around. Molly seemed delighted to have another daughter-in-law and made sure everybody knew that, "Anytime one of my married children wants to start giving me grandchildren, I'm ready." Ginny had a surprise. "I have been talking with the Chocolate Frog people, and have the first sets of Harry Potter Heroes of Hogwarts chocolate frogs." She had a number of packets of just the cards to show everybody. Ron, sort of in disgust, said, "Now Harry has his own chocolate frog card. Harry has everything." Ginny nonchalantly replied, "Let's just go through the cards and see who is on them." The cards started with Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, victor over Lord Voldemort and one of the heroes of the Battle of Hogwarts. "You tell the Chocolate Frog people that the next time they print those cards to say, Tom Riddle who called himself Lord Voldy something," Harry exclaimed. "I'll try, and if it doesn't work, I'll have you visit them," Ginny said. The next card was Hermione Jean Granger, the smartest witch in over a generation, one of Harry Potter's companions and one of the heroes of the Battle of Hogwarts. The third card was Ron Bilious Weasley, expert tactician and chess player, one of Harry PD, one of the heroes of the Battle of Hogwarts. Ron took the card in his hand like it was a huge piece of gold or a diamond or something, a precious thing. He looked at both sides a couple of times with his eyes wide open, like this was something beyond belief. There was a moment when it looked as though he might faint, but he finally shouted out, "Blimey, I can't believe it, I'm on a chocolate frog card. I'm famous. It's better than E's and O's on your newts." Hermione rolled her eyes and said, "Stop being silly, Ron. It's nowhere near as good grades on exams." Ron could not believe what Hermione had just said and replied, "Don't be mental, Hermione, of course it's better than exam grades." Ginny half-heartedly piped in, "Stop fighting, you two. There are more cards." Neville Longbottom, one of the leaders of Dumbledore's army, slayer of Voldemort's snake Nagini and one of the heroes of the Battle of Hogwarts. Luna Lovegood, one of the leaders of Dumbledore's army, assistant to Xenophilius Lovegood who tried to report the truth of the Resistance through the Quibbler and one of the heroes of the Battle of Hogwarts. Ginevra, Ginny. Molly Weasley, one of the leaders of Dumbledore's army. She still bears the scars from her heroic resistance to interrogation during the months leading up to the battle and one of the heroes of the Battle of Hogwarts. Engaged to Harry Potter. Ginny, with a big smile, piped in, "The Chocolate Frog people tell me that this card is going to be by far the most valuable of the set, because it is only going to be published for a short while. They say that people will be paying good money for a Ginny Weasley card. All of the cards being sold on the Hogwarts Express will have Ginny Potter cards." There were other cards. One of the Weasley family with a brief note on all, referring to Ron and Ginny's cards for more information. Every member of Dumbledore's army was on a card, but most of the DA cards had 2 or sometimes 4 students on them. Several had lists of the dead, including a card with the Lupins on it. Some of the cards had 1 or more Hogwarts professors on them. Professor Snape had his own card, which said that he was a double agent and on Harry Potter's side. Harry was hardly involved in any of the other cards, but he had spent a fair amount of time on this one. Most of the people involved with the chocolate frog cards either wanted to forget about Snape or downplay the heroic nature of his struggle. Harry had just enough contact with McGonagall, others from Hogwarts, Kingsley and others from the Ministry, to realize just how much Snape had done. Harry wanted to make sure Snape was recognized and the chocolate frog card was the first step. "Snape's got a card as a good egg?" Ron asked in horror. "In the end he was," Harry replied. "Looking back, Snape did the best he could," Ginny grimly said. "I can still hear him roar. No rapes. Scars are acceptable but no debilitating injuries. I think he was doing the best he could. If some people came out of the experience with scars, then they would remind them of the horrible days and maybe they would not forget how they had to fight for the right. Neville and I both thought that Snape was a double agent, playing a dangerous game. Luna was sure of it." "Well, if Luna was sure of it, why would anyone doubt it?" Ron said, obviously trying to make a joke. The stares he got from Ginny and the rest of the family shut Ron up immediately. After breakfast, Ginny motioned Harry, George and Angelina to come outside with her. Once they were a little way from the house, Ginny said, "George, after what you did to Harry and me when we got engaged, you owe me one. How did this happen?" "How did what happen, Ginny?" said George, trying to look innocent. "You and Angelina having a baby," Ginny prompted. "Well, when you sleep together," said George looking at Angelina, who added, "Ron and Hermione took the 2 rooms over the Hogsmeade store. We do not know when they started sharing a bedroom, or even if they are. They surely were not sharing a bedroom then. Well, that left 4 people who were going to be staying at the store in Diagon Alley, with 2 bedrooms. So, I told George that I was not sleeping with Charlie or Lee, so he and I were going to have to share a bedroom." Angelina looked at George, who then added, "Angelina said that she would rearrange everything and move her clothes and personal stuff from the guest bedroom into our bedroom, I mean my bedroom. When she was done, I came up to take a shower and go to bed. Angelina had done a little more rearranging than I had anticipated." Angelina, in a somewhat exasperated tone, said, "Well, there were 2 beds with a nightstand in between. I took my wand and made one larger bed. George gave me a funny look when he came upstairs but then went into the bathroom and took a shower, coming out with just his boxers on. George got a big smile on his face and said, 'You left the smallest pair of boxers you could find in the bathroom, nothing else. Go on, tell them the rest.' Angelina said, 'Well, I found the smallest, sexiest knickers I had, went into the shower, came out wrapped in a towel with nothing on but my knickers, turned my back to George and said, "Dry my back please." When he had dried my back, I turned to him and we started kissing. We kissed and fondled each other for quite a while, neither wanting to stop, and finally I could not stand it any more and I took off George's boxers and my knickers and—" Angelina looked at George, who said, "She had her period about a week later, but then missed her next one and told me things were starting to happen to her body." Angelina said, "So many things were going on we just never thought of birth control, but once I was pregnant, we both knew that we were going to get married sooner or later, and it probably ought to be sooner." Angelina and George both looked at Ginny like that was the end of the story. Ginny gave Angelina a big hug and said, "Welcome to the family, sister." There was no doubt that she was much more welcoming to Angelina than she had been to Fleur initially. Harry and Ginny finally got to Grimmauld Place in the middle of the afternoon. Once they were there, Harry said, "How do you feel about remodeling this place and living here after you graduate?" Ginny said, "I guess we could remodel this and make a nice home here." Harry asked, "Would you like to spend our honeymoon here or just go to a hotel or something?" Ginny thought about it. She had never been to a Muggle hotel, and she was a little nervous about being in a totally Muggle setting, while she was getting used to being married. And there was no chance they were going to stay at a magical hotel, not with all of the press and Harry's adoring fans out there. She said, "I think I would rather spend it here. This is a place that you own, that we can come back to and live in when we are not at Hogwarts. I do not want to have to spend all my time not at school at my parents' house." Harry told Ginny, "After we're married, you are going to own it as well. It's not going to be my house. It's going to be our house. Is there anything we can do to fix up the master bedroom?" The 3rd floor was clearly meant to be the master suite. There was a connecting door between the 2 bedrooms and each one had a large private bathroom. Harry and Ginny looked at the master suite, which had 2 full bedrooms and bathrooms. At least the room that had most recently belonged to Walburga had been cleaned out for Arthur and Molly. They decided to turn Walburga's room into a nursery for Teddy to stay in when he was visiting. They weren't sure what they would do with the extra bathroom, but surely something would come to them. Ginny used some of the spells she had learned while they were furnishing the new burrow, and before long, the room they would be using was reasonably inviting. Then she said, "We just need to try the bed." Ginny got up on the bed and stretched out. Harry climbed in next to her for a delightful session of kissing and more. "It's too warm and uncomfortable with these robes on," and pulled them off. Harry was worried that they were getting too close to doing what they were not supposed to be doing. But the wedding was only a week and a half away, and it was no use pretending that they were not going to get intimate soon. Besides, he was horny himself. After a few more minutes, Ginny pulled briefly away and took off her bra, and then went back to pushing her chest against Harry. It felt different with Ginny against him like that. Very good indeed. Ginny finally reached down to pull off Harry's boxers, and he gently said, "Ginny, please, I've promised your parents. I am so horny I think I'm going to go crazy before the wedding." "Harry James Potter," Ginny yelled. "I did promise your parents," Harry said. "I know in the Muggle community you really ought to wait until you were married." Harry thought of his brief discussion with Bill. Why in Merlin's name was he waiting? Bill didn't think it was a big deal, except that disappointing Molly and Arthur was a big deal in Harry's mind. Ginny was sitting on the bed panting, trying to control herself. Harry sort of felt the same way, but obviously Ginny was having a really hard time. "I don't think we should be over here alone until our wedding night," Harry said, trying to put a little distance between them despite his natural inclinations. "I know that I just about lost control. It's one of the things I love about you, you're so blasted honorable, damn you, Harry," Ginny said. "I'm sure I'll appreciate it someday, but today I'm out of my mind horny." As they went downstairs to take the flow back to the new burrow, Ginny said, "Maybe Mum has some ideas on how to wait." "Wasn't your mum pregnant with Bill when she was married?" asked Harry. "Maybe Mum wouldn't be the best person to ask about waiting after all," Ginny grumbled, as she looked at Harry. "Oh boggarts, I'm in trouble now." On Monday, Ginny came in from flying to find her mother and a witch she did not recognize. They were deep in some sort of discussion about Molly's clock. "You can't have two locations on the clock called home, Molly. The magic doesn't work that way," she was saying. "I want my children and their spouses and grandchildren to always feel this place is home," Molly retorted. "How many do you have left at home?" "Nobody," Molly exclaimed. "Well, Andromeda and Teddy are making their home with us. I suppose we should have them on the clock too. Plus all of your children and their spouses, and one grandchild on the way, so I would expect there would be more eventually. Molly, you need a bigger clock. Can you enlarge this one, so that it's bigger but still the same clock? All we have left from the old burrow are a few things we brought to Muriel's house when we had to leave because it was too dangerous here." The woman's expression said that she thought that, too dangerous was a rather mild statement. "How about Molly's home and children's home on the clock?" the witch finally asked. "We can expand the dial, add more categories and give you enough room for a dozen grandchildren." Ginny was fascinated by the conversation, and she sat down to listen to her mother and the clock witch. The clock was the only thing even remotely resembling furniture that had been saved from the old burrow. Molly and the witch expanded the clock and went into the details on how spouses and children would be added. Finally the witch left. "Mum, it sounds like you add people to the clock," Ginny said. "It's not automatic, like when someone gets engaged. Harry and Angelina are on the clock. Shouldn't Hermione be on the clock too?" Molly looked at the clock, sort of flustered, and said to Ginny, "Hermione probably ought to be on the clock. It's just that Ron and Hermione are not formally engaged, and I really don't want to risk putting someone on the clock and then take them off." "Did you put Fleur on when she and Bill got engaged? I don't remember her on the clock the first Christmas," Ginny asked. "I'm ashamed to say it now," Molly said, and then took a big breath, "but she wasn't on the clock that Christmas. You weren't the only female in the family who was not all that happy that Bill was engaged to that uppity French witch." "She was on the clock when we came home that summer," Ginny said. "When Bill's face was shredded, I was sure that Fleur would just walk away," Molly said. "I thought that if he wasn't handsome, she would not want to marry him. When she told me that the scars would just be a sign that Bill was a hero, and she would have to be pretty enough for both of them, but that she was going to marry Bill anyway, well, I knew she loved Bill and not just the pretty face. I went home and cried over how bad Bill's face was shredded, but also over how mean I had been to Fleur, and how I hadn't put her on the clock or knit her a jumper for Christmas. Before the night was out, she was on the clock. I think that you ought to put Hermione on the clock too, Ginny said. I think the only reason Ron hasn't asked Hermione to marry him is because he doesn't have money for a ring. Well, plus he's an idiot sometimes, especially about girls. Besides, she's always been almost as much a member of the family as Harry. Molly and Ginny stared at the clock silently for some time. Finally, with a smile, Molly raised her wand and said some things. Hermione was on the clock too. Friday morning, Arthur kissed Molly and took the flow. Harry kissed Ginny and followed. Michael kissed Rosemary, and as had become her custom, Coriander said out loud, "Stop it, Mum. He's not Dad." When Michael left, Rosemary turned to Coriander and said, "Michael and I are going to get married tomorrow, and you are going to respect him as your father." "He's a nice man," Cinnamon said, as though she'd been through this 1,000 times already. "You're not being fair to him." "I like your mum," Tom said to Coriander. "We're not happy we lost our mum, but we'll give your mum a chance. Give Dad a chance." "They shouldn't be kissing like that," Coriander said. "Next thing you know, Mum will have a baby with him. It's not right." "Maybe we will have a baby together," Rosemary said, wondering if a shared sibling would help matters. "You have about an hour before we do some schoolwork." "I don't want to see you for about an hour, if you can behave." "Yes, Mum," all 6 children said, as they disappeared up the stairs. "You still think Coriander is going to accept the wedding?" asked Molly. "Cinnamon and Tom both say she will," Rosemary said. The 2 oldest children seem to have agreed to share the role of watching over all of the younger children, and both of them have talked to Coriander. They think that once it's a done deal, she will accept it, just probably not very gracefully at first. "It's almost like you and Michael were expecting something like this. It happened so quickly," Ginny said. Rosemary shook her head and said, "When Bill kissed me that last time, it was almost like he knew, well, he did know that it could be the last time." Grace was so anxious to fight, so mad at the people who had ruined her life and especially the life of her children. "We talked about who would fight and who would stay behind, and Bill said I had to stay behind. If anything happened to him and Grace, Michael and I would need to get out of Britain, take the children to someplace safe, make a life for ourselves. Even if they were just missing or captured, we'd have to go. The children needed a parent, and they needed a mother and a father figure. When we found out that both of them died in the battle, we knew what was expected of us. We, the family, we were good friends, but never that way. I loved Bill and Michael, loved Grace, but we never would have thought to switch or take the other's place or anything like that, but we talked after the battle, and within a week had made up our minds, but somehow it wasn't real until the funeral, and then we buried them, saw the grave sites with graves for us between our spouses, and at least for me, it became very, very real. That night we made love for the first time. We had never Eve, and well, it wasn't like it was the first time, but it was the first time with a different partner. Michael is kind and considerate but he's not Bill, and it was good and strange. We made love, and it felt sort of good. When we were done, we both cried, held each other close feeling our naked bodies next to each other and cried and cried and cried, mostly for our dead spouses but also because it felt good, sorrow and joy mingled. We just bawled for a long time. It's still like that, joy and tears. I am so lucky to have Michael. The wedding charms will be good, and we will love each other even more as the years go by. I wonder if the tears will ever end, though. By the time Rosemary had gotten through saying all of this, she was bawling. She, Ginny and Molly all cried and hugged for some time. Maybe most of the tears were of grief, but some were of joy too. A new family was being born out of the wreckage of 2 good intact families that never should have ended so prematurely, eventually. They just sat and made small talk until it was past time for Rosemary to go upstairs to work with the children and Ginny's flying partners had shown up. Saturday, August 8th, Fiona McGonagall Pruitt was supposed to arrive in the morning, coming into the ministry by flow from North America. Patrick Pruitt and Molly were at the flow when Fiona arrived, along with Harry and Ginny. Fiona rushed up to Patrick and gave him a big hug. She then looked at Molly and said, "Hello, Molly. It's been a long time." "I remember you from Hogwarts," said Molly. "You were dating Fabian then." "And from 5th year on, you only had eyes for Arthur," said Fiona. I'm still in love with Arthur, said Molly with a twinkle in her eye. Patrick has told me about your wonderful family, said Fiona. The last Christmas before your parents died, your mother told your father right in front of us that it was not right that you were not with us. Something had to change, and you and Arthur and as many children as you wanted to have were going to have to be welcomed into the family. Your dad said that what was done, but your mother said that what was done could be undone. The last I heard from Fabian, they were taking legal steps to uninherit you, and Fabian was going to visit you to try to make some peace in the family. And then they died, and only a couple of months after that, Fabian and Gideon died. Oh, Molly, I am so sorry. She held her arms out. Molly opened her arms and the sisters-in-law hugged each other. I am sorry we did not know each other when our children were growing up, said Molly. Fabian did a very good job of hiding me and making sure that even if Voldemort won and all of Europe was under his sway, they could not find me or Patrick. It kept me safe, but at the cost of losing touch with my entire family, said Fiona. Molly said, you are staying with us for as long as you want. Our house was destroyed in the war, but Harry, pointing to her soon-to-be son-in-law, has built a big new house for us, and it feels empty. So, until I have lots of grandchildren filling it up, I need some guests. Besides, if you want family, at least on Sunday mornings, we can give you plenty of family. Thank you, Molly. This has to be your daughter Ginny, the one who is getting married, said Fiona looking at Ginny. Hello, Mrs. Pruitt, said Ginny somewhat shyly. Call me Fiona, Ginny, said Fiona. And is this the young man we have heard so much about, the hero of the Battle of Hogwarts and your prize catch? She caught me, Fiona, yesed me right into marrying her, said Harry with a big grin. Over the next few months, Fiona became part of the expanding family, taking up residence at the new burrow, to the delight of Molly and the rest of the family. They found out that most of the estate issues surrounding her parents' and her brother's estates were because they had been frozen due to unanticipated complications, and not reopened. But when they got into the estate, Molly did have a modest-sized bequest, although the vast majority of the estate was going to Fiona through Fabian. Molly felt sure that had her parents lived, they would have become proud grandparents to her brood of children. The permanent or semi-permanent residents of the new burrow included Molly and Arthur in the master suite, Andromeda in the mother-in-law suite, Teddy in a bedroom just upstairs from Molly, and Fiona and Patrick Pruitt in adjoining rooms. That left 5 bedrooms for her 6 remaining children and their spouses or significant others, plus grandchildren that looked like they would start coming soon. Suddenly, the house did not look too big. Of course, 3 of the 6 remaining bedrooms were temporarily being occupied by what was to become the Appleleaf family. Saturday afternoon, Michael and Rosemary had a small wedding, attended only by the residents of the burrow. Harry showed up, as did Bill and Fleur, but they were the only other people there. Michael and Rosemary stood in front of the little wizard who presided over these ceremonies. They had what looked like a script before them. Michael said, "We are gathered here to celebrate 2 fantastic marriages, my marriage to Grace Gryffindor and my marriage to Bill Bayleaf. And we want to join our lives and our families together, because of our fantastic spouses and the great children we've had together. Therefore I, Michael Appledorn, take you, Grace Bayleaf, to be my wife, to love you as I loved Grace and you loved Bill, to be faithful to you until death part us. I, Grace Bayleaf, take you, Michael Appledorn, to be my husband, to love you as I loved Bill and you loved Grace, to be faithful to you until death part us. Together, we promise to love our children, all of them equally, even if only one survives. Because we are joining our families, we are also joining our names, becoming the Appleleaf family. Rosemary, take this one ring, made out of the 2 engagements rings and stones, as a symbol of our marriage, and this double wedding ring, combined but not merged, symbol of the 2 weddings. Michael, take this double wedding ring, combined but not merged, symbol of the 2 weddings." Molly and Arthur said some charms over Michael and Rosemary that parents usually said over their children, to bind them closer together. The little wizard had documents for Michael and Rosemary to sign. Then Tom read, "I am signing this document to change my name to Thomas Appleleaf, pledging to love and honor both of you as my parents, and to treat the girls as my sisters. I am signing this document to change my name to Cinnamon Appleleaf, pledging to love and honor both of you as my parents, and treat the boys as my brothers. I am signing this document to change my name to Richard Appleleaf, pledging to love and honor both of you as my parents, and treat the girls as my sisters." Everybody looked at Coriander. No one knew what she was going to say. She looked at Michael and Rosemary, then at the other children. I don't want to be left out, she said. I've been sort of rotten to Mr. Appledorn. Appleleaf, Tom and Cinnamon gently reminded her. Coriander glared at Tom and Cinnamon, and in an exasperated tone of voice, said, It's bad enough having a bossy older sister, but now I've got a bossy older brother too, and you are conspiring with each other to boss us. Coriander stuck out her tongue at the older children. A younger brother isn't much worse than a younger sister, I guess. I would have liked to have a sister my age. Dick's not too bad, but he's not a sister. She gave a big resigned sigh and paused with tears in her eyes. Finally she said, I'll sign and become in. Appleleaf. Coriander signed the document, and then went over to Michael and said, I'll try to call you Dad, Mr. Appleleaf. I just miss my dad. Michael crouched down and hugged Coriander, tears stinging his eyes. He would have to try to give this new daughter of his just a little extra attention, he thought. The two littlest children printed shaky signatures the documents. After dinner, Michael and Rosemary left to spend the night. They planned on coming back Sunday evening, a brief honeymoon of just over 24 hours. Before the Appleleaf children went to bed, Coriander looked at Ginny and said, Mum talked to me about what men and women do after they get married, like he puts his. Is Mum going to let Mr. Appledorn do that to her? Appleleaf now, Coriander, Ginny quietly reminded her. I'm sure they want to do it. Wow, gross. I guess Mum and Dad, my real dad, did it too. That's how they made you and your sisters. Ginny was struggling not to smile at the young girl's disgust. I hope they don't make another baby. The family's already twice as big with boys. I've got more brothers than sisters. It's awful. I had all bothers, 6 of them. I thought it was nice, mostly. At least you're not the youngest and smallest. Is it really that awful? Is it really that awful, Coriander? Well, no, not really. And Mr. Apple, he's really nice, except when he's being a dad, and then he's kind of like my dad making us obey. But if I say it's going to be all right, it's like I am a traitor to my dad. You're not. Your dad wanted your mother and you to be happy. I sort of know that. I just don't feel like that. Maybe you just need to give it some time, Coriander, said Ginny, planting a kiss on the top of the child's head. She couldn't imagine her own parents remarrying under any circumstances and thought that that must be how Coriander was feeling. Your mom and dad are trying to do what will be best for everyone. Do you think you can try to give it a chance? Coriander's eyes looked watery, but she had a strong look of determination as well. You've all been so nice to us. I'll try. Ginny woke up Sunday morning, August 9th, went in to take a shower and wash her hair and thought, I have been really good with the eye touch of lust, I spell. I've only used it 1 or maybe 2 times a week and only with 1 flick. But Tuesday night I'll be married, and Harry and I will finally make love. So today, tomorrow, and my wedding day I'll use 2 flicks. Harry met Ginny in the kitchen of the burrow. Molly had a feast as usual. Teddy was finally taking a bottle well from either Molly or Andromeda or anyone else who wanted to feed him, and Ginny could feed him without him getting upset that he was not nursing. The plans were almost done for the birthday party, surprise wedding. Ginny and Harry were getting more and more anxious. The whole family eventually showed up. Molly had to show everybody the clock hanging in a prominent place in the kitchen. Hermione saw her name on the clock, and her eyes just about popped out of her head. She didn't say anything at first, but later that morning, Ginny saw Hermione and her mum in a private conversation. After they were done, Hermione and Molly hugged. Hermione went back to sit next to Ron. She held his hand and put her body next to his, sitting in a way you only sit when you are a lot more than just friends. Before Hermione and Ron left, Hermione motioned to Ginny and they went outside. Your mum said you were responsible for me being on the clock, Hermione said. I guess I want to be part of this fantastic family, but until that idiot brother of yours asks me to marry him, well, we've talked about it, and we even agree that we are going to get married. But it's not like he's proposed. I don't even need a ring or anything, just Ron saying, Hermione and I are engaged. We will get married. We're just working on when and how. That would be enough. I think Ron's scared. That's Ron, scared to tell the girl he loves that he wants to marry her. Idiot. I told Mum that it was all over except for the formalities, and she might as well have you on the clock, Ginny said. Thank you, Ginny. It means a lot to me, said Hermione as she gave Ginny a big hug. The birthday party was going to be a casual affair. Harry had a pair of very nice charcoal gray cotton pants and a casual white cotton shirt that he was going to wear, along with sandals. In photographs and in person it looked dressy while not inappropriate for a garden party. Ron had a similar outfit with a pastel blue shirt and tan slacks. Hermione had a very nice, form-fitting but conservative pastel blue sundress with spaghetti straps and a modest neckline. Ginny had gotten a white strapless cotton sundress that was a little dressier than was normal for a sundress, with piping that was, if not lace, at least lace-like all around the top and bottom of the dress. The same white-on-white piping went under her breasts, outlining her shape in a most attractive way. Ginny thought that half of the girls at Hogwarts were unhappy with their breasts, thinking they were either too small or too big. Ginny was actually rather satisfied with her shape, big enough that there was no doubt of her femininity but not too big. The neckline was quite conservative, showing just a touch of breast, although it did show the start of her scar, and the skirt came down to just above her knees. The cotton fabric of the dress was close-knit, the kind of cotton that looks almost sheer but feels comfortable, and the white was one of those whites that one remembers not as shiny but as both touchable and beautiful at the same time. The dress was form-fitting as only a magical dress could be from the top of the dress until her natural waist and then flared out modestly. The skirt moved side to side as her hips moved, and Harry suspected that it had been charmed to exaggerate the sway. Although a very attractive dress, and one that looked fantastic on Ginny, it was still obviously a sundress and not a wedding dress. Molly had been with the couples as they picked out their clothes, but Ginny had been altering the dress with magic, lowering the neckline to show much more bust, and raising the skirt until it came halfway up her thigh. Ginny and her mother were looking the altered dress, and Harry heard Molly and Ginny arguing. Molly was shouting, "Ginny, that dress is way too low cut, and you are showing way more than you should. You can see more through that fabric than is proper. You need more layers on top." Harry came into the room, and Ginny looked at Harry, who said, "I think your mum is right." Ginny looked at Harry in shock. "I want to be as sexy as possible for you. This is my wedding." Harry thought a little. How was he going to put this? Finally, he decided that there was no easy way to say what he wanted to say. "Ginny, your mother is right. Everything I need to see I will see Tuesday night. There is no need to be that revealing. I expect that enough people will take photographs that we really should have a much more modest dress." Ginny's eyes got wide open, and she pouted, saying, "You don't like me dressed like this?" Harry answered, "Not on such a public occasion. Maybe on vacation on a beach, but you're even pushing the limits there. Ginny, we are very public figures, and we are going to have to behave just a little conservatively in public." Molly piped in, "Harry is right. There is one way to behave in public, another in private. Your father and I would not have had all you children if we did not like the physical part of marriage. We still do. But some things are best left behind closed doors." Ginny said, "You and Dad still. Ginny thought her parents still did it, but she was a little surprised to hear her mother talk freely about it. "Have sex?" said Molly, looking surprised. "Of course. We're not that old. I hope we're never too old. There's magic in sex too. It's part of the physical world. Once you and Harry are married, enjoy each other." Ginny was amazed. She had seen her mother and father kissing plenty of times, and it usually embarrassed her. To have her mother tell her not to control herself and not just have sex but to enjoy sex with Harry, after they were married, was a revelation. Over the next day or so, Molly and Harry were able to reassure Ginny that just because she needed to be more conservative in public did not mean she had to be at all conservative when it was just her and Harry. Ginny and Molly modified the dress so, and Harry's, standards of modesty. They even made the skirt longer, coming to just below the knee. Harry thought the dress made Ginny look absolutely stunning. Everybody who saw Ginny in the dress would think that she was incredibly gorgeous and that Harry was one of the luckiest wizards in the world. As they were putting the dress away, Molly looked at Ginny and said, "You're really getting married on your birthday." "Finally," said Ginny. "I've waited for months." "You are the young lady who complains that you have to wait for everything," said Molly. "How many of your friends got married before starting their last year at Hogwarts?" Ginny looked at her mother, momentarily at loss for words. Finally she said, "Hannah and Neville did, but they're a year older." "Maybe you're a little young to be getting married, young lady," said Molly. "I still want to, Mum," said Ginny. Things really change once you're married, don't they? Once you're married, what you do is between you and Harry, said Molly. She then went into an imitation of a typical Ginny Weasley tirade. Nobody wants me to grow up. Wait, wait, wait. I have to wait for everything. Will I ever be allowed to grow up? Molly paused, looked directly at Ginny, and said, You are very much a grown-up. When you're married, or you should be, no matter how young you are. Ginny started to quietly laugh, like she could hardly believe what she was saying. I'm doing it. I'm actually marrying Harry Potter on my birthday. No one will be able to treat me as a little girl anymore. Ginny ended with a resounding, yes. Molly was beginning to tear up. In a quiet voice, with just a small hint of panic in it, she said, Do you have any idea how hard this is for me? I love Harry and I'm glad he is marrying into the family, but you haven't even finished Hogwarts. I never wanted my children to have to grow up as fast as I had to, and it's just very hard seeing you get married so young. I'm not pregnant, Mum, Ginny said, losing the giggles and getting serious. I'm going to finish at Hogwarts and maybe, I hope, play for the Harpies before I have children. Except Harry and I sort of have a child already with Teddy, don't we? It's not fair to you if I leave Teddy with you in Andromeda, when I could be taking care of him. Mum, I'm sorry, I always wanted to do it all. But I just can't. If you want me to finish Hogwarts, I can't take care of Teddy and be his mum. Ginny looked at her mother, and realized how hard it was for Molly to see her only daughter get married so young. She went over and went into one of Molly's hugs, hugging her back and finally saying, Mum, I'm sorry if this is hard on you. Mum, how come we can't have any happy moments without a few tears? I think because we're human, said Molly as the two women hugged again. CH15. The wedding. CH15. The wedding. Ginny Weasley walked into her bedroom at the new Burrow at around midday on Monday, August 10, 1998 and looked around. She had only been in this room for 10 days. They'd furnished it with a queen-size bed for her and Harry. There really were not many of her possessions in the room, and one of the things she was going to do today was move everything she was going to need to Grimmauld Place. Unlike the old destroyed Burrow, the new Burrow had never really felt like her home. It was her parents' home. One more day, one more lonely night, and then she would never again stay here as a Weasley. She and Harry were young. They could have lots of years ahead of them. She knew of a few witches and wizards who had celebrated their 100th wedding anniversary. Was that possible? She and Harry could be happy together for 100 years, celebrating with their children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren and maybe even great-great-grandchildren. How fantastic would that be? Somehow she felt that it would not be that simple. Even the 3 months of their engagement had been busier, with Harry gone more than she had expected. As exciting as the notion was, it was also rather daunting. It wasn't that she could imagine loving Harry any less, but there would be difficult times in addition to the fun ones. Ginny and Molly had a lot to do to get ready for the combined Harry and Ginny birthday party, which was going to become the wedding. And they wanted as much of it done as possible before tomorrow. The good thing was that it kept Ginny busy. If she did not have something to do, Ginny thought that she would go crazy. Ginny had a very, very hard time getting to sleep. She kept wondering what it would feel like when it was put where it was supposed to be put, and if it was as fun as they said it was. Ginny woke up a little late on Tuesday. It had taken her a long time to get to sleep. Suddenly it hit her and she jumped out of bed as though scalded. This was the last morning in her life that she was going to wake up as Ginny Weasley. By tonight she would be Ginny Potter, no longer a virgin, thank goodness, but a married lady. She thought back to getting Harry to put that ring on her finger. Praise Merlin, it worked. She was as horny as she had ever been, wanting nothing more than to shed all of her clothes and strip Harry of his and jump him, and so she still used the touch of lust spell with 2 flicks. Harry Potter went to work on Tuesday as usual. It seemed really strange, but if they were going to maintain the illusion that tonight was just a birthday party for Ginny and Harry, it was important for him to be at work. It was known to a few people that he was taking the rest of the week off, and he tried to tie up any unfinished tasks. He also had to get some documents together for the wedding and for after the wedding. With all of the estate issues, getting married was a little more legally complex than usual. The last couple of days it had been very hard to concentrate on anything but Ginny. It was getting harder and harder. Harry could not understand how anyone could be engaged for a long time and not have sex. By noon, he was done, and Harry went to the new Burrow. Molly was supervising getting the garden ready. Harry was wearing a very nice pair of gray slacks, a summery knit shirt and sandals, just a little overdressed for a summer party. Ginny also wore sandals with her elegant sundress. She had on the slightest amount of cosmetics, with her nails and toes manicured but not garishly painted. The young couple had a light lunch, not saying much. Ginny took a good look at Harry again and thought, he looked tired when he arrived, and he's still tired. Come up to our bedroom, tired man. Ginny said. Harry did not say anything but just got up and let Ginny lead him up to her. Well, now it would be their bedroom. As excited as he was, when his head hit the pillow, he was asleep. They're working him too hard, thought Ginny. Guests started to arrive at about 2:30 p.m., mostly family at first. Ginny went up to wake Harry. She pulled off the covers. He was in bed with nothing on but his boxers. The touch of lust spell was driving her crazy, and she could not stand it. Ginny locked the door. She took off the sundress and her knickers and pulled off Harry's boxers. Harry woke up and looked at Ginny standing there naked before him. He got up and grabbed onto her. Then they heard Molly yell, Harry, Ginny, Neville and Hannah are here. Harry let go and backed off, took a good look at Ginny and said, tonight. Harry was shaking. He really wanted to have sex with Ginny right then, but he also felt that this was not the time or place for their first time. He wanted to be able to take their time, figure things out without a house full of people, most of whom were related to Ginny. He started to put his clothes on. The brief nap seemed to have revived Harry. Well, maybe it was seeing Ginny naked, even if for a brief moment, that had done the trick. Whatever the reason, Harry was wide awake. He and Ginny were both having a hard time concentrating, but Molly was calling, and they had to go. Neville and Hannah Longbottom knew of the plans for the evening, and they wanted to spend a little time with Harry and Ginny before there. If we are going to be at school with you, said Hannah. Neville really wants to be an Auror, at least for a few years. He knows the Ministry needs him. I know he will eventually end up back at Hogwarts, when he feels the Aurors no longer need him. I'm not sure if I am going back. It would be nice having you next to us, said Ginny coaxingly. Will you be living in Ottery Street Catchpole in the family house? Hannah answered, with Neville's grandmother. At least the house is big enough that we will be in our own area. I intend to try to visit your mother once I have the baby. Ginny said, don't wait until the baby is born. Besides, Harry and I are going to try to get back here most weekends. The friends promised to stay in touch. Hogwarts staff started to arrive at about 4 p.m., as did some of the school friends. Harry and Bill had arranged an orchestra connected with the Rothschild estate to be at the new Burrow from about 4 p.m. until 10 p.m. to play for the crowd, and they started to play familiar classical melodies. The day was warm, sunny and beautiful. By 5 p.m., the party was in full swing. Harry led Ginny up to the stage, and as they looked out over the people, he said, Ginny, this looks to me like a happily ever after day. I am standing here next to the most beautiful and wonderful woman in the world, and by tonight, you will be my wife. Ginny just gushed, the biggest possible smile on her face. Oh, Harry, so far it's been like a dream. Not exactly the dream I had as a child, but since my father was never a king, and we never lived in a castle, maybe that dream was never very realistic. I love you. The lovers gently kissed and held it for a very long time. When they stopped, they noticed that everyone was looking at them and applauding. They also noticed that Cindy Bass and a photographer from the Daily Prophet plus Luna and her father were there, so both publications would have that kiss or another one in the paper. People started to arrive in earnest at 5 p.m. Harry and Ginny tried to introduce each other to the people they didn't already know. Harry introducing Ministry people and Ginny trying to introduce Harry to the huge number of aunts, uncles and cousins she had. Molly was busy and Andromeda Tonks looked like all the guests were terrifying her, so shortly after 5 p.m., just after he woke up from a nap, Ginny picked up Teddy and he was introduced to people as they made their rounds. Harry eventually spotted Dudley Dursley waving at him. Well, he was hard not to spot because he was so tall. Although not exactly thin, Dudley was a lot thinner, and as far as Harry could see, both healthier and happier than he had been the last times Harry had seen him. Aunt Petunia was with him, maybe a little older and thinner but otherwise unchanged. Hello, Harry, Dudley exclaimed. Aunt Petunia just glared at Harry and Ginny. Dudley, Aunt Petunia, I want you to meet my fiancée, Ginny, Harry said. She's holding my godson Teddy. Teddy's parents were killed at the Battle of Hogwarts. Wow, Harry, she's cute, Dudley said to Harry, and turning to Ginny said, pleased to meet you. Cute baby. Aunt Petunia sort of nodded. You're getting married tonight? Dudley whispered. Both Harry and Ginny nodded yes, Ginny very vigorously. You really killed that Voldy guy? Dudley asked. May 2nd was just unreal. We woke up to, well, everyone was scared to death, and then someone said, Harry won. It was like they could not believe it. Then someone else appeared really quickly, like you people do, and said, like, wand to wand you dueled and you won. Harry laughed at the much abbreviated story and said, there was a lot more to it, and I had a lot of help, but yeah, in the end, he and I dueled. Ginny piped up with, of course he did. Harry killed the worst dark wizard ever and saved the wizarding community. A lot of people helped. Ginny is my hero, Dudley, he said. See this scar? She got it in another one fighting for us at Hogwarts, the school, while I was busy doing other things. I am so proud of her, and I think that scar is the most beautiful token of love and bravery I could imagine. Aunt Petunia was looking skeptically at Harry while all of this was going on, but she did not say anything. Ginny was fully prepared to bat bogey hex both of them, but Dudley was obviously in such a good mood and in awe of Harry that she refrained. Dudley being vocal about how cute Ginny was didn't hurt either. Ginny and Aunt Petunia continued to eye each other warily, however. They did something to almost everybody to make them forget. Everything, Dudley said. They did not do anything to me. I'm really grateful to you for that. The wizards said the only reason they were not doing it to Mum and me was because you asked. Thank you. Again. Dudley shook Harry's hand at the second thank you and then looked at his mum. Petunia looked at Dudley and then back at Harry. I don't remember Lily's wedding or funeral. I don't remember if I was at either of them, Petunia said, fussing with her bag, unable to look at Harry. I guess I'm glad this last year was not stolen from me too. You are welcome, Harry said, wondering if the loss of so much to do with her sister had to do with how Petunia had perceived the situation. Do you want to see if we can get any of those memories back for you? No, Harry, Aunt Petunia said, reverting to form. The less magic that touches me the better. That was nice of you to offer, Dudley said with a thoughtful look. I got to see magic performed, and we tried to get stuff to eat. We had a little cash, actually had a little come in every week, but not enough to feed everybody. We had to find plants and even animals that they turned into other things. It was amazing to watch. Sometimes they had to do a lot of changing before they got anything they wanted to eat, and nothing went to waste. Wizards must reuse everything. I never saw anything thrown away. I've never seen a trash pile outside a wizard house, said Harry, suddenly wondering about that. Sometimes there were piles of things waiting to be used or changed into something else but never just thrown out. Changing the subject, Harry asked, what are you doing these days, Dudders? Well, I'm in pretty good shape after this year, what with all of the exercise and short rations and all, Dudley said, patting his considerably smaller stomach. I had to exercise when we were out gathering stuff, and I've been going to the gym to stay in shape since then. I finished school, through correspondence, while in hiding. It was a really good experience, even the hard parts of it. I've started at university, studying mechanical engineering. See, Dad is partners with a couple of uncles, maybe great-uncles, in the drill company. There will be a full-time job for me there, if I can get good grades. Meanwhile, I'm working part-time in the factory learning as much as I can. They make a lot of really unusual drills, Harry. I would love to show you. We'll have to talk later, Dudley, Harry said. They've been keeping me awfully busy, and tonight there are a lot of other people we need to see. Keep in touch, Harry, Dudley closed with a smile. I didn't expect your large cousin to be so friendly, Ginny said, remembering all of the things she'd heard over the years. It looks like the year in hiding did Dudley a lot of good, Harry observed. He looks healthier and happier than I think I've ever seen him. Fleur saw how busy Harry and Ginny were and offered to take Teddy. I wonder when Bill and Fleur will have children? Harry asked, looking at Fleur playing with Teddy. I know they are thinking about it, Ginny said, as she watched Teddy spit up on Fleur's elegant dress. Fleur smiled sweetly at Teddy and took out her wand and casually conjured a drool bib and cleaned her dress. He started to fuss and Fleur went inside to get a bottle for him and expertly fed and burped him. It looked like Teddy's head was on a swivel, he was so busy looking around, and he was being a very messy eater. Fleur took it all in stride, somehow staying clean and keeping Taze well, all the while entertaining Teddy and talking to other people. How can anyone hold a baby and be elegant at the same time? Ginny eventually asked, remembering the deplorable state of her robes at the end of most days when she was Teddy's primary caregiver. Harry just grinned. He didn't have any answer to that question, but he suspected it had something to do with Vila magic. Harry saw Kingsley Shacklebolt wave him over. Harry and Ginny went over and Harry recognized Gawain Robards, the head of the Auror department. Harry had never formally met Gawain. Kingsley said, "Gawain, I want you to meet Harry Potter and his fiancée Ginny." Harry, Ginny, Gawain Robards, the head of the Aurors. Harry and Gawain shook hands, neither of them saying anything. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Arthur Weasley came over and said, "Glad you could make it, Gawain. Where's your wife?" "She is busy at home with some things we just couldn't get out of. Things are still in some disarray because of the war," Gawain answered. He looked around. "Really fancy place you have now, befitting the head of magical law enforcement." "The old burrow was destroyed," Arthur said. "Cursed down to the ground. The builders said we needed a large house to cover all the curses, and Harry made it possible for us to build this beautiful big house." Gawain flushed at the reminder of what had happened to the Weasley family. "Just how many things going on in the wizarding community are you responsible for?" Gawain asked Harry, realizing that this wasn't the only residence that had been recently rebuilt or repaired. "From the way people talk, you have your hand in everything good that is going on." "I'm sure they exaggerate," Harry said quickly. "I know how many people helped me and helped other people. There were a lot of heroes during this war." Gawain nodded but continued to look warily at Harry. Bill Weasley came over to say hello. "Still finding more money?" Kingsley asked. "Harry is a genius at handling the goblins," Bill said as Harry and Gawain listened. "He doesn't do much, but whenever we are in a sticky situation, he makes sure that the goblins are treated fairly. And whenever we bend over backwards to be fair to them, they seem to find more money. The goblins respect me, but I think they may actually like Harry." They all laughed at that. The goblins rarely liked anyone who wasn't a goblin. Gawain looked at Harry again, then at Minister Shacklebolt, Arthur and Bill Weasley and back at Harry. He was going to be Harry's boss? Somehow Gawain Robards thought it was not going to be that simple. At about 7 p.m., Minister Shacklebolt got up and asked for quiet. Kingsley said, "As all of you know, Harry and Ginny are engaged and no wedding date has publicly been announced. Many of you probably guessed that we were going to hold the wedding today, because of security issues and also because if we had a public announcement, the wedding could grow too big to secure. Harry, Ginny, please come here with your witnesses." Ginny, Harry, Ron and Hermione went up to the stage. "Are you here freely?" Kingsley asked of the betrothed couple. "Yes we are," Harry and Ginny said in unison. Kingsley asked, "Is it your desire to magically bond your souls to each other in love and fidelity until death?" "Yes. Do you have wedding vows, and have they been approved by the ministry?" Again together Harry and Ginny said, "Yes we have our vows." Harry then started, "I, Harry James Potter, take you Ginevra Molly Weasley to be my wife, in good times and in bad times, in health but also in sickness, with all of the scars you have or may get in the future, in happy times and in sad times, all the days of our lives. I, Ginevra Molly Weasley, take you Harry James Potter to be my husband, in good times and in bad times, in health but also in sickness, with all of the scars you have or may get in the future, in happy times and in sad times, all the days of our lives." The mention of scars pointed out the very visible scar above Ginny's breast, as well as Harry's famous scar, and it was mentioned in all of the newspaper articles about the wedding. The minister then asked, "Do you have your rings?" All 4 rings must be put on Harry's wand and Ginny will say the wedding charm over the rings. Then the rings must be put on Ginny's wand and Harry will say the wedding charm. Ginny then said, "These rings are a symbol of the unbreakable bond Harry and I are forming. May they always remind us of our bond," as she touched the rings on Harry's wand with her wand. They transferred the rings and Harry said the same spell. All of the stones on the rings shone. Harry put the wedding ring and the engagement ring on Ginny's finger, and Ginny put Harry's rings on his finger. The minister then said, "I now pronounce you bonded for life," as he waved his wand over their heads. Silver stars came out of the wand and surrounded the couple, who were holding each other, and everyone who saw them felt the bonding. The two were now one, in some magical way. Then Arthur and Molly were called up to give the parents spells. They seemed to know a number of spells to more tightly bond the couple together, some of them said while both couples held both of their wands. Harry and Ginny could feel the magic as her parents said the words, and all of the assembled crowd could see power move from the one couple to the other. Harry and Ginny lightly kissed, and the minister announced, "I hereby introduce you to the new Mr. and Mrs. Harry James Potter." Then the Minister of Magic brought Harry, Ginny, Ron and Hermione to a table to sign the formal marriage contract. It was open to the place where Ron and Hermione were supposed to sign the contract, and they signed. Then he turned the document to the place where Harry and Ginny were supposed to sign. The document had been signed several places on May 8th, but there were 2 more places where they had to sign. "Made an honest woman out of you now," Kingsley exclaimed with a wink at Ginny. Ginny looked at Kingsley. "What is that supposed to mean?" she asked. "Oh, that's just something you say when a couple has been living together before they were married. After all, you and Harry were betrothed and sharing a bed and bedroom," Kingsley said casually. "I didn't have to wait to have sex?" Ginny asked, suddenly realizing what Kingsley was implying and beginning to get agitated. Kingsley Shacklebolt realized that he had made the wrong assumptions and said the wrong things. He shut his mouth with a snap. "I didn't have to wait to have sex?" an extremely horny Ginny said, beginning to really get agitated. "Not everybody waits," said Kingsley, sort of under his breath. "Mother!" Ginny yelled, looking at her mother. Molly looked down. Ginny looked at her brother Bill and the documents in her hands, as Bill rushed up to try to calm down his sister, Fleur, still holding Teddy, who was sleeping on her shoulder, following quickly behind. "Everybody thinks we've been having sex because we've been betrothed and sleeping in the same bedroom. And Harry and I've been waiting and waiting. And waiting and waiting." Ginny yelled at her brother, loud enough for all the people at the wedding to hear. "Do you have any idea how horny I've been?" "Oh, you've been making that pretty clear," Bill said, the corners of his mouth twitching terribly with unreleased laughter. He managed to take a deep breath and quietly said, "Calm down." "Calm down? All of this waiting, and I've been betrothed and didn't need to wait. How could you?" Ginny yelled. "Do you think Mum would have signed the papers if she thought you knew you didn't have to wait?" Bill asked. "You're finally married now. You don't have to wait anymore." Ginny looked out at the wedding guests. Almost everybody at the wedding was either laughing or trying hard not to laugh. Even her mother, although she was obviously embarrassed, was suppressing a laugh. Bill and Fleur stood looking at Ginny, trying to be patient. Ron and Hermione were obviously embarrassed. "I'm terribly horny too, but I still think we SGHT, Harry said, his face turning as red as Ginny's hair. As eager as she was, he wasn't quite sure what she was thinking. "The waiting will be all over tonight. Do you think you can wait for a couple more hours so that we can greet all of the wedding guests again, have a dance?" Ginny spent a minute or so trying to control her emotions. "I probably should have been a little more discreet," Ginny said as she looked over the crowd again. "Maybe a little," Harry replied, laughing at his high-spirited bride. They hugged hard, Ginny whispering, "I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait." Maybe she had used the touch of lust spell a little too much. Harry and Ginny left the stage area hand in hand. Waiting to greet them were Arthur and Molly. Harry and Arthur hugged, Arthur grinning and saying, "I don't think you are going to have a reluctant bride tonight, Harry. Good luck. Enjoy." "I've been horny and having a very hard time concentrating too, but," Harry said looking at Ginny with a wry grin. Molly took Ginny into her patented hug. "I'm sorry if I embarrassed everybody," Ginny said. Molly looked at Ginny. "You've been using the touch of lust spell. How often?" "Just once a week, until Sunday," Ginny replied. "And then?" Molly asked. "Yesterday and today," Ginny replied, grinning at her mother. "How many flicks of the wand?" Molly asked. "Just one, until last Sunday, but 2 for the last 3 days," Ginny said, her grin even bigger. "I can't believe you didn't attack Harry in your bedroom, using the touch of lust spell that much," Molly admonished, her eyes closing briefly as though in silent prayer. "You both must be going out of your minds." Ginny remembered the scene in the bedroom just before her mother called her down to see Neville and Hannah. "I did," she whispered. "But Harry said we didn't have time." "Oh dear." Molly exclaimed as Harry went over to hug her. Molly whispered to Harry, as eager as she is, "I don't think Ginny knows much. Be gentle with her." "I don't know anything either," Harry admitted. "I'm a little worried that I won't know what to do." "Oh dear," Molly said again. "I had a book that I was going to give you, but I didn't get it in time. My copies were destroyed when the burrow was destroyed." Molly looked at Harry with compassion and concern. "You and Ginny will figure it out. Just be patient with each other." "All right," Harry answered. He left a little uneasy. If Molly, Mum Weasley, was a little concerned about his and her daughter's first time, Harry was beginning to get terrified. Professor McGonagall approached Harry and Ginny with a twinkle in her eye. "I have it on good authority, Harry, that a shy bride usually is a lot less shy once you are alone on your wedding night," she said with a grin that indicated she thought Harry was in for a pretty wild night. "Ginny's pretty quiet, but I think we'll manage," Harry laughed. Ginny saw Minerva sigh, with a kind of faraway look in her eye, and asked, "Did anyone ever ask you to marry him, Professor?" McGonagall gave a huge gasp, and grabbed Ginny's hand. "Do you want to talk about it?" Ginny asked, suddenly aware that she had asked a deeply personal question. "If it's too private, we'll just go." "No, that's all right. It's not a question I often get from my students," Minerva said, sitting down and indicating to Harry and Ginny that they should sit down too. "The war against Grindelwald was terrible. I think that half of my graduating class at Hogwarts was killed or injured in the war. Harry, yes, he was a Harry too. He and I somehow survived. From 1939 until the end of 1943, we talked about getting married after the war. We never lived together as a couple, just talked, dated, went on missions together. The Christmas of 1939 both of our parents came to visit, and Harry said, 'The family is here. Why wait?' So, on Boxing Day, we got married. 2 days later we went on our first mission together as a married couple. 6 weeks later, while we were on a mission together, I saw him get killed. We were with a group and there was no way to retrieve the body without endangering other people. We never found his body. 2 weeks later I came back from a dangerous mission sick, went into the infirmary, and had a miscarriage. I hadn't even known that I was pregnant." McGonagall had tears in her eyes at this point. She pulled herself together, saying, "I never took his last name, and few people know I was married. But I would not trade those 6 weeks for anything. It's just that weddings are a little hard on me sometimes." Minerva McGonagall ended by giving Harry and Ginny big hugs. She looked at them with a tremulous smile and said, "That doesn't mean that I'm not extremely happy for the two of you. After everything that's happened, it's very gratifying to see such a wonderful event come out of this war." "There is more to Professor McGonagall than we thought," said Harry, after they had taken their leave of her. Ginny just held on to Harry tightly for a moment and nodded, feeling her teacher's pain keenly. If it hadn't been for Voldemort taking Harry's blood, Ginny would have been left in a similar situation but without the brief marriage with which to console herself. Hagrid came over and gave Harry and Ginny a big joint hug, effectively crushing them. He looked over to where McGonagall was talking to some other people and sat down next to Harry and Ginny. "We just heard about Professor McGonagall's marriage," Ginny said. "Not many people know," Hagrid said, looking impressed. "She's got a big heart, that, keeps too much inside. Hard tear get her tear have fun. Hogwarts is her life, nothing outside o' Hogwarts." He waved his enormous hand around at the party and went on, "This reminds me so much o' your mum and dad, Harry. O' course they were married in a church, that little church in Godric's Hollow. I had ta be invisible, in back of the church, 'cause they was muggles and all there. Rig, pretty wedding, they were so happy. James, it was like he won every prize there ever was, winning Lily like that." He smiled as though it had been just yesterday. "Can't say I cared much for sister o' Lily's. Even then she was a bad un." Hagrid's tone changed to one of contempt and he nodded to where Petunia was turning up her nose at the proceedings. "Hasn't changed much, your cousin sure has. He and I talked. He likes magic now and magical people." Hagrid patted his two young friends, practically knocking their heads together, and went over to talk to Professor McGonagall. They could see him hug her and nod as the two of them talked. It was surprising to see the comfortable friendship that the two enjoyed. Harry was later pulled in one direction by Seamus Finnegan, Anthony Goldstein, and Ernie Macmillan, who wanted to congratulate him but also ask something about Auror training. All of the prospective Aurors thought that Harry would know just what Auror training was going to be like and even talked like maybe Harry was going to be running it. Harry had to tell them that he had to go through the training too. Harry beckoned to Kingsley Shacklebolt, who came over. Harry reintroduced his classmates and said, "They are all going to be in Auror training with me. They have asked me a lot of questions I don't have answers for." "I don't either," Kingsley said. "Gawain Robards is handling he training. He is having a few issues with it. But we've trained people for a lot of years and he has material from the old training sessions. All of you, Harry included, are just going to have to wait until September 2nd. Harry thought that he had convinced his classmates that he was unimportant. What had happened in their eyes was that Harry had demonstrated that he knew the Minister of Magic personally, just making Harry seem even more important. At the end of the little meeting, Seamus looked at Ginny, who was talking to Luna. He said, "Merlin, is she eager, Harry? Are you sure? You are going to be able to handle her tonight?" "I don't think I have much of a choice," Harry said, feeling more nervous with every passing minute, "not to mention with all of the innuendos. But hope you know what you're doing," Seamus replied, just reinforcing Harry's doubts even further. "Good luck," the other boys said as they parted, all of them either winking or wiggling their eyebrows at him. Harry was beginning to feel like he was going to need some good luck. Ginny was approached by Luna, who asked, "You did always like boys, but what did you do to make you so very eager to have sex? It's like you were almost out of control." Ginny looked at Luna and thought that the only way to satisfy her unlimited and persistent curiosity was honesty. She replied, "Maybe I used a touch of lust spell a little too much." "I think you used it a lot too much," Luna replied seriously, although her eyes were bright with merriment. "Did you and Harry learn what you were supposed to do tonight?" "Not exactly," Ginny admitted. "It's not like anybody shows you." "Why not?" Luna asked. "It seems to me that with something that important, someone would give you a demonstration or at least good instructions." "It's pretty private," Ginny said, starting to regret getting into such a candid conversation with Luna, who had no difficulty speaking her mind. "I surely can't see anyone giving you a demonstration." "That could be a problem," Luna pondered, "especially considering how eager you are. I hope Harry knows something." "I hope so too," Ginny said fervently, "although it's bloody unfair that they tell the boys all about it but don't tell the girls." "I guess I will meet a boy I want to do it with someday," Luna said. "From what I know, it is supposed to be enjoyable. I guess that by the time I do meet someone, you will know how to do it. Maybe you can tell me and Harry can tell the boy." "I can't exactly see us giving you a demonstration," Ginny replied, grinning. "That's a shame," Luna said. "I'm sure it would be very interesting. Somehow, I get the idea that if we had not been so blasted busy, we would have been given a little more instruction," Ginny said. "I just feel so eager and unprepared at the same time. People have been doing it for thousands of years, so it cannot be that difficult," Luna said. "I'm sure I can find out about it in books, but you probably learn more about it by doing it." "I'm almost positive it's also a lot more fun to do it than to read about it," Ginny replied, giggling. "You are probably right," Luna seriously replied. By this time, Harry was back. Luna touched Harry's arm, and with concern on her face and in her voice, she said, "I hope you got some good instructions on what to do tonight, Harry. Ginny's not so sure." Harry looked at the two girls. "How difficult could it be?" "I think we'll figure it out," he said. Ginny saw Aunt Muriel and her mother, and said, "We're in trouble now, Harry." "What did we do?" Harry asked, suddenly feeling apprehensive. "Auntie Muriel," Ginny said, pulling him away from where Harry could see Auntie Muriel and Molly in some sort of intense discussion. "What did we do to get Auntie Muriel so agitated?" Harry asked. "I am not putting that stupid tiara on," Ginny said. "It doesn't go with a sundress. It's not my style. We're already married." "Then don't," said Harry. "You don't know Auntie Muriel," Ginny exclaimed, obviously worried. At about this time, Muriel left Molly and made a beeline towards Ginny, holding the tiara in her hand. "Ginevra, Molly!" Muriel yelled, when she was about 30 feet away from the couple, causing everyone to pause and look in their direction. Ginny tried to smile at Harry as Muriel came thundering down at them. "Every Pruitt for over 100 years has been married wearing my goblin-made tiara," Muriel yelled. Ginny stood there, looking at the tiara. Muriel put the tiara on Ginny and said some sort of a spell. "Not much of a wedding dress," she sneered, looking at the sundress with disdain. "He may be a war hero, but he's a skinny little thing. I don't think he'll grow much taller, but maybe you can fatten him up a little. Take this off, Ginny yelled. I thank you for thinking of me, but we really didn't need it and it doesn't fit. It fits fine, and you will wear it until tonight, Muriel exclaimed. Ginny and Aunt Muriel stared at each other for over a minute, the two wills almost visible as each struggled to dominate. When it came to the tiara, however, Ginny had met her match. Finally, Ginny gave a big sigh, and it was obvious that Muriel had won. Yes, Auntie Muriel, Ginny said, resigned to her fate. She was pretty sure that the tiara had been charmed to stay on until they were at Grimmauld Place. Muriel stomped about 10 feet away, took a good look at Ginny, shook her head to indicate that she was still not satisfied and left to harangue Molly some more. We really were in trouble, said Harry laughing. Ginny glared at Harry. You don't have to wear this stupid tiara, boggarts. Ginny saw that Muriel was now talking to Angelina, and Angelina was giving Ginny a wary eye. I'm a little surprised you're wearing the tiara now, a grinning Hermione said to Ginny as she walked over to her. You're surprised, Ginny said. I surely didn't plan it. Ginny sort of felt her head. As she suspected, the tiara was charmed firmly on. By this time, Fleur had wandered over as well, still carrying Teddy who had awakened and who was grabbing at everything. What if you don't want to wear it? Hermione asked. Don't marry Weasley, Fleur said. Offer of tiara not offer, as command. Unbreakable tradition. Did you want to wear the tiara? Ginny asked Fleur as Teddy grabbed for the tiara. I wanted to be part of Weasley family, Fleur said, elegantly holding a squirming Teddy as she talked. Tiara was little thing. No way uppity French girl going to break tradition. I walk on eggs trying to be Weasley. I'm sorry if we didn't accept you at first, Ginny said. Bill was the first one married, and Bill brings home fancy French villa girl, not from Hogwarts, not comfortable, not familiar, Fleur said. It was like you didn't know how to act around us, Ginny said. I didn't, Fleur admitted. Scared, worried. Ari fit in. Hermione fit in. Tried to figure out Hermione and where she fit. Fleur not fit in at all. Was hard at first. Well, you fit in now, Ginny said, giving Fleur and Teddy a big hug. I can't imagine Bill married to anyone else. Ginny looked at her sundress. Teddy had pulled at it and managed to drool over it as well. Thank you, Ginny, Fleur said as she took out her wand and cleaned Ginny's dress. I feel more Weasley every day. Ginny looked at Fleur. She didn't look any less the exotic beautiful Vila, even while holding a squirming baby, but Ginny was just getting used to it. It was hard to imagine Bill married to anyone else. By this time, Angelina had come over to the group, with George trailing behind. Angelina looked at the tiara and said, Auntie Muriel said that I could wear the tiara at our wedding. Is not offer, as command, Fleur repeated with a smile directed at Ginny, who returned it ruefully. That's sort of what I thought, Angelina said. What could happen if Angelina didn't wear it? George asked. How much trouble could you be in? Fleur turned to George and said, Trust me, you don't want to find out. By this time, Bill had joined the group too. He looked at George and said, Trust us, you really don't want to try and find out what happens when you cross Auntie Muriel. That bad? George asked, astonished. Everyone nodded yes. His hand reached out to tweak Ginny's nose. So that's where you and Mum get it from. She glared at him so quickly and fiercely that he mumbled a quick apology. Ginny turned to talk to Fleur and Hermione, leaving Harry facing George and Angelina. It looks like you're going to have a wild woman on your hands tonight, Harry, said George with a grin. Are you sure you're prepared to handle my horny little sister? Harry shrugged his shoulders. More and more blokes were reinforcing the notion that maybe he didn't really know quite what he was going to do. How hard can it be? Asked Harry. Maybe somebody should have given you better instructions, like your experience, George, George said with a conspiratorial look on his face. Although you do have part of it right, it should be hard. Harry tried to smile, but it looked more like he had a toothache. He sensed that George had used a double entendre, but he was too nervous to laugh. Angelina popped in with, like you were all that good your first time. For all your big talk and swagger, you were scared to do it. You didn't know anything either. I got the deed done, George retorted. I wasn't a virgin, but it wasn't the most pleasant. Oh, we were horny enough. It was all right. But praise Merlin, you've gotten a lot better. George, Angelina said. I didn't think I was that bad the first time, George said quietly to Angelina, looking genuinely hurt. You didn't know what you were doing, Angelina said. Of course, I didn't either. It wasn't awkward. George looked at her in surprise. After the stunt you pulled? I didn't expect. I was so busy with other things that serious snogging wasn't even on my mind. Then to be in a single bed with nothing on but those little, and then you had nothing on your top. Well, you do have something on your top. That's sort of the point, but there wasn't anything covering it. And then, by the time we got to it, of course it was bloody awkward. At this point, somebody interrupted, trying to talk to George, leaving Harry even more concerned that he would not know exactly what to do. Meanwhile, Ginny asked Fleur, when can you take this thing off? After, Fleur said evasively. After what? Ginny asked. After bed and, after, Fleur tried to clarify without getting too specific, blushing. A horrified Ginny said, I have to go to bed with this thing on, and it won't come off until Harry and I, oh no, Fleur. Hermione looked at Ron, then at the tiara. No bloody way, Ron said. Well, what are we talking about, Ronald? Hermione asked. The thing on Ginny's head, that's all, Ron awkwardly replied. I think, he whispered, looking at Hermione again. Harry rejoined the conversation. Ginny turned to Harry and said, this thing won't come off until after. I didn't gather you wanted to wait, Harry said, assuming he knew what Ginny was talking about. I can't imagine anyone wanting to wait, Ginny said. Bill laughed. We have a second cousin who agreed to marry a girl because she needed to be married to get some inheritance. They were going to live in the same house but different rooms, split the money, and then get an annulment in a couple of years because they hadn't consummated the marriage. Of course she wore Auntie Muriel's tiara, and of course the next day it didn't come off. What happened then? Asked Ginny. The tiara came off 2 nights later, Bill said. I understand that the bride and groom had some heated discussions with Auntie Muriel, and she gave back as good as she got. So the bride and groom finally, well, we know they must have done it because the tiara came off. Of course, 9 months later they had a baby. They never anticipated needing birth control. They're still married with 3 children. It's not the worst marriage either, although hardly the best. Everybody laughed at Bill's family gossip, although Angelina and Hermione kept looking warily at the tiara. The dancing started about an hour after the wedding, and of course Harry and Ginny had to have the first dance. They were not very good, not having practiced much, but they did start the dancing. Other couples joined in, and Harry and Ginny danced with Molly and Arthur respectively, and then Harry danced with Hermione and Ginny danced with Ron. The next dance they were back together. Look at the Appleleaf family, Ginny said, pointing out the family group. Tom and Cinnamon were dancing with each other, or at least trying. At the same time, they were keeping an eye on the 2 youngest children. Rosemary was dancing with Dick, and Michael was dancing with or talking to Coriander. Coriander was looking at Harry and Ginny, and when the dance was over they came over to talk to them. Mrs. Potter, may I ask you a question? Coriander said. Ginny did a quick double take. This was the first time someone had called her Mrs. Potter. It somehow sounded old, certainly a lot older than she felt at the moment. She promptly replied, please, ask anything. Your father didn't walk you down the aisle. In most weddings I have seen pictures of or read about there is a big procession and the father walks the beautiful bride down the aisle. How come? Well, we didn't exactly have an aisle. But you have a father, and he was here. Well, I guess in the planning we just forgot. But didn't you want a big wedding with bridesmaids and gowns and everything? A fairy tale ending wedding. This is nice, but Mr. Potter is a big war hero and so are you. It's nice, but that's not even a wedding gown. Ginny looked around. They did have a chance to have a really big, fairy tale wedding, if they wanted to wait another year. No bloody way. But Coriander was right. This wasn't exactly the happily ever after dream wedding Ginny had anticipated. Your parents, your mother and stepfather, had a tiny wedding, but I thought it was beautiful, Ginny finally said. Sometimes the most important thing is just to have all of the people you love with you for your special day. But they are grown-ups and you're a girl, Coriander said. Your mother is still a girl, Ginny hastened to reply, although she understood the child's distinction. She's a mum. It's not the same thing, Coriander said. Harry and I could have waited a year and had a big wedding, Ginny said. There were a lot of reasons why we didn't want to wait. Just to do what boys and girls do? Asked Coriander, nodding as though she was very knowledgeable on the subject. Harry sort of squatted down so he was looking right at Coriander. I was away from Ginny almost all last year and being apart was hard. Having someone to come home to and talk to and share your life with, that's important. And after last year, that's what we both want. There are some other reasons why we can and should get married now, but it's not just or even primarily because of what boys and girls do after they are married. Ginny looked at Harry and nodded as he continued. It's not the getting married, it's the being married that's important to us, sharing our lives. Is that why you married, Mum? Coriander asked Michael. Yes, to share our lives. To raise you children, our fantastic families, together, and to have each other after you are off on your own, Michael said. Am I going to be your daughter even after I'm married? She asked in astonishment. Always, I want your children to be my grandchildren, Michael said. I'd have to marry a boy to do that, Coriander exclaimed like that was the most ridiculous thing in the world to imagine. She turned to go and Michael said, Thank Mr. and Mrs. Potter, Coriander. Thank you, she said, and then she thought of something. Mrs. Potter, do you like being Mrs. Potter? It was hard to change my last name. I think I will love being Ginny Potter, Ginny said. I'm not very fond of being called Mrs. Harry James Potter though. That's like I'm not M.E. anymore. Coriander thought and then said, Thank you Mrs. Ginny Potter, and you too Mr. Potter. Thank you, Michael said as he took Coriander's hand and led her away. I assume you will still be a girl long after you are a mother, Harry said, laughing at Coriander's logic. Coriander thinks that if she is nice to Michael, she is somehow betraying her own father, Ginny told Harry. She is having a really hard time right now. Just a little while later, Ginny said, Look. Michael was sitting down, and Coriander was sitting on his lap with her head against him, hugging him. Dick was sitting down next to them, but Rosemary came over to Harry and Ginny and said, Thank you for talking to Coriander, Ginny. I think what Harry said helped more than what I said today, Ginny replied. Thank you too, Harry, Rosemary said as she shook both of their hands and then gave them both a big Hoogie's sister and best friend. He was obviously a little uneasy, so Hermione asked, What's the matter, Ron? She's too young, Ron said. She's 17, Hermione said, already guessing where he was going with this. I thought that was the age of majority for witches and wizards. She's a year younger than I am, and she's getting married and everything, Ron replied. Is it the getting married or the everything, the sex? Hermione kidded, poking Ron and grinning. Well, both, Ron replied, obviously unsure. I mean, even if you can do it before you're married, you ought to at least be engaged. And that means that you have to buy an engagement ring and ask your girlfriend to marry you. What if she doesn't want to or doesn't like the ring, especially if you're an idiot like me? It's pretty terrifying. You have someone in mind, Ron? Hermione asked, suddenly realizing that this likely didn't have anything to do with Harry and Ginny and more to do with the fact that Ron didn't feel like he could propose to her because of his financial situation. Maybe the witch holding your hand? Bloody right, Hermione, Ron replied. You're the only one I'm thinking of like that. Well, if you asked, I would say yes, so you can stop worrying about that part, Hermione said. Me? Said Ron. But I'm an idiot sometimes. Hermione gave a long, drawn-out sigh. True, but you just happen to be the idiot I'm in love with. I hardly have any money, and you can't be properly engaged without a ring of some sort. I'm rubbish at picking out that type of stuff, Ron said. I don't want a ring any bigger than your mum's and whatever you choose will be perfect, because it'll be from you. That's all that matters to me, Hermione said, smiling when a look of hope and dawning shone in Ron's eyes. Let's go over and look at her rings. Ron and Hermione went over to where Arthur and Molly were talking to some people. May we see your rings, please? Asked Hermione, who knew full well what was on Arthur and Molly's hands. They held out their hands to show a pair of extremely modest gold bands. There was no sign of an engagement ring. Did Dad give you an engagement ring? Asked Ron of his mother. No, but he gave me 8 beautiful children, and there were always things we needed that were more important than a piece of jewelry for me, Molly said. We talked about it occasionally when we had a little money, but it was never that important. Hermione looked at Ron and said, That's what I want, a man that will love me like your father loves your mother. That's more important than any ring. She turned to Arthur and Molly. "Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley." They left Molly and Arthur. When they were a little ways away from anyone else, Hermione said, "I want to give myself to a man that will be like your father. If you will try to love me like your dad loves your mum, that's all I can ask for." "I'll try," Ron said. "Yes," Hermione said. "All you have to do is ask. The answer is already yes." "I thought Harry was the luckiest bloke in the world right now. I think I'm running a close second. I love you, Hermione. I'll do my best to love you like Dad loves Mum." "That's all I can ask for," she replied as they kissed. "That's all I could ever ask for." It was almost 10 in the evening, and Harry and Ginny were exhausted. "How long do we have to stay?" asked Harry. "Let me ask Mum if we can go," Ginny said. She spotted her father and the couple went over to him. Ginny said, "Dad, we are anxious to get going. Where is Mum?" "I think you need to cut the wedding cake first," Arthur replied. "Mum is in the kitchen, and I think Auntie Muriel and Aunt Betty are in there as well." "Oh no," Ginny said. She turned to Harry. "They're cousins, the same age, and they married Weasley cousins. From what I understand, they have been fighting for over 100 years. My poor wedding cake." Ginny marched resolutely towards the kitchen, Harry following closely behind. There in the kitchen were the two aunts, one on each side of the wedding cake, with Molly in between. Wands were drawn. The aunts were furious and determined. Molly was obviously both distraught and angry. Betty's side of the cake was decorated just like she and Ginny had decided. It had Harry and Ginny on the side, in Gryffindor red except the "and" was in gold. Other than that, it was a very simple cake with white frosting. Muriel's side of the cake had bright red hearts and sickly sweet-looking cupids, decorations that looked like someone had gone crazy with all of the glitter and satin and trivial love and wedding symbols one could imagine, all made worse by the fact that it was magical and moved. There was nothing on the top of the cake on Betty's side, but there was a bride and groom on Muriel's side. The bride was dressed in the fanciest lace, satin and silk wedding dress imaginable, high-heel shoes, a very long train held up by two flying pink cupids, hair piled on top of her head in a profusion of curls and complexity that made one think of someone who spent all day getting her hair done. Of course, a miniature tiara was on top of the hair. Ginny was very cute, but this was about as far away from Ginny's beauty as one could get. The groom was very tall and substantial, with the most over-the-top dress robes on that one could imagine. "Let's carry the cake out right now," Ginny said to Harry, and then to her aunts. "No magic. No arguments. No fights." Ginny got on the side of the cake next to Betty and Harry got between the cake and Muriel. Molly rushed to open the door and said to the two aunts, "Bring cake plates and silverware." Harry and Ginny carried the cake out to one of the tables that had been set up to hold desserts. A couple of the cousins that were helping with food quickly cleared the table so that Harry and Ginny could put the cake down. Betty came out with a pile of simple dessert plates and forks. Muriel came out with silver forks and plates with flying cupids and hearts on them. Each aunt stood on her side of the cake. Ginny whispered to Harry, "I want you to have the cake I picked out," as she cut two pieces, one from the Aunt Betty side and one from the Auntie Muriel side. It was a fantastically moist apple cake, with firm bits of tart apples in it. The frosting was a cream cheese frosting with enough lemon to give it a tang. Harry thought it was both delicious and very much like Ginny. "That's what I was afraid of," Ginny whispered to Harry as she gave him a taste of her piece of cake. The cake itself was the same, but the frosting was one of those empty sugar frostings that look pretty but that are cloyingly sweet, without any substance or interest. "Your frosting is just like you, complex, interesting, a little tart," Harry said. Ginny gave a knowing grin. She whispered to Harry, "Are you saying I should be a little tart tonight?" They enjoyed a mischievous smile and then stood watching over the wedding cake, keeping the peace by their presence as the two aunts glared at each other, until all the cake was served. They were not able to leave until almost 11 at night. "I think I've read 1 billion versions of Harry and Ginny's Perfect Wedding, all pretty much the same. My wife and I've done pre-marriage counseling. I wish some of the brides spent less time planning the perfect wedding and more time thinking about the marriage. I think some of them spend more time picking out a wedding dress than they do picking out the groom. I understand there is another version of McGonagall's life, with a short marriage much later. I'm sorry, but I am really not an expert in all the interviews or other things that have added to canon, my beta." And I went over the part of the chapter that refers to McGonagall and decided to leave it. At least I will never have Hermione and Draco fall in love. For me, canon is mostly the books. I will certainly listen to any problems you have with something I write, and if possible and not too much trouble, make my story conform to what Rowling has written or said. Jet. Ch16, The Honeymoon. Ch16, The Honeymoon, a chapter where we learn that what L takes practice. This is the explicit chapter. If you are not old enough, you should not read it. Harry and Ginny finally got away from the wedding at about 11 p.m., an hour later than they had planned. They took the flow to Grimmauld Place. As they were going through the drawing room, both of them kicked off their sandals. Harry asked Ginny if she wanted to be carried across the threshold of the bedroom, which she did. As soon as they got into the bedroom, Ginny started to undress Harry. When he was naked, she waved her wand and the dress fell off. Harry noticed that her knickers had come off. Ginny had charmed them so that when her dress came off, the knickers did as well. The only thing still on Ginny was the tiara. Harry and Ginny stood there, looked at each other. "What do we do now?" asked Harry, who wasn't quite sure how the next moments were supposed to unfold. All of the unhelpful advice and warnings of the evening were beginning to really concern him. "You don't know?" asked Ginny in horror. Looking at Harry and pointing, she said, "You put that," and pointing at herself, "here." "I know that," said an embarrassed Harry. "I think you should get into the bed." Ginny got into the bed, spread her legs, and Harry climbed on top and awkwardly put it where he was supposed to put it. Ginny pulled Harry into her, attacking him so quickly and forcefully that Harry was done very quickly. Ginny was just getting going and looked at Harry in horror. "I'm not ready to stop, keep going. I'm just getting started." Harry looked embarrassed and said, "Sorry, Ginny, not much I can do right now." "Why not?" Ginny shouted. She was very naive. Despite wanting sex, she really did not know much. She had no idea that once a man was finished, it was going to take a little while before he could do anything again. Harry was not any more knowledgeable than Ginny and said, "How should I know? I've never done this before. Maybe we should have taken more time?" Ginny was frantic and a very long way from being satisfied sexually. She shouted, "More time? I've waited months for this and it's all over." Harry said, "I don't think so. Just give me a little time to be able to." "Ginny, I'm sorry. No one tells you exactly what to do." "Well, maybe they do if you ask, but I couldn't exactly go up to your father and say, 'How do I have sex with your daughter?' Maybe that's why people have honeymoons? Maybe you have to practice this?" Ginny said, "Hold me, Harry. How come just when everything is supposed to be so perfect it never is?" Harry shifted position to kiss Ginny and started to chuckle. He reached up and moved the tiara away from the pillow. "We did something right," Harry said as he kissed Ginny again. "The tiara is no longer attached." Ginny silently laughed. "That's certainly a plus," she replied, realizing that what had happened, or not depending on perspective, was not Harry's fault. Not for the first time that day, she thought that the touch of lust spell had worked far too well indeed. Harry and Ginny held each other for some time, gradually kissing and touching each other. Soon enough, Harry could tell that he was going to be able to have sex again. This time, when both of them were ready, they gently made love. Harry tried to hold off for as long as he could. Ginny tried to relax a little and not be quite so eager, and the second time was much more pleasant than the first. They fell asleep exhausted. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, Ginny woke up, still horny. The bedroom was warm, too warm, but at least it was comfortable naked. Harry was lying on his side, and Ginny turned him over so he was on his back. She was curious what would happen if she touched it. She gently started to touch it and got a reaction both from it and from the other end, where Harry got a big smile on his face. A little more vigorous stroking had him wide awake. She reached up to kiss Harry and grabbed hard, a different part down there this time. "Bloody hell, Ginny, are you trying to castrate me?" Harry yelled. He was reaching down to where she had grabbed him, obviously in pain. "What did I do?" Ginny asked in horror, looking at the pain in Harry's features. Harry took a good 2 minutes or more to try to focus and compose himself. The intense pain was beginning to subside, but it was going to ache down there. "Did your brothers ever come in holding their bottoms when they had been hit down there? Did you ever see how they reacted to a hit in just the right spot?" Harry asked. "I did that to you?" Ginny asked in horror. "This part down here be very gentle with," Harry said as he showed her. Oh, Harry, I'm so sorry, Ginny said. She felt horrible. She'd messed up again. Nothing was working out right. She and Harry held each other for quite a while. Are we going to make love again? Asked Ginny timidly, as it appeared that Harry was drifting back to sleep. It still hurts, Ginny, said Harry. Give me a little more time. Harry went to sleep with a dull ache down there. It took Ginny a long time to get to sleep, and she went to sleep worried. Harry woke up at about 7:30, late for him. It was warm in the bedroom. There were no covers on. His beautiful Ginny was lying on bed, her hair flying all over. She had just turned over on her back, her legs were spread a little, and he could see both scars. The one on her leg was bigger than he realized it was, and he could only imagine how much it must have hurt. He gently touched the scar on her breast, and she woke up. "Are you all right?" she asked, and he responded with a gentle kiss. "I should be fine," Harry said, as it appeared he was going to be able to make love to Ginny again. He didn't want to tell her it still ached where she had grabbed him. Again, everything happened too soon for Ginny, although it was not nearly as frustrating as the first time. Harry seemed satisfied every time, but it was not quite so easy for her. Why? Was sex something you had to learn? And how could she tell Harry? Maybe it was all her? They both had to go to the bathroom by this time. Harry shaved. They both brushed their teeth, went back to the bed, and Ginny attacked again, this time with kisses and hands all over his body, but not trying finish until both of them were ready. Ginny was getting a little sore, but she really liked this sex stuff. It was just taking a little time to get it right. Harry was also sore inside. He thought there might be spells for this and all kinds of other things, and although he hated to sound like Hermione, there must be books for this sort of thing. They both fell asleep again, waking at about 9:30. Harry looked at Ginny and said, "Would you mind if we had breakfast before more of this necessary practice?" "No, as long as we practice some more later," said Ginny with a big smile. Ginny looked around the bedroom. There on the floor was the tiara. "It came off after," Ginny said with a snarky smile on her face. "You can't say nothing went amiss," Harry said. "But I'm obviously a Mrs., not a Miss," Ginny said as she showed the tiara to Harry before putting it on top of a chest. Harry made breakfast. "I asked Creature if he could eat at Hogwarts or with the people at the Harry Potter estates and leave us alone," said Harry. "He has a few things in his space in the attic, but I wanted the rest of the house for us this week." "I can make lunch and dinner," said Ginny. "Mum did teach all of us to cook, but I think I got more lessons than any of the boys." "What do you want to do today and tomorrow?" asked Harry as they sat down for breakfast. "We have to sign some legal documents at the Harry Potter estate's offices on Friday, but Saturday is totally free as well." "Other than make love?" asked Ginny. "I want to do plenty of that too," exclaimed Harry. "After last night, I guess we need lots of practice. But we probably can't spend every waking moment that we're not eating in bed lovemaking. Mum mentioned that she had a book with lovemaking spells that she was going to give me," said Ginny. "She had them at the Burrow when it was destroyed, and I guess she did not get any others by sure I want to go to the store and buy a book like that and announce to the world that Harry and Ginny Potter don't know how to make love. We did all right, it got better." "Boys are supposed to know what to do without anyone telling them anything," Harry replied. "It is very personal. I guess dads are supposed to tell you about that. Maybe I could have asked Bill, but Fleur was there a lot, and I surely didn't want to ask Bill when Fleur was there." "Bill, Fleur, Harry and I would like a demonstration, just so we do it right when we get married," Ginny said, and then she and Harry both began to giggle. Every time one of them would stop, they would look at each other and start giggling again. It took several minutes for the giggling to die down. Finally Ginny said, "Luna asked if we'd had a demonstration, and?" asked Harry, thinking there was more to the story. "I think she wanted us to volunteer to demonstrate when she's ready to get married," Ginny responded. Harry shook his head. "No bloody way. Luna would ask, too. George sort of volunteered, or said he should have volunteered, and I found out that George and Angelina's first time was awkward too. Mum started to talk about it several times," Ginny said, looking like she was pondering the situation, "but we never got too far into it before somebody interrupted us or we ended up talking about other things. Lots of advice about being married, talking about how Mum's worried about everybody, about how hard everybody is working, you, Dad, Bill and Fleur. Mum never used to be too worried about Fleur, but after what she did healing people at the battle, and then without A break she started helping Bill. Fleur has started to rank amongst Mum's kids. It doesn't look like Fleur had any problem with Teddy, Harry said. Teddy did everything he could to make Fleur look less elegant, Ginny said. He drooled, he spit up, he wiggled. Nothing worked. I think Fleur could look elegant with a baby puking all over her. How is Mum handling being Teddy's mother? Harry asked. I think that's easier than taking care of Andromeda, Ginny replied. Some days Andromeda is so good, ready to help with Teddy in the house and everything, and then some days she just can't seem to get out of bed or do anything. You haven't been around to see how many times we have had to call a healer over or take Andromeda to St. Mungo's. So that's what happened when you and your mother started to talk about sex. You ended up talking about something else, just like we did right now, Harry said with a grin. Ginny laughed. Well, sort of. And we talked a little about sex, but not about how do you it. And I know I'm not always the most patient person in the world, but I had no idea that, I guess Mum did say something about you needing to be patient with me, that it could take more time with a woman. But I never realized that I needed to be patient with you sometimes. Harry was laughing now. Miss, yesed me into marrying her, not patient? Mrs. now, not Miss, not after last night and this morning, Ginny said. Then with a snarky grin, she went on, and after breakfast and this afternoon and tonight. Ginny got up from the table and Harry gladly followed. Harry had heard a couple of comments about Molly's female ancestors, and it looked like Molly's female descendant was at least as interested in sex as her ancestors, to Harry's absolute and total delight. After a satisfactory session of practice, Ginny looked at herself and Harry in the bed. Everything is a little messy, she said. I can scourgify the bed, but we need to wash. Ginny got a big grin on her face and said, Mum did say that it was fun to shower together. I think Mum was kind of embarrassed when she said it, but she said washing each other's backs is nice, and washing each other's fronts is even nicer, and there is nothing quite like getting your hair washed while in the shower holding on to your husband. Harry did not need any convincing that standing in the shower with a naked Ginny would be a very good thing indeed, and he was not disappointed. When they got to the hair washing, Ginny said, I made the shampoo myself. You can buy a scent kit. With your wand and the potions in the kit, you take smells you like and put them into shampoo. Harry always liked the smell of Ginny's hair. It was flowery without being sickly sweet, a little sharp like the cake and frosting. To have the smell coming straight out of the bottle, rubbing it on Ginny's head, was surprisingly erotic. When they were done with Ginny's hair, they got Harry's shampoo. He knelt down while Ginny washed his hair. This gave Harry a whole different view of Ginny, and before they were done, they were both touching, laughing and enjoying each other's bodies. At lunch Harry said, if we are going to live here, I want to remodel the house. How? Asked Ginny. I want it brighter, it's still terribly dark and gloomy. I want electricity and television and a telephone connected to the Muggle community, Harry explained. I want our children to grow up in both the Muggle and the magic communities, like I have. Electricity, plugs? Ginny exclaimed. Dad will be thrilled. Someone else in the family actually using plugs. Your dad's view of the Muggle community is rather limited. Sometimes, Harry remarked fondly. He's a lot better than some people raised in totally magical environments, but surprisingly ignorant about some things most Muggles take for granted. Ginny told Harry, Dad's thrilled that the new burrow has electricity, but it's surprisingly hard to get Mum to even turn on the lights. She looks scared every time she touches a light switch. The remote control for the television absolutely terrifies her. I definitely don't want our children to grow up like that, Harry said. Let's take a walk around the block and see what the other houses look like, said Harry just a little later. I guess we have to make sure one of the Aurors is outside to follow us when we open the door, but they did say that they would just follow at a distance. Harry and Ginny went upstairs, out the front door and nodded to the Shooks, who were outside guarding the house. Then hand in hand they started to walk around the block. Look, Ginny, said Harry as he pointed at a house. That house has larger windows and even a skylight in the roof. And that house has window wells so that the lower level windows can be bigger and let in more light. They had turned right out of their house, and the house numbers went down to 1. As they turned right again and started to head around the block, Harry noticed garages behind the end houses. I wonder if there is any way to put a garage behind our house and get a car in and out, Harry mused. You want to buy a car? Ginny asked in amazement. Not right now, but eventually, Yes, a car would be nice, said Harry. As they got towards the end of the block of houses behind theirs, Harry stood back and counted, 12, 13, 14, 15. This side of the block has 15 houses and our side has 14, plus our house which is hidden. Why muggles don't notice I don't understand. As they rounded the other end of the block Harry said, more garages. They finally got back to 12 Grimmauld Place and went back inside. Harry and Ginny went back up to their bedroom. It looked out the front of the house. All of the bedrooms looked out either the front or the back of the house, and were as wide as the house. They went over to the bedroom on the other side of the floor overlooking the garden. We can see better if we go up to the top floor, said Harry as they looked out over the garden. So they went the 2 stories up to the top floor and looked out over the garden area. Most of the houses had nice gardens or at least something green in the back. The only back area that looked like a junkyard was theirs. At least it was magically hidden from the other houses so that no one else could see it. We need a nice garden area with a place for children to play, said Harry. It's not a very big garden, Ginny responded. But I guess street a flow away. 6 bedrooms on 3 floors, and they are big bedrooms. You could have a big family in this house. As many as you want, Harry responded with a grin. All you have to do is get them started, Ginny said. I'm the one who has to be pregnant for 9 months and then nurse them for another year. I know I want children, but after Quidditch, if I get to play more than 1, probably more than 2, but not as many as Mum. It was about 6, and Harry and Ginny had been over the house a couple more times, talking about everything. They had another session of necessary practice, too. Do you want to get out of the house again? Asked Harry. You think that on your honeymoon all you are going to want to do is to be in bed making love, Ginny replied. We do a lot of that. But yes, I'd like to get out of the house. Let's see if there is a nice restaurant around here and go out to dinner, Harry suggested. Ginny grinned in mock surprise. Why, Mr. Potter, are you asking me out? Why yes, Mrs. Potter, Harry replied. Where should we go? Ginny asked. Harry had to think about this. He really didn't know the neighborhood all that well. Finally he said, maybe the Aurors know the neighborhood better than we do. I want to go to a Muggle restaurant where we won't be recognized. Harry poked his head out the front door. Jim Shook was there, and Harry asked him, are there any good Muggle restaurants around here? Ginny and I would like to go someplace that we can walk to and have a good dinner. There is a great little Italian place about 3 blocks from here. Sue and I have been there a couple of times when we have been watching the house, just after changing shifts. Let me see if the Williamsons want to go too. It is getting close to the time we would change shifts anyway. Jim pulled out his cell phone and tapped the screen a couple of times. David, the Potters want to go out to dinner, and I suggested Mario's. Why don't you meet us and we can all walk down there together? Mr. and Mrs. Potter can sit at a private table, but we can watch them. There was a couple of minutes pause, and Jim said, David has to ask Kim. Finally a voice came back on the phone, and Jim turned to Harry and said, meet at the front door at 6:30. Great, Harry exclaimed. Ginny, who had been at Harry's side the whole time, said, I'd better change into some Muggle clothes. Although she and her mother had been shopping for clothes several times since the Battle of Hogwarts, Ginny's wardrobe was rather limited. She thought that her mother's favorite comment when they were shopping for things they did not actually have to have was, there's plenty of money in Gringotts, but meaning that spending money on herself was still hard for Molly. Ginny did find one nice skirt and blouse outfit. Harry had a casual shirt and slacks. The restaurant was a local one with tile floors. There were several families there, including one family that included a child between a year and a half who was having a delightful time shoving a spaghetti dish into his mouth one messy handful at a time. Neither the rather rotund proprietor nor the waitress seemed to mind the mess accumulating underneath the young child's high chair. Ginny, whose entire exposure to restaurants had been the Leaky Cauldron and some of the shops in Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade, asked Harry, are all Muggle restaurants like this? No, not at all of them, Harry replied. I've eaten in a lot of restaurants, a fair number of them Muggle or Muggle with a magical section when Bill and I were traveling. None of them were as child-friendly as this one. I'm sure we will come here with our children. When we have children. After your fantastically successful Quidditch career. Mr. Harry Potter has gone from the hero of the wizarding world to the goat. at least to Holyhead Harpies fans, by getting his wife the famous chaser Ginny Potter pregnant. Harry is just too sexy to resist, Mrs. Potter is quoted as saying. And I'm just going to stay home and make love to him, and make lots of pretty babies. Ginny laughed as she said this. The food was delicious, the conversation light and happy, and Mario himself sat down, introduced himself and invited them back. I can't help but notice how child-friendly this place is, Harry commented to Mario. Mama and I have 5, Mario said. One she's a software engineer, another he's a pilot. One daughter she married a chef and they own another little restaurant. One son and his wife, a daughter and her husband, they work here with me and Mama. You marry a restaurant owner, you marry the restaurant, they say. A young lady who looked like the owner's daughter was listening in, and she piped up with, and you grow up washing dishes. All in all, the meal was delightful, and Harry and Ginny promised Mario that they would be back. Wednesday evening Harry and Ginny had a delightful session of lovemaking, much better than the first time 24 hours before. Finally Harry and Ginny learned how to turn her on without initiating the sex act too quickly, and finally she felt the kind of climax that she had been anticipating. Both went to bed feeling very good. Besides, they had turned down the temperature in the bedroom, and it looked like they might get a good night's sleep. Sometime in the middle of the night Harry thought he heard a thump. Someone had pulled the blankets off him. He awoke with a start to find himself on Ginny's side of the bed, and she was gone. In a panic he crawled over to his side of the bed, got his glasses and wand, and went back to the other side of the bed. There, poking her head up, covered with blankets, was a very groggy Ginny. Harry had to go to the loo, and just as he was done, Ginny appeared. Harry went back to the freshly made bed and waited for Ginny. She got back into bed, looked at Harry and said, "You pushed me off the bed." "You stole all the blankets," Harry replied. Ginny said, "I used to read stupid romances that a couple of the other witches had. Well, I really couldn't stand most of them, with the poor heroine being rescued by the brave hero, so I just skipped to the sex parts." After an evening of passionate lovemaking, they fell asleep in each other's arms. Of course they never told you how they did it, who touched who where, just made passionate love. I don't think anybody in the books ever had to use the loo or fight for bed space either. "Or fight for the blanket all night," said Harry. Ginny crawled back under the covers, started to pull the blankets over her, looked at Harry with a sheepish grin and tried to get comfortable without wrapping herself in the blankets. Harry tried to go to sleep on his side of the bed. Harry woke up first, as he usually did. He noticed that he was in the middle of the bed but that he was barely covered with blankets. As he got out of bed, Ginny turned and rolled herself in the rest of the blankets. On Thursday right after lunch, Harry poked his head out the front door again. "Ginny and I would like to go clothes shopping," Harry said to Jim. "Diagon Alley or Muggle clothing stores?" asked Jim. "Lots more choices in Muggle stores," said Sue. "We have a Muggle car we've rented. Gives us a place to sit down and stay out of the rain. We don't drive it much, but it would be ideal to go clothes shopping." Harry had no remotely acceptable Muggle clothes left, and Ginny was ready to throw out everything he owned and start over. He was easy to shop for, as long as they went to a store with small enough sizes, with the two women making all the choices. Harry did say he probably needed a Muggle suit for a few of the business meetings, and he ended up with one suit, an outfit with a sports jacket and slacks, 6 more formal shirts and 4 silk ties. He also had half a dozen slacks and half a dozen jeans, a couple of pair of shorts, 15 casual shirts, and a 2-week supply of underwear. They also purchased a lightweight jacket and a medium-weight jacket, gloves and a hat. Sue knew of a Muggle store that specialized in petite women. Ginny also dozen jeans, along with 4 pair of slacks, 6 skirts, and 18 blouses. She also found 5 dresses, ranging from casual to very formal. If it looked good on her, Harry would insist that they buy it. Ginny had never had much of a wardrobe growing up, and clothes were worn until they were past threadbare. They were only able to take a few clothes from the burrow when they fled, so she was seriously short of clothing herself. As they were buying all of the clothes, Ginny spied a couple of cute-looking bras that she thought she would try on. When she tried the first one on, she asked Sue to come into the dressing room with her. "This bra is way too tight around the middle," Ginny said. "Where are the spells for support?" "I wear a lot of Muggle clothes, but I'd never wear a Muggle bra. They're terrible," Sue exclaimed. "Fleur's bigger than I am and Mum. Well, she's pretty heavy, but she's also pretty big on top. These things, as Ginny pointed to the two bras she was trying on, hold you up without any magic? Sort of, said Sue. But I'd never wear one of them. I'll take you to a foundations shop in Diagon Alley after your honeymoon. Before they were done, Ginny also purchased a lightweight jacket, a medium-weight jacket, gloves and 4 hats. Ginny was anxious to get back to flying, and Harry was a little concerned about all the work he was supposed to have done before Auror training started. But neither of them wanted to suggest ending the honeymoon early. By Friday, August 14th, Harry and Ginny were beginning to get into a morning routing. It started out with a visit to the loo. They brushed their teeth and Harry shaved. Then, when they were refreshed, they went back to bed for necessary practice. By 8:30 a.m., they were dressed and down for breakfast. By 9:30, they were ready to take the flow to the ministry. Ginny was surprised by the amount of legal detail involved in getting married. She needed a magical ID, a Muggle ID with her age listed as 18 so she would not be in trouble for being underage, plus a passport. There was a credit card which was good at Muggle shops and something similar from Gringotts for use at magical shops around the world. Then there was the property that was being put in joint custody, including all of the estates on which they were working. She had never seen Harry's office at the Harry Potter Estates offices. It was large for an office, with 2 desks against one wall and a conference table for 8 or 10 people that could be magically enlarged as necessary. The sign on the door said, Harry and Ginny Potter. Harry, what is this for? Asked Ginny. Harry replied, when I need to meet with people privately, I need an office. Sometimes there are charity cases where someone from the foundation needs to meet with me privately. I was hoping you could help. Besides, you are a very powerful witch in your own right and ought to be able to go unhex some of these estates that Bill still will not be able to do all by himself, because the marriage bond is a lot closer than being a brother-in-law. Ginny asked, what am I going to do? Harry answered, we're not sure, but when you married me, you took on a whole lot more than just a bed partner. Sorry, Gin, but it comes with being Mrs. Harry Bloody Potter. Fleur was guiding Harry and Ginny on the tour. As they got ready to leave the office, Ginny said, Fleur, this office needs one more thing. What is it? Asked Fleur. A bed so that Harry can take a nap and not come home so bloody tired all the time, Ginny fiercely replied. Everybody is working too hard, Fleur mused, her eyes bright as she seemed deep in thought. They had lunch with Bill, Fleur and Michael, and then had to go back for another couple of hours of paperwork. They got home at about 3:30. Just in time for a little practice before dinner. Saturday was spent very much like Wednesday, practice, plus making plans for the house. Since George owned a store and Ron was working there, Sunday morning was the only time Molly could get the whole family together, and she intended to have all her children over as many Sundays as she could. The stores opened at noon on Sunday. By 9 a.m. everybody except Harry and Ginny were at the breakfast table. Harry and Ginny arrived just after 9 o'clock. Their practice took a little longer than they had anticipated. After quick hellos all around, Ron piped up, how is the newly married couple? Was your first time really as good as they say it is? Harry and Ginny looked at each other, both with a little panic on their faces as they remembered their awkward initial attempts. Harry was trying to find some way of saying, none of your business, without giving away that the first time was something of a disaster. Ginny had the strangest look on her face, partly anger, partly embarrassment and partly just being totally at loss for words. She was never at loss for words. Ron panicked and said, you did it? You're not still a... What? Yelled Ginny. Then quietly, she said, I'm not still what? Of course, we did it. You lots. You, Ginny stared at Ron some more, both determined and obviously upset. She finally said, loud enough so everyone could hear, your baby sister is not a virgin, if that's what you were asking. That's obvious, Ron, Hermione said. Ginny's not wearing the tiara. It didn't take long for the tiara to come off, Ginny said, beaming. It came off right away. Everyone started to laugh except for Audrey and Ron. Ron was embarrassed, and Hermione was embarrassed for Ron, although she was giggling. Angelina and George grabbed each other's hands and Angelina whispered, shut up, to George as they both stifled giggles. Audrey was trying to disappear, and Percy stayed quiet. Bill and Fleur were grinning at each other and Arthur was grinning at Molly. And Molly's laughter got louder and louder. She left to go to her bedroom, came back with 2 copies of a book Witches in Wizards Graphic Guide to Married Sex and presented 1 copy to Ginny and a second to Angelina. They both looked totally shocked. Fleur said, "You did not give it to Zem before they married?" Molly said, "The books I had were gone along with everything else that was at the burrow, and I just got a couple more this week." Ron grabbed the book and tried to get it out of the plain cardboard jacket it was in, but it would not budge. Molly looked at Ron and said, "You have to be married or engaged with a firm wedding date or the book is charmed not to come out of its jacket, Ron. This is for married couples only. I am sure Ginny will not have any problem." Ginny took back the book and pulled it out of the jacket. Inside the front page were the names of the couple who were the author and another couple who were the illustrators, plus thanks to 4 couples who had proofread the book and given advice. The last couple listed was Arthur and Molly Weasley. Ginny looked at her mother with her eyes wide open. "You helped with this book?" Her mother nodded yes, a big smile on her face that reminded Harry of Ginny's famous smirk. "About sex?" An astonished Ginny asked. She had been very keen to read this book until that moment. Molly replied, "Well, none of you were exactly a virgin birth. If we had had a child for every time we had married relations, I expect Hogwarts would not be big enough for all of the children." Molly ended by giving Arthur a huge hug and very long and passionate kiss. Ginny opened the book a little further until she came to the first illustration and then quickly slammed it shut, putting it back into its case. Her eyes were wide open and her face had gotten red. Molly smiled a knowing smile, glancing at Arthur who was getting a little red but also looking very pleased, and said, "Put it in your bedroom, Ginny dear. You and Harry should read it together. I am sure you will have lots of fun." Looking at Ron and Hermione, but also Percy and Audrey, she said, "I have more of these books if anyone else decides they want to get married." Hermione gave Ron a kiss and said, "Take your time, Ron. I'll wait. It has to be the right moment for us, not for anyone." Ice's mother exasperatedly and said, "Thanks a lot, Mum. No pressure, but I hope you're enjoying sleeping together," said Angelina to Harry and Ginny. "You're sleeping together, in the same bed?" Ron remarked with his trademark horrified look. An exasperated Hermione promptly jumped in with, "Ron, of course they're sleeping the same bed. They're married. Honestly, I don't know what you're thinking sometimes." No, it's not like that," Ron replied. "It's just that Harry is a terribly restless sleeper. His blankets are always messed up, and occasionally I've found him on the floor." "Ginny's in the same bed with Harry?" Ginny had a very exasperated look on her face, and Harry had a very sheepish look on his face. "Harry's not the one who ended up on the floor," Ginny muttered. Everybody but Percy and Audrey started to laugh again. Bill was laughing especially hard, and Fleur, although laughing, was looking a little embarrassed too. "My lovely wife grew up with a huge bed, and she learned to use every square millimeter of it," Bill explained. "We will give you a couple of spells and other ways of making peace with each other's sleeping habits." Harry and Ginny were holding hands, and they nodded to each other and turned towards Bill and Fleur. "That's probably a really good idea, if I'm going to be sleeping with this restless sleeper," Ginny remarked to her brother and his wife, pointing to Harry. Angelina looked at George and said, "Blankets." Fleur looked at Bill and said, "Why do you think I vas all over ze bed? Chasing ze blanket." Bill looked embarrassed. Molly cheerily said, "I have a couple of spells all of you females who are going to be sleeping with Weasley men can use to keep them from stealing all the blankets." Harry looked at Molly. "Not just Weasley men, Mum." Ginny muttered, "None of those romance books talked about the practical aspects of sleeping in the same bed." "Ah," Fleur said. Fi la poof poof and z Mr. Big Pants, oh lala." She shook her head. "Silly little girl books. Easy not so easy." No one said anything for a brief while. "How are your wedding plans coming along, George, Angelina?" asked Molly, changing the conversation. Before the discussion about George and Angelina's wedding was done, Teddy woke up. Harry said he would change Teddy. He then came into the kitchen, and Molly reached for Teddy. Harry gave Teddy to Molly. She did something, and as if by magic, Molly seemed to be nursing Teddy. Everybody looked at Molly, who said, "I got tired of getting bottles. I thought, this is stupid, so I went over to see Minerva Grint. She said that she could get me a Mother Minerva's bra that would encourage me to produce milk again. After nursing all of those babies, it really would not take all that much magic to get my breasts back to making milk." We're about halfway there. In another week, I won't even need the Mother Minerva's bra. You know Mother Minerva? Asked Ginny. The wizarding community in Britain is reasonably small, said Molly. I think I know every witch in Britain who has had more than 3 children. How many did Mother Minerva have? Asked Ginny. 7, I think, said Molly. She is a generation older than I am. I'm close to the same age as one of her daughters, Monica Watson, who helps with the business. Didn't you go out with Monica's oldest daughter, Bill? She was in Ravenclaw, said Bill. Margaret Watson. Well, she's married now, Margaret, something. Smart, great personality. We were still seeing each other after we graduated. I thought it would take someone as smart as a Tri-Wizard winner and as beautiful as Avila to be any better than Margaret. Little did I know that I would meet someone so incredibly fantastic as Fleur. Oh, that was smooth, Bill, said George. All the rest of us would be in trouble if we remembered a former girlfriend like that. Fred always took the lead when it came to girls, and I honestly don't think I ever had any girl but Angelina. I definitely don't want anyone else. She surely has all the right parts. The room sort of giggled at this remark. Everyone sort of looked over at Ron, who was getting very nervous. I'm anything but smooth, thought Ron as he said. Hermione has all the right parts too. Everybody was suddenly staring at Ron. And in the right places too, Ron added hopefully. Ron wasn't exactly anxious to let his mother know just how many of those parts he had seen and touched, and what they had been doing with some of those parts. Hermione looked at Ron, looked at herself and kind of rolled her eyes and shook her head. I can't remember anyone but Ginny, said Harry looking longingly at her, the cutest little witch in the world. Am I lucky? Molly was not above a little banter, and she said, George, Angelina, I see your parts are working well together, seeing as we have another Weasley on the way. Separately and together, Mum, said George. The midwife says I'm as healthy as a horse, said Angelina proudly. And a lot prettier, said George, looking longingly at Angelina. George, said Angelina in mock horror, giving him a tap on the leg. I'm glad I'm not part of this conversation, said Charlie. I'll let my part NER do the talking, said Arthur. Everybody groaned. Percy and Audrey had stayed silent. Percy thought this was normal family banter. Audrey was extraordinarily shy about body parts, although she seemed to like holding and kissing in private, so he wanted to try to not have her or them a focus of this type of banter. Audrey could not believe how free the joking and conversation was between Percy's parents and their spouses or girlfriends. Her father was a very nice person, but her mother in all honesty was not. Living in her house was like living in a place where there was an uneasy truce but no true peace. Harry and Ginny stayed after the rest of the family had left. Harry and Ginny both found it hard to leave Teddy. For Sunday morning, the Appleleaf family was eating in the dining room, giving the extended Weasley family time to themselves in the big kitchen. Molly had insisted on having the formal dining area capable of being opened up into the kitchen eating area, but normally they were closed off from each other. Harry and Arthur took a tour of the house. Arthur was still amazed by the electric lights and was working hard on controlling his magic to get the lights to work. He had tried to turn the lights on and off with magic a couple of times, and Granger and Grunt had a couple of reasonably major repairs to do. There was a special piece of equipment that could be used to teach a wizard how to turn lights on and off with the wand, but Arthur had been told that he needed a couple of years of living with lights and television before he could even think of using a combination of magic and electricity. Molly was afraid of the electric lights, and Ginny had to encourage her mother to use them. Ginny was just beginning to realize how little she knew about the Muggle community. My wife and I gave a talk on sex, love and marriage to a group of 12th graders at our church early in our, now 44 years, marriage, and one of the questions was, is the first night really as good as they say it is? After we got done laughing, we explained that like anything else physical you do, sex takes practice. The first time you do anything else it's awkward, and I don't see why sex is assumed to be any different. And yes, although it is less common, there are still couples who wait until their wedding night. Even if they don't, it's different with each person. So the first time for any new couple is a learning experience and something that needs practice. Jet CH17 Boris, Natasha and Angry Creature CH17 HPFF. Boris and Natasha and an Angry Creature. Oh Ginny, I've never seen anything like it. I never thought I'd see Creature so mad at a goblin that he was jumping up and down, pointing his finger at the goblins. It would be funny if the atmosphere was not so tense. Monday, August 17th, Harry woke up at about 6:30. This was, in some ways, the first day of the rest of their lives, the first day he was going tong. He went to the bathroom, used the loo and touched his wand to the toothbrush. As the toothbrush was thoroughly cleaning his teeth, he did the shaving spell. Ginny came into the bathroom, naked as was Harry, and sat down on the loo. Harry reflected on how natural it was to be starkers in front of your bride. It would have been embarrassing to be watching a bloke sitting on the loo like that, not to mention a woman with her legs spread apart, but with his wife it was like there was no need for any modesty. Ginny grinned and said, "Quick shag before breakfast." Harry went to work feeling very satisfied. Life was good. Ginny watched Harry leave through the flow. She waved her wand a few times to wash and put away the dishes. She looked out over the garden, still a junkyard. The kitchen was a little lighter, but it was still the old black kitchen. She went up to their bedroom, waved the wand a couple more times to make the bed and neaten the room. She sat cross-legged in the middle of the bed and pondered. She looked at her rings, the magnificent engagement and wedding rings. What was wrong? Well, it wasn't like anything was wrong, not really. Being married felt very good and right. Getting married wasn't quite the happily ever after ending she though it would be. Well, she'd really botched it with her rant at the wedding, her face flushing with the thought. It was more than that. No, it wasn't more than that, it was less than that. It was this incomplete feeling. The house felt like the old black house and maybe Harry's house, but not like her house. The bedroom didn't feel like her bedroom yet, not quite. She didn't feel like a grown-up married lady yet either, not with a year of school left. She would be married at Hogwarts, but she'd still be a Hogwarts student at Hogwarts, not a grown-up. Harry was a grown-up. Not just because he was 18, either. Even when he was taking classes, the teachers bent the rules around his schedule. Her dad said that Harry was already becoming a respected member of the Wizengamot because of what he had done, but also because of what he said and who he was. He was a truly nice person, always willing to listen to others, trying to see the best in people and give them the benefit of the doubt. He was almost always in favor of showing mercy, Lucius Malfoy being a notable exception, and even there he did not want Dementors involved in any way. At the same time, he was no pushover. He was willing to fight fiercely for what he believed in. Bill said that although Harry had very little to do with the financial affairs of the Harry Potter estates, in the end, it was his insistence on fair play and generosity that set the tone for the whole organization. There is no doubt in anyone's mind that Harry is in charge, Bill had told her. Harry had been a grown-up from the moment he and Riddle dueled and he won, and maybe well before that. If anyone wrote Harry's story, they would have to end it there, at the duel. At least end a chapter, a book, at that magnificent moment when Harry caught Riddle's wand, standing there victorious. Ginny knew that she really couldn't expect a fairy tale wedding, and if they had waited they could have had something close to it. She didn't want to wait, but somehow getting married in a sundress felt like less than what she sort of expected. Ranting at one's wedding wasn't much of a fairy tale ending either. Ginny really didn't even want to live in a castle. The old black house was big enough, but living in a house that reminded her all the time that it was someone else's house was awkward too. She wanted it to be her house. Then she was going to be a schoolgirl again, and that was certainly not in any of the happily ever after types of stories. Life was good, better than before she and Harry were married, but incomplete. Ginny needed more, needed some things to be accomplished. She needed some sort of finish to this portion of her life. After all of the talk about never leaving her, of course Harry left to go to work. She was going to go to school and Harry was training to be an Auror. If she became a player on the Harpies, she would be traveling. Her parents probably spent over half of their waking hours or more apart, but they had never left each other. What did "never leave me" mean? Ginny had not scheduled any more Quidditch practices. There were some problems scheduling them so close to the start of the school year. Besides, the new borough wasn't where she was living anymore. Ginny thought that she ought to be doing something, but what? Was there anything left undone? Oh, the bras. Maybe Mum knew where the bra shop was. Mum or Sue? Ginny poked her head outside the door and saw Kim. "Do you have to stay outside?" Ginny asked Kim. "No, not at all. We just don't want to intrude," Kim said. Waving her inside, Ginny said, "I tried on Muggle bras for the first time when we went clothes shopping." "You didn't buy one." A horrified Kim said. All that elastic and no spells. No, Ginny said, with a laugh. I need some though. I thought I'd ask my mum to go with me to get some new bras. I probably ought to have one new one, Kim said. Just in case. Just in case what? Asked Ginny. David and I have stopped using birth control, Kim said. We thought it was time to start a family, and I just found out I'm pregnant. I have an older sister. We don't get along all that well since I left for school to become a witch, but when she got pregnant she got pretty big on top real fast. I ought to see if they have a bra that can adjust. When they got to the new burrow, Ginny said, Mum, the one thing I didn't get when we went clothes shopping was new bras. Molly said, give me a moment to tidy up, and then I know just where to go. They took the flow to the WWW office, where everybody was very busy with school shopping. I'd better schedule a date to get books and stuff, Ginny said. Maybe you and Hermione could go together, suggested Molly as they headed out the door. Down towards the end of the street there was a sign in a door that obviously led to an upstairs store. Mother Minerva Maternity and Infant Supplies, Feminine Undergarments. The three women climbed the stairway and looked around. Ginny and Kim both did a double take. Coming towards them was a woman, at least a generation older than her mother, with the biggest bust either of them could remember on a woman that was not obese. She was wearing a witch's robe, but it had an empire waist under the bust, and whatever was holding up the bust was a fantastic endorsement for her product. She showed just enough cleavage, giving proof that all of that superstructure was her. Finally going to buy a good bra, Molly? Minerva said. Minerva, this is my daughter Ginny Potter and Kim Williamson, an American Auror, Molly said. Ginny and I are in the market for new bras. You need this French import, Minerva said, waving her wand. A rather large bra, 2 cups with a wispy connection in the middle, flew off of a bust on a shelf and into her hand. Best support spells in the business. Ideal. Plus it helps support you for a little while after you take it off, which Arthur should like. Minerva gave Molly a poke and wicked grin. Got to like doing it to have as many children as we've had. Stay sexy for your man. Molly nodded and grinned back at Minerva. This was a side of her mother Ginny was not used to seeing. We'll go back to the private area to try on your fancy bras, said Molly. Mother Minerva took the women to a room and closed the door. Ginny thought there must be hundreds of bras in the room, all in neat little boxes on little shelves. It kind of reminded her of Ollivander's but a lot neater. Molly, you first, Minerva said, giving her a familiar poke. With your husband head of the office for magical law enforcement and your daughter married off, you should finally be able to afford a good bra. Not those 2 galleon ones you've been wearing until what support spells they have on them are as worn out as the material is. The nursing bra was more expensive than 2 galleons, Molly shot back with. The least expiad in your size, Minerva replied. Minerva brought out a cotton bra in Molly's size, no straps or back. Molly took off her robe and tried on the bra. Ginny could tell from the way her mother moved and looked that she liked this bra. You could open it up to nurse too. 12 galleons and cheap for the price, Minerva said. Molly nodded her head yes and her shoulders kind of drooped like she was saying, yes, I'll take it, but I can't believe I'm spending this much money on myself. You got that one for yourself, Molly, Minerva said. Time to get one for Arthur. She brought out one that was all translucent lace, covered about 3/5 of the breast, and gave Molly, if anything, a little more support and separation. It was sort of a long line, with something under the cups that tightened up the tummy as well. It really was pretty and sexy. 20 galleons, Molly. The spells are pretty much the same, just the fabric is different. How'd I nurse? Asked Molly looking at the bra, which covered a lot less of her bust than she was used to. Just pull back the top like this, Minerva said, as she showed Molly. Molly looked at the bra and Ginny could see a world of conflicting thoughts running through her head. Go ahead, Mum, Ginny said. I know you've had to be so careful with money, and I'm not suggesting you go out and waste it, but you don't have any more children in school since Harry is paying for me, and no rent on the house. You have a little money. Besides, I'm sure Dad will like it. Buy it for Dad. Molly put her robe back on and looked at herself, moving and looking from several angles. Her bust was more defined, and you noticed her stomach less. You could see Molly thinking. I'm sure Arthur will notice, Minerva said. Molly got a crooked smile. I'll take it, and I think I'll leave it on. I'll take it off for Arthur tonight. All four women giggled. They were all sure Arthur was going to enjoy Molly tonight. They could tell that when Molly walked out, she felt very sexy. Ginny bought 4 bras, from a very plain one to a couple of really fancy ones that she was going to need with a few of the blouses and dresses that she had bought the week before. She wore a new one home as well. Mother Minerva had something for Kim as well. When Ginny got back to WWW, there was a message from Harry asking her to meet him at 4 p.m. at the store. So she went home, put the new bras away and went back to WWW at 3:45 p.m. On the Monday after the honeymoon, Harry went into work as usual. Ginny's rant at the wedding was not in any of the papers, but of course anyone who knew Harry or Ginny had heard about it. Harry was constantly asked, "How was your wedding night?" Or, "How was she?" Or, "I heard Ginny was a real tigress on your wedding night," or some variation over the next couple of weeks. At first, Harry did not have any idea how to respond, but finally Professor McGonagall's comments at the wedding gave Harry a clue. From then on, when Harry was asked or kidded, he just said, with a straight face, "Ginny is very quiet and shy, but she got used to it. We did all right." Harry followed that with a big disarming laugh and refused to say any more. The next 2 weeks were going to be devoted to getting as much done on the Potter estate problems as possible. Tuesday through Friday were going to be spent in some of the more distant and difficult countries, and Harry might have to get up early and get back late. Saturday and Sunday morning were free, but Sunday afternoon Harry and Bill were going to go to a couple of the Persian Gulf countries. They would not get back until sometime Tuesday, maybe late at night. Because of the schedule, Dan Williamson suggested that Harry get a couple of wizard phones. Besides, WWW had just opened a small office a few doors down from the Three Broomsticks, far enough away from the magic of Diagon Alley for mobile phones to work, to sell wizard mobiles. Since Ginny had been raised in a totally magical household, this would be a good way to see if the store could sell mobiles to wizards. Harry went home, but Ginny was not there. He went to the new. Burrow and Andromeda said, Molly and Ginny and another woman went to Diagon Alley. Harry went to WWW. Angelina said, "I saw Ginny and Mum not too long ago. Is it urgent or should I just give them a message?" "Just tell Ginny to meet me here at 4 o'clock, Harry replied. "Will do," Angelina agreed. Harry, though, that one was always better off having Angelina relay a message. He could never be quite sure what George would say. Harry took the flow back to WWW at 4 o'clock to find Ginny waiting. "We are going to get mobiles to make it quick and easy to talk to each other when we are not close," said Harry. "Can't we use the flow?" asked Ginny. "It's not so easy when I'm out of the country," Harry said. "Not every country has a flow network. Some use magic carpets. All of the flow networks are not connected either." When they came into the store, the one man behind the counter said, "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Potter. I have your mobiles. They have magical pagers on the back that can send both text messages and notify you that someone wants to talk on the phone. You turn on the magical pager like this, showing a button and pushing it, and then these icons come up. This is the phone icon and this is the text message icon. You need the magic pager part when you are in an area that is too magical. The muggle part of the mobile doesn't work at the Ministry or most of Diagon Alley and not in most wizards' houses either." Harry understood what the man was saying, but Ginny was totally confused. How did that little blob mean anything? What was a text message? As the man explained more, Ginny got more and more confused. Harry could see her confusion, and they went back to the beginning and Harry tried to explain things in a simple way. But the confusion continued. Harry was slowly learning how to type and use a computer, and he was thinking of taking a laptop home to practice his typing. Ginny, in contrast, had never seen a keyboard being used, had never even seen someone talking on the phone, and when the mobile phone man brought up a virtual QWERTY keyboard, Ginny was beginning to get mad. How can any muggle learn all this stuff? That is the stupidest arrangement of letters I have ever seen. Of course, it is a QWERTY keyboard. It makes absolutely no sense at all. There aren't even any keys on the keyboard. There are just those little boxes with letters. Dan finally stepped in. "There is a simple wizard interface for the magic part of the mobile. Let me set it up." He did a few things to the screen on the wizard part of the mobile. It had messages, talk to someone and send a written message. From there a couple of simple screens got one to a directory. When it was set up this way, Ginny could call Harry, Kim or Dan Williamson and Jim or Sue Shook. Harry said he would add other names and numbers as she needed them. Harry left the building and went out of sight, and he and Ginny called each other a few times. Kim then told Ginny and Harry that she and Dan would be rotated back to the US at the end of October and they would have a replacement couple. When asked why, Kim said, "They want us back in the US at least 3 months before the baby is due. I'm not due until mid-March, but it just seemed right to move back home." Harry and Ginny congratulated Dan and Kim. "I'm not going to have my children grow up knowing nothing about the Muggle community," said Harry. "We're going to have electricity and television and computers at our house. We may get to most places by flow, but I want my children to be comfortable in a car as well." "Are you sure we can teach our children about all that?" asked Ginny. "It must be hard to learn all that." "Muggle children know most of it," Harry replied. "I think Hermione knows about computers and mobiles. She surely knows about electricity and cars." "Maybe Hermione would know how. Tell me how to work this stupid thing," Ginny said, holding up her mobile phone and looking at it as though it had come from Mars rather than at a WWW, and asked George if he knew if Hermione was at the Hogsmeade store. "No, she is downstairs trying to help us develop a particularly difficult potion." At about this time, they heard Hermione call, "George, I need your help." Verity had gone home and Angelina had gone to see a midwife and was not back yet. George said, "Harry, tend the store, please," and hurried downstairs. Harry went over to the cash register, touched it with his wand, and said, "Open a cash drawer for Harry James Potter, partner." Ginny looked at Harry with questioning eyes. "Do you work here, Harry?" Sheepishly he said, "I've helped tend the store a few times during the day when no one else can be here. George has explained all about how the store works, and he set me up as an employee." Ginny asked, "They call employees partners?" Harry replied, "Well, no, only if you own part of the store are you a partner. Fred, George and I were the partners. We're talking about making Ron and maybe Lee Jordan partners." Ginny put her hands on her hips, stared at Harry, and said, "How did you get to be a partner? Explain yourself, Mr. Potter." "Excuse me, I need to sell some merchandise," Harry said, and he spent the next half hour taking money and explaining some of the products. Ginny also helped explain what some of the products were but did not take any cash. Finally, there was a break and Ginny went back to Harry and said, "Explain yourself, Harry. Why would you be a partner?" Harry said, "I gave Fred and George my Triwizard Cup winnings to start the store. Then they needed to borrow money to expand and I co-signed a couple of big loans, and the goblins insisted that I become a partner. Please do not tell anyone else." Ginny just shook her head and said, "You're just full of surprises, Harry." George and Hermione finally came back upstairs, both smelling like something had gone wrong with the potion. Harry looked at Hermione and said, "You need the potions book from the Half-Blood Prince." Hermione looked at Harry and said, "I wonder if there are any other textbooks with Severus's mother's notes." Harry looked at her and said, "What about Snape's notes? I assume he had notes in textbooks too, and other potions information. What happened to all of that when Snape died?" Hermione said, "Who could we ask, Harry?" Harry replied, "Can you go over to Hogwarts and ask McGonagall? I will ask Kingsley. If you and Ron can come over for dinner after he closes up the shop tomorrow night, we can compare notes. I should have just enough time to ask Kingsley before Bill and I have to leave." That night Harry wanted to go to bed early so that he could get up early and see Kingsley before he went with Bill. Harry and Ginny were intimate that night, but he was gone before she woke up in the morning. Ginny decided that she ought to read the book from her mother, and she spent a couple of eye-opening hours looking at drawings and reading things she never imagined she would see or read. Her mind was boggling by the end of it and her body was tingling in anticipation of sharing some of the new things she'd learned with her new husband. Harry was at the Ministry of Magic before 7 a.m. Kingsley was there, and when Harry poked his head into the office, he said, "Come in, Harry. What brings you in to see me?" Hermione would like to look over Snape's books, if she could. "What happened to all of Snape's possessions after he died?" Harry asked. "When you say, all, it covers a lot of ground, Harry," Kingsley said smiling. "Most of Snape's possessions, including all or almost all of his books and potion material, have been left to Hogwarts, and Minerva McGonagall is responsible for that." "There is more?" Harry asked. "It's hard to tell," Kingsley said. The goblins took everything except magical identification off of the body and went through the apartments within a day of Snape's death. We are not sure what they took. It may take a while to finish the estate. Apparently some of the estate is going to be kept open for years, waiting for events to unfold. Goblins never let you know what they are waiting for. And you can trust them? Asked Harry. Usually, Kingsley said. Snape and the goblins here would have set up things very carefully, and I am sure Shapes' will is being followed to the letter. Hermione is just interested in the potions parts of the library, Harry said. If she can write a better potions textbook than the ones we now have, then she should do it. She could make quite a lot of money from writing a textbook, especially if it's picked up by the Hogwarts potions master and some of the schools in other countries, said Kingsley. If she finds out anything of significance, she should tell the Ministry. Harry had duties at the Wizengamot and with the estate but no travel out of the country. He got back home at about 8 p.m. Ron and Hermione had arrived an hour before, and they had started dinner. We've mostly been talking about school, Harry, Ginny said as Harry arrived. Hermione and I have mostly the same classes. She just has more classes. You know our Hermione. I wanted to wait until you were here before talking about Snape's estate, Hermione said. No sense in repeating things. Well, most of the estate and books were left to Hogwarts. The house in Spinner's End needs to be cleaned out. Sydney and I are probably, oh, Sydney. Harry, there is a new defense against the dark arts teacher, and I think you are going to like him. You need to take a little time to get to know him. His name is Sidney Stanford. He's an American. He's in his mid-30s, I'm pretty sure. He's about Ron's height, not quite as skinny, with just a touch of gray at the temples. Sidney told me he wants to settle down, maybe marry one of the good-looking English witches and eventually retire from Hogwarts. I told him this English witch was taken, but I was sure he could charm a lot of the females out there. Bloody good thing you told him you were taken, said Ron, a dark look on his face. Oh, I didn't want the school year to start out with a duel between the new defense against the dark arts teacher and the boyfriend and future husband of one of the students, Hermione said cheerily, holding on to Ron's hand and giving him a little kiss. Besides, I know you're a good lover. I'm not looking forward to breaking in any more men. They could see that Ron was not quite satisfied, but Hermione snogged him good, and Ron shut up. Harry and Ginny held each other and giggled at their best friends. As I was saying, Hermione went on, Sydney and I are going to be going over Snape's books. Some of the defense against the dark arts books may end up in the library and some in Sydney's office. There is a bookcase in the office that has special spells and locks on it. Actually, I think there is more in the office than you can see. Sydney gets the feeling that he is going to find a lot more in the office in a few years as he discovers what previous defense against the dark arts teachers have hidden there, and not just in the last few years but the last several hundred years. Slughorn is not all that interested in the potions textbooks, so I am going to end up going through them. There is some other stuff. Professor McGonagall is really the one in charge, but she gave Sydney and me a lot of freedom when it came to deciding what to do with Snape's things. Hermione went into a rather full discussion on what she and Sydney had found so far, and the evening ran pretty late. Harry did not get to bed until well after midnight, and he had to get up at 5 a.m. for a long trip, so he begged off sex. Ginny could understand why, but she was not pleased. Harry was up and gone on Wednesday when Ginny got up. She tried to keep herself busy. She did have some of the textbooks she was going to need for the upcoming school years, and she did read through one of them. She was getting bored, and so when her mobile rang, she was delighted. The mobile did not work inside Grimmauld Place, but Ginny quickly stepped outside to answer the phone. It took a few moments for her to figure out which button, very proud of herself when she discovered the proper one. Hello, Harry. How are you doing? Oh Ginny, I've never seen anything like it. I never thought I'd see Creature so mad at a goblin that he was jumping up and down, pointing his finger at the goblin. It would be funny if the atmosphere was not so tense. What is going on, Harry? Well, apparently, I've inherited 3 companies. We went to the branch of Gringotts here and started to look at the records. There was almost no money. The records were in terrible shape. Eventually, under a lot of pressure, the goblins brought out another set of books. Things kept getting more and more complicated and, oh Ginny, I've never seen anything like it. Just you and Bill and Creature? Ginny asked. Oh no, Harry replied. Michael Appledorn. No, he's Appleleaf now. When Michael came over, He almost immediately asked for help from a couple of people who work for him, one in England and one who is stationed on the continent. Bill has another 6 people who work for him over here. Gringotts is actually headquartered in Switzerland, and they have over a dozen goblins and a couple of wizards over here, and the International Council of Witches and Wizards has a few wizards and witches over here. There are also some aurors and some sort of law enforcement officer that have to do with the money. It's a madhouse. Oh Harry, what are they finding? Well, like I said, there are apparently 3 businesses, 1 mostly magic and 2 mostly muggle. They have been badly managed, at least. But it seems that everybody has been cheating everybody else. No one, not the local government, the local branch of Gringotts, the managers of the companies, have come out looking good. Do they need you there? Ginny asked. Oh yes, because as the owner, the person who inherited this, I can get through any curse, anything designed to keep us from finding out the truth. And between me and Creature it is hard for the wizards and goblins to lie, Harry said. I didn't think goblins could lie to each other and that they always had to be honest to wizards, Ginny said. It's apparently a lot more complicated that, said Harry. Oh, I have to go. I may be back very late tonight. Harry and Creature finally got back to Grimmauld Place at 1 in the morning. Ginny could not sleep, so she was waiting for Harry, and she greeted him with, "Are you done?" "Not even close, love," Harry said. "Bill cancelled our appointments for tomorrow and we're going back. I'm supposed to be back, leaving here at 8. They left a few aurors guarding things. A few of the people are sleeping over there, and I don't know all that's going on." Harry and Ginny went upstairs. Ginny could see how tense Harry was and suggested, "You need a shower. I want to wash your back and give you a back rub." "Sounds fantastic," a tired Harry said. Ginny got Harry washed and into bed. It took a lot of work to keep him awake, but they did make love before Harry fell asleep. Harry usually got up early, but at 7:15 both were still sleeping. Ginny heard a knocking on their bedroom door. "Master Harry needs to wake up. Needs to leave by 8 o'clock, Creature said. "I'll wake him up," Ginny said. She noticed that Harry was still sound asleep and that the charms had kept the blankets on. Ginny went to the loo and then woke up Harry. Harry, you need to get up. We hardly have time for breakfast together." Harry woke up with a start. He went to the loo and hurriedly got dressed. When Harry and Ginny got down to the kitchen, Creature had breakfast on. "Thank you, Creature, for all your help in getting this mess straightened out," Harry said. "As Master Harry's money," Creature said. "As Creature's job. I know it's a hard job for you," Harry said. Creature had a furious look on his face that almost reminded him of the old black house elf, but it wasn't directed at him. When house elves lie to a house elf is bad, Creature grumbled. Everybody lies to everybody. Everybody cheats everybody. Goblins is going to lose jobs they is going to be in much troubles. House elves is in troubles too. Master William says wizards lucky not to end up in prison, much worse prison than Azkaban is now. I'm afraid I'm going to have to agree to make an example of some of the wizards, said Harry. The goblins can take care of their own. I have no idea what to do with the house elves. House elves will be all right with good masters, said Creature. Right at 8 o'clock, Harry and Creature left the flow from the ministry. Harry and Creature got to the office at the Little Gringotts branch where most of the meetings were taking place at about 9 in the morning. Bill and a very short man were doing most of the talking, asking questions of various people. Harry had seen the man yesterday, but most of the day he was out, just coming in to talk to Bill and Michael and the rest of the staff from time to time. Harry took a good look at the man. He was dressed all in black, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned suit. He was no taller than Harry, and although he was thicker in the middle, he was not fat. There was an old-fashioned hat close by that Harry had seen on him yesterday, but today all he could see was thin black hair. He had a pencil-thin mustache. If someone told him that he was in the mafia, or a spy or a cold-blooded killer, it would be easy to believe it. Standing next to him was the tallest woman Harry had ever seen, the tallest non-giant anyways. She had legs that seemed to go on forever, large shapely hips, and bust that, since it was in proportion, was big just because she was so big. She was wearing a tight-fitting purple dress and had plenty of jewelry on her hands and around her neck. Bill turned to Harry and said, "Harry, I want to introduce you to my specialists in Eastern Europe and the Slavic countries, Boris and Natasha. They work for you. This has to be their biggest challenge yet. Good morning, Harry, Boris said, in what charitably could be called a bad Russian accent. Darling, Natasha said in the same terrible accent, we are going to visit your companies. As they turned away, Boris was talking to someone in their native language. Harry followed Natasha outside. They go in my car, Natasha said, pointing to the longest, widest, lowest, reddest convertible Harry had ever seen. It had what looked like airplane fins sticking way up on the back. Harry did a double take looking at the car. Natasha twirled her wand and the car started up, a low rumble coming from under the bonnet. Natasha waved her wand again and the bonnet came up, revealing a huge engine going rumble, 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 rumble. Not supercharged, magic charged, Natasha said as she waved her wand again and the engine went roar, 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 as it vibrated like it was going to shake loose from its mounts. Natasha waved and the engine settled back into its low roar. They can go hundreds of kilometers without engine on, with magic, but this is more fun, darling. 1959 Cadillac Eldorado convertible, Natasha said. 23 coats of candy apple red paint, put on by the same witch that painted Snow White's apple. Natasha winked. White leather interior you can only keep clean with magic. They got into the car. Seatbelts, Natasha said, and as if by magic, a full racing-style 5-point seatbelt was fastened onto both of them and Jim shook, who was in the back seat. Harry could tell that the car was magical. The roads were some of the worst he had ever been on, but the car drove like the wheels never touched the ground. Natasha drove fast but not fanatically fast, it was nothing like the night bus. They finally arrived at what appeared to be a moderately sized farm. Natasha did something and the convertible top went up. She pulled out 3 portfolios and opened one. Time to inspect your first company, Harry, Natasha said in what to Harry sounded like an American voice. Jim Shook had accompanied Harry the whole trip and was sitting in the back seat shaking his head, stifling a laugh. Who are you? Asked Harry of the Woma Fatale, and I grew up in San Diego, California. Natasha tossed off in a casual way and same American accent. Boris Badanev grew up in Des Moines, Iowa. We met at the Los Angeles School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and even then, people were calling us Boris and Natasha. We went to the San Francisco College of Witchcraft and Wizardry, then went on to additional studies in finance and Slavic languages. Bill hired us to handle some of the more poorly managed of the companies you inherited. Harry still had a very uncertain look on his face. The act keeps people on edge, and when you are dealing with some of the idiots we have been dealing with, it helps, darling, Natasha said, tapping him on the arm and giving him a wink. The first business is basically a farm, what we would call in the US a truck farm. The biggest problem is that the manager was spending far more time trying to cheat people than farm, and the second problem is that the rest of the people were not very good farmers. One of the 3 employee couples wants to be a good farmer, as do the house elves, but the institution is so messed up, it is going to take some time to turn it around. The current turnover is only about 200,000 galleons, but with a little work, it should bring in $1 million or so, and even after paying good wages, make you money. Natasha got out of the car as Natasha Fatale and showed Harry around the property, introducing him to all of the people and house elves too. Harry did what he had done before, talk politely, try to learn and back up Natasha, who obviously knew more than Harry did. After a delicious lunch of farm fresh food, they went to the next small business, a woodworking and wood carving business. Again Natasha explained the basics of the business and how with a different business model, they could make good money for more of the people of the area, magical and muggle. Good wood for wands but also for magical devices and furniture, Natasha explained once. They were safely settled in the car again. Good jobs for muggles and magical people. The last visit was to a large lumbering concern. Although it sold plenty of lumber to the muggle market and used lots of muggle equipment, lorries and bulldozers and the like, it also used a fair amount of magic in picking the trees to harvest and getting them over somewhat inaccessible terrain to the sawmill. If done right, the yields on the harvest can be magical as well, Natasha said, indicating that the few really modern magical lumber mills used muggle and magical technology to get really fantastic yields of high-grade lumber. We have some new help coming in for this firm, Natasha said. None of the managers is going to be managing this place in 2 months. Harry was trying to figure out how he was going to tell Ginny about all this. In the first place, Harry was so short and Natasha was so big that Harry was mostly staring at her bust, something that was distracting at the least. Not that her hips were bad. Not that Harry was tempted, but Ginny could be jealous. Plus, the business dealings were things that, from the little he had talked to Ginny about them, she really did not understand or care to understand. Maybe he could talk about the car. They were back at the bank, and Natasha said to Harry and Jim, "The back seat turns into a bed." She waved her wand, and instead of a huge back seat, there was an enormous bed. "Nothing like making love under the stars in the back of your car," she said with a wicked grin. "Harry, I'll loan you the car sometime so you and your wife can go out to some hilltop or go to a pond and skinny dip and finish up in the back seat." Harry thought that maybe talking about the car could get awkward. Then again, Ginny was reasonably adventurous sexually. Well, looking at Natasha, maybe talking about her in the car would be very awkward. Ginny was either going to really like Natasha or really hate her. When they went inside, Bill said, "It looks like we are going to be done here tonight. Call Ginny and tell her we will be back sometime tonight. It may be late. Fleur and I need mobiles. I'll have someone here call our office." Harry called Ginny and after she said, "Hello," answered, "We should be back tonight, maybe late, but we don't have to come back tomorrow. We have a good couple over here watching after the investments." "Was today any better than yesterday?" Ginny asked. "Oh yes, not so much yelling, and I met the people who work at these businesses. Most of them seem nice enough," Harry answered. "Miss you, Harry," Ginny said. "I'm talking to Mum." "That's good, Ginny. It will be good to see everybody Sunday. Love you, Harry." "Love you too, Ginny. Bye." By the middle of Thursday, Ginny was getting lonely and went over to the new burrow to talk to her mother. Ginny said, "Mum, I guess it was different when we were all together and working so hard to get the house ready. I've just always been around people, and I'm lonely with Harry gone." "It was only you and me when Ron left for school," Molly reminded her. "I was a little lonely then too," Ginny said. "I even missed fighting with Ron. How was it with all of us away at school?" "I had my own issues with no one being home," Molly said. "I love a full house. I'm not saying that I am glad I have to take care of Teddy. And Andromeda can be a real problem sometimes, but in some ways it is better than not having someone I have to take care of. Lots of mothers are happy when all their children are gone, and I'm glad I have something else to do. I know how you feel. That's why I'm so happy that I'm helping Rosemary homeschool the children. I guess I can get used to being alone, but I miss Harry," Ginny said. "It's hard when he leaves so early in the morning and is back so late at night. I'm just used to seeing him every day, really talking and, well, and the physical part, the touching." "The talking really is more important, Ginny dear," Molly said. "Is that Muggle gadget helping?" "Sort of," Ginny said. "At least we talked a little while yesterday afternoon. Maybe he'll call again this afternoon. He is so frustrated. Everybody is cheating everybody," Harry said. "He said Creature was so mad he was jumping up and down pointing his finger at a goblin." "Oh my," a horrified Molly said. "Is it really that bad?" "I don't know," said Ginny. "I don't know anything about business, not like Bill and Fleur. Harry seems to be learning. In all honesty, I'd rather play Quidditch." "You are going to have to get used to being apart some," Molly said. "That little Muggle thing, if it allows you to keep talking even when you are apart, is a good thing. Talking is really important. Communicating. If you go a couple of weeks without a good, satisfying talk, then maybe you have a problem. After all, once you get back to Hogwarts, you will have times when you are too busy for him." Ginny did spend some time with Teddy. He wasn't all that mobile yet, but he was an active baby, and he loved Ginny's attention. No words but lots of babbling, and it was fun to baby talk with him. Teddy was starting to crawl. He wasn't very good at it, but between crawling, rolling over and just wiggling, they couldn't leave him anywhere and count on him being in the same place a couple of minutes later. Ginny ended up spending quite a bit of time on the floor with Teddy, playing with him. In some ways, the hardest thing was when he was hungry, and Molly fed him instead of Ginny. She was continuing to be conflicted, being glad she was free of being tied to Teddy but missing him. Ginny ended up staying for dinner and promised her mother that she would be back to help with Teddy on Friday after Harry had left for work. On Friday, Harry was in the office, coming in at 7 a.m. but leaving at 5 p.m. About half of his time was spent on Wizengamot business. The only noticeable thing that happened on Friday was that Michael and Bill finally realized that Harry had co-signed some large loans, 50,000 galleons each. Harry had to tell them they were for WWW. It was clear from the documents that the goblins had insisted that Harry get is going to co-sign such large loans. Now that Fred was gone, Harry owned 49% and George owned 51% of WWW. Harry sent Ginny a brief text message at 4:30, which said, "Home by 5 p.m. Want to go out?" Ginny still had no idea how to send a text message, so she waited. When Harry got back and talked to Ginny about the phone, he realized that in all the discussion about Snape and potions, he had forgotten all about asking Hermione to help Ginny with the phone and help to write simple instructions for witches and wizards with no knowledge of the Muggle world how to use a magic Muggle cell phone. Ginny had tried to read the instructions, but the instructions all assumed that one knew a lot more than she did. The only thing she could think to ask Harry about was that there was a reference to a computer mouse in the instructions, and could she use a rat like Scabbers instead of a mouse. They went out to dinner, and then Harry tried to make up to Ginny for being gone for so much of the week. Ch18, George's wedding. Ron and Hermione almost happily ever after. Ch18, George and Angelina's wedding, Ron and Hermione's first time. The big hypocrite, Ginny interjected, thinking, they're sleeping together. The birth control potion was not proof, just a good guess. Well, Ron does have something of a double standard, Hermione replied, especially where his sister is concerned. Warning, Hermione is pretty explicit about her and Ron's first time. If you're not old enough, you should not be reading this. Saturday, August 23rd was the wedding of George Weasley and Angelina Johnson. It was going to be a small and simple wedding, with George not getting to the new borough until about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The business had suffered when it was closed during the war. Since it was so close to the time students left for Hogwarts, George did not dare close the store. Verity, Lee Jordan, and a couple of other trusted employees were going to keep the store open during the wedding, and George and Angelina were going to open the store on Sunday as usual. From the Weasley family, only the people who normally attended the Sunday breakfasts were there. The Appleleaf family made themselves scarce by going to their house, which was almost finished. Angelina's family was small. She was the youngest. Neither her older brother nor sister was married, although her brother brought a date and they hoped that was getting serious since she seemed like a very nice witch. The Johnson parents and grandparents and great-grandparents were there. Her great-grandfather was fairly light-skinned and had moved to Britain from the US almost a century ago. He had married an African from one of the British colonies, as had his son and grandson, so all of the current generation of Johnson children were about as black as they could be. All of the wives' families were still in Africa, and the Johnson family seemed to be involved in trade with many of them. The family was as pureblood as it was possible to be in the wizarding community, and the son was upset because his girlfriend's family had a hard time accepting him. They were mostly, 3/4, pureblood. He could prove that even on the American side, he was well over 90% pureblood. Angelina's brother complained to Harry, if all they cared about was Muggle blood on the African side of the family, we can't find a Muggle ancestor, and the magical community in Africa has records going back 4,000 years. I think it's because we're black and not white, although no one has the courage to say anything. Uncle Vernon was an out-and-out racist. One of the things Harry liked best about the magical community was the apparent absence of racial prejudice. If Ginny was clueless about Muggle technology, she was also clueless about racial prejudice, and Harry had to explain to her why someone could be upset about Angelina's brother because of skin color. Harry looked in amazement at the Weasley family. Fleur was about as light-skinned as could be, with long straight hair that was a beautiful light blonde. Angelina was as black as possible, with a very short cropped head of the blackest, curliest hair. She was taller than George, almost as tall as Ron, who at 6 feet was the tallest in the family. Fleur was as delicate and small-boned as they come, although nowhere near as short as Ginny. Angelina looked formidable, big-boned, with big hips but then more straight up and down, although she was getting bustier since getting pregnant. It was not just Ginny. None of the Weasley family had ever encountered prejudice because of skin color, just prejudice because of a Muggle background. The wedding was short and simple. The only concession in dress to it being a wedding was the tiara perched on Angelina's head. Aunt Muriel had, of course, insisted that she be allowed to come over too. Put the tiara on Angelina and perform the spell that held it on before the wedding. Mercifully, she left shortly afterwards. The families traded names and addresses and promised to keep in touch, All of the Johnsons thanked Harry for what he had done. But then they thanked Ron, Hermione and Ginny as well, so that Harry did not feel singled out, which was the nicest thing they could have done for him. Before they left, Angelina's father sought out Harry and said, "We are import and export agents, dealing mostly in magical commodities. George's products are in demand around the world. Thank you for being his silent partner." By 5 p.m., George and Angelina had left to go back to the store and work until the shop closed. Harry thought that they had better meet with Griffin and Grunt on Sunday afternoon, and they agreed to have lunch at Grimmauld Place at noon. Harry talked a little about what he wanted to do. "I'd like the place wired for electricity and the internet," Harry said. "I know you can put in magical and gas lighting, but I would like good electric lighting. I know I want a television." "We looked at some of the other houses on the block," Ginny said. "Some of them have bigger windows, and one even seems to have a skylight. I want a bright and airy house." After lunch, Grover Grunt and Grindywald Griffin went over the house almost inch by inch. Griffin did most of the writing. He had a set of house plans and was making notations on them. Grunt used mostly his wand, but he had some muggle tools and some magical ones as well. When they were done, Griffin suggested meeting in the drawing room. "Structurally, the house is sound, but it's all settled. That's a problem. Plus, if we are going to put in electricity and communication wiring, we have to get behind the walls, and when walls are this old, sometimes when you open one up, there is no telling what kind of a mess you are going to find behind it. We know, from our investigation, that there is some mold. That's a muggle problem, not a magical one, and removing it is going to require removing the places that are moldy. Plus, this place is full of curses. You're not going to be happy here unless we remove all the curses." "How much time are we talking about?" asked Harry. 2 full weeks to have the curse breakers go over the house, another couple of weeks to demolish the inside of the house, and still another week to finish the work of the curse breakers," Griffin said. "We can get rid of that accursed painting too, not by magic but by physically removing the wall in little pieces." They pointed out where they could enlarge many windows and put in a magical skylight to bring light into the kitchen. Ginny agreed at once to the suggested changes. "Once we have the major structural work done, then we can begin to install wiring for the internet and electricity, gas lines for gas lights and other components. You need insulation, and then in front of the wiring, you need a special magical barrier sheet to keep a group of magicians, even a couple who are leaking a lot of magical energy, from messing up the electricity. When that's done, we need to put up the walls and finish the interior. All of this has to be done in the middle of the city on a building that, as far as Muggles are concerned, does not exist. It's no-looted." Grover Grunt jumped in with, "It's a lot of work, but this property is magical. There have been magical people in this area for a very long time, and even in walking around the block, I can feel the magic. How much time are you two going to have to work on the interior once we get the house roughed in?" "I'm just going to be in Auror training," Harry said. "Plus working on the estate issues, plus you're on the Wizengamot, Harry," Ginny popped in with. "I'm just going to be trying to finish my last year at Hogwarts." Griffin and Grunt could not promise that the house would be ready for Christmas, especially if Ginny was busy at school and Harry was as busy as it was looking like he was going to be. Late Sunday afternoon, Bill and Harry had to leave for the Mid-East. Ginny went back to the new burrow, and she and Fleur stayed late talking with Molly. Ginny did get a message for a phone call from Harry. She walked out of the wards at the new burrow, and then with Fleur and Molly and Arthur watching, placed the call. After she talked to Harry, she let Fleur talk to Bill. And then first Molly and then Arthur talked to both Bill and Harry. Fleur said, "Beale EZ talking about getting mobiles for us. Espenev. Beale tell me, Harry Potter estate we'll pay. Beale says, EE needs for estate, and I work for estate." "How much do these cost?" asked Molly. "I heard them say something about 25 galleons at the store," Ginny volunteered. Arthur said, "The closest thing the magical world has is mirrors, but they have to be set up to work with each other. Harry and Sirius had a pair. You can have mirror sets that are more than 2 mirrors, but just because you have one does not mean that you can talk to any mirror. And they are expensive, and they break easily. I saw some small ones, a pair for fewer than 500 galleons each, but that was a special price. The mobiles are even more expensive, and you have to pay something each month." Dan Williamson said that Muggle cell phones are getting less and less expensive, but there are so few cell phones in our world that it will take a while to get the cost down. Dan also said that, despite the cost, Hundreds of them are being sold every month in North America and China, and they are spreading in the rest of the world. The phones that Harry and Ginny bought cost 1,000 galleons each, plus 25 galleons each month. Everybody in the room looked shocked when Arthur mentioned the cost of the phones. When the girls went to bed, Molly figured that the first year of having 2 phones would be 2,600 galleons, over a third of Arthur's salary of 7,500 galleons a year. She still could not really understand how much money Harry had at his disposal. There was no way Molly wanted to spend that much money. Ginny sent Hermione, Hannah and Luna Owls to see when they could go shopping for school supplies. It was finally agreed that they would meet on Monday the 24th. Mrs. Hannah Abbott Longbottom had decided to go back to school and see if she could survive at school after the baby was born. Always before, Ginny went to get school supplies with her parents, and they bought the supplies. Now she had her own money. Well, it came from Harry, but one thing she did know was that there was almost nothing that she wanted that she could not buy. In every way that it counted, once one was a married woman, she was an adult. Harry went off to work this morning and he was still the same Mr. Harry Potter that he had been last week, and the week before, all his life. She was Mrs. Ginny Potter, not Miss Ginny Weasley. She could have kept her last name the same, but it didn't make sense. Her mum was a Pruitt, but Mum, Dad, and children should all have the same last name. And she wanted children, not right now, but someday. Besides, she had dreamed of marrying Harry, and not becoming Mrs. Potter didn't make sense. Nursing Teddy convinced her that she was not ready to be a full-time mother, but she really missed Teddy and missed having a child on her breast. How could you feel 2 opposite things at the same time? What would it be like being Mrs. Potter at Hogwarts? What was it going to be like living a very different life than Harry? She is student. She may be a Quidditch player, Harry and Auror, sleeping together but usually living different lives. Her dad went to work, her mum stayed home. They were very different people, but it was hard to imagine them not together. Were she and Harry going to get there? Well, it was time to take the flow to WWW to meet Hermione and Hannah. Shopping was not a lot different, except that Ginny never had to ask her mother if she could buy something, which was quite nice in and of itself. Having lunch with Hannah, Hermione and Luna was also not a lot different. 3 of them were intimate with their partners, so even though Hermione was not married, they all had that in common. Luna was intently interested in anything to do with couples and marriage, although occasionally Ginny thought that despite having a lot of book knowledge, sometimes Luna completely missed the point. Most of the lunch, which lasted a couple of hours, was spent in talking about the next year at Hogwarts. Since Hermione had been made head girl, she was going to be in a single room. But at the same time, there would be many more nights when she had to be at Hogwarts than ones that she could spend at the flat above the store. Ron could, however, take the flow to her room. Hermione had gotten permission for her room to be connected to the apartment above the Hogsmeade store. She doubted that this would have been allowed except for the fact that they'd helped Harry so much in his defeat of Tom Riddle. Toward the end of the lunch, Ginny noticed a vial of birth control potions that Hermione had taken out of her purse. So she asked Hermione, "When did you start sleeping with my brother?" Hermione answered, "Just a week ago Sunday night." Maybe that's why Ron was so interested in the first time. We were getting closer to it. The big hypocrite, Ginny interjected, thinking, they're sleeping together. The birth control potion was not proof, just a good guess. Well, Ron does have something of a double standard, Hermione replied, especially where his sister is concerned. Ginny, Hannah and Luna waited for Hermione to continue. Ron must like me a lot. He keeps telling me how beautiful I am and how lucky he is. He is very endearing when he does not have his foot in his mouth. And he is cute when he stumbles over his words and cannot get out what he wants to say. Ginny and Hannah nodded in agreement about Ron's tendency to stumble over what he wanted to say. Hermione continued, "We moved into the flat over the Hogsmeade store, each in a separate bedroom, but we spent enough time in one of the beds snogging." Hermione got a huge grin on her face. From the way she paused and the faces she made, Ginny guessed that they had been doing a little more than some innocent snogging. Hermione gathered her thoughts and continued, "At the end of July, when I got back from Australia, I got some contraceptive potion, and after my period I started taking it. By the 15th, I thought that it was silly that I was taking the potion and had really made up my mind to take our relationship the next step but had not done anything about it. Ron feels bad that he does not have enough money for an engagement ring and does not want a formal engagement until I am wearing his ring. But he wants to marry me, and I want to marry him. Well, Sunday, a week ago, was the last straw. I didn't think that, if given a chance, Ron would say, let's just stay virgins for a few more years, or months, or days. So I told him that I missed sleeping in the same room with him, like we did when we were at Hogwarts those last 2 weeks. When he said that he missed that too, getting a little red in the face and embarrassed in the process, I suggested that I could move my stuff into his bedroom, if it was all right with him. He stammered and, I love it when Ron gets all flustered. He surely was flustered, but he said that whatever I wanted to do was finto the bedroom, turned the 2 beds into a nice large bed and moved my stuff into the room. Ron was working in the store, and I made a quick dinner and we ate in the store where we could watch for customers. A little before closing time, I told Ron that I would be up in the bedroom reading. I put on the sexiest nightgown I had, but it was still a conservative cotton one, so I transfigured it into a really sheer silk nightgown. Hermione paused. It's a lot easier transforming cotton into silk than into nylon. Silk is a natural fiber, and nylon is an artificial material, like a plastic. Magic works with plastics, but it's different. I was going to make the nightgown sheer nylon, but it wasn't so easy. Well, I had other things on my mind. Hermione sort of grinned at the girls, and Ginny and Hannah shook their heads, smiling at each other knowingly. Only Hermione, or maybe Luna, would go into an explanation of magic while describing her first night of passion. As I was saying, I transfigured the nightgown into a really transparent one. What was covered you could still see, and then after I had put the knickers on, I decided that I really did not need them on either, so I took them off. I just sort of needed the nightgown top on to keep me a little warm. You should have seen Ron's face when he walked into the bedroom. I can imagine, said Ginny, giggling. What did he say? He was stammering pretty badly, said Hermione, a big smile on her face. He said something like, are we, oh my, so I told him we did not have to do anything, but if he wanted to go further, I was ready. I've taken a contraceptive potion, Ron. Then I said, take a shower and come to bed with me. He asked, what do I wear? And I said, I don't see why you need to wear anything. I'd rather have you keep me warm than this nightgown. So he took the fastest shower in history, and when he came back into the bedroom with nothing on, I could tell that he had been thinking about what was coming next. Men are so transparent, and he was ready. So I took off my nightgown and told him to kiss me and take his time, and we would figure this out. And we did. Luna asked in astonishment, how did you know Ron was all ready? How can you tell? Hermione, Ginny and Hannah all looked at each other, started to giggle and got redder and redder. Finally Hermione whispered something to Luna. Luna pondered what Hermione said, sort of looked around at some of the males in the room, and finally responded, it does? Oh, that's interesting. It will probably be a useful thing to know. Quickly changing the subject, Ginny asked Hermione, so how was your first time? As horrified as she was to know the details of her brother's sex life, she was also intensely curious. Besides, Hermione was one of her best friends. She wanted to be able to share things with her. Hermione said, well, physically I was a virgin. It hurt and bled and Ron panicked and was worried that he had damaged me. Well, it did hurt and was a little messy, but I knew it might happen and talked Ron into doing it again later that night, and we got better. Like anything else, it takes practice, but we've spent some of the last week practicing when we could. I was so naive, said Ginny. I thought that all I had to do was get us both naked and everything would happen. Well, I got Harry excited enough, but he was done long before I was ready to be finished, and it was my fault. We just had to practice a lot. It got much better. You had to practice a lot, said Hermione grinning. Well, of course, said Ginny, also with a big grin on her face. Luna turned to Hannah and asked, did you have to practice a lot too? Is it that hard to do? It's not that hard to do, but it is a lot of fun, Luna, Hannah said. Once you have found the person you want to spend the rest of your life with, I expect you will do it quite regularly. That's more useful information, a smiling Luna said, seeming to file these little tidbits into her mind. I always like getting useful information. I need one thing from you, Ginny, Hermione said, sort of embarrassed. The spell for the blankets? Ginny rolled her eyes, sort of slapped her head and nodded an affirmative. The 3 girls turned to Hannah. I think we want to hear your story too, a serious Luna said. Ginny and Hermione grinned in encouragement. Hannah took a deep breath and said, I'm used to sleeping with just a nightgown on. Well, When I took the flow to the room of requirement, I had to wait for an all-clear to leave, and sometimes that would take a while. One night, we got a message that I might as well sleep, it could be all night. Neville had just his boxers on. I stripped down to my knickers and bra, but then I could not get comfortable with the bra on, so I took it off, and then, Hannah sighed. Well, I guess we got a little too comfortable. We had been snogging and had even talked about maybe getting married, if we both survived. And all of a sudden we went too far. And then I got hurt during the battle, not badly, but when the healer examined me, she asked when my last period was and I was a couple of weeks late. She told me I was pregnant. What did Neville do when he found out? Asked Hermione. Knelt down on one knee and asked me to marry him and be the mother of his children. Neville always a gentleman, Ginny replied. Well, it was a little late to say no, at least to the part about being a mother. I'm not really all that upset. I'm still working some at the Leaky Cauldron, and there are plenty of other witches who are jealous that I married a big war hero. Plus I really like Neville. He is such a good person. A grinning Ginny asked, Neville doesn't steal the blankets? Hannah looked ashamed. Well, really, you see, it's me. Maybe I ought to have the spell too, because sometimes we wake up, and I have all the blankets. Ginny laughed and then taught the two girls with partners the spell to keep their partners from stealing all the blankets. On Saturday the 29th, Harry and Ginny moved all that they could to Hogwarts and tried to get their apartments ready. Even with shrinking things, they had to take 4 trips. They were glad that they had a fireplace in their room connected to the flow network. The fireplace is only going to be connected to the new burrow after today, Harry said. As soon as Grimmauld Place is secure, it is going to be connected to it as well but nowhere else. They were getting ready to start putting clothes away when Ginny said, We need to try out the bed, Harry. She flopped down on the bed and held out her arms. Harry paused only a moment and then joined Ginny in the bed. They snogged passionately for a while, and then came up for air. It was early in the afternoon, everything was put away except for the clothes and there was nothing on their schedule. Ginny got a wicked grin on her face. And pulled out the book. Use the spell for endurance, Harry. We haven't really tried out the bed enough. Harry could not believe how beautiful she was. Ginny grinned and put her arms around Harry, pulling him into her. She backed up and looked at the bra. Muggle bras have elastic around the back, Ginny said, turning around to show Harry that her back was bare. Most of them have straps too. They probably do not come off quite as easily as magical ones do. Ginny demonstrated by quickly taking off the thin garment that was a magical bra. She then dropped her knickers and pulled Harry into her again. Afterwards, as they lay naked holding onto each other, Harry thought, maybe I'm the luckiest guy in the world. Just holding onto Ginny, her sexy body next to him, after they had made love, was unbelievably pleasurable. Something about the sexual urges having been satisfied, not having to get ready to do anything, but still having that curvy soft female body next to his was just so pleasurable. I love you, said Harry gently. I know, said an obviously tired Ginny groggily. This feels so good, Harry murmured. Ginny purred. Harry did not say anything else and very quickly he could feel the regular breathing that indicated asleep. He kept holding her for some minutes, just drinking in the closeness, before slipping into a sound sleep himself. They spent the night at their bed in Hogwarts. By 9 o'clock Sunday morning the entire family was at the new burrow. Ginny and I don't need to take anything with us when we catch the Hogwarts Express, Hermione said. We really don't need to take the train, but we want to. It's like taking the train as part of the ritual in going to school. My parents are going to pick us up here, Luna too, and Hannah. I have to tend the Hogsmeade store, Ron grumbled. There are always people buying things at the last minute at both stores, even after the train has left. Auror training always starts September 2nd, or the first weekday after September 1st, so people in the Auror department who have children going to Hogwarts can put them on the train, Arthur volunteered. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement wants Harry and Neville plus your Auror guards on the train. We don't have any firm leads about the 2 girls who are missing, but we are getting a couple of disturbing rumors. Are all of you going to eat in the Great Hall? Asked Molly, changing the subject. Harry replied, even after Auror training starts, I'm going to try to eat breakfast and dinner in the Great Hall. We may have to get up early to get breakfast, though. I'm going to go from Auror training right to the store, Ron said. There is a note on the door that the store is going to be open most evenings and weekends and any other time by appointment. "When are you going to see Hermione?" asked Angelina. "That's a little bit of a problem," Hermione said. "Being head girl, I have to stay at the school. Ron can visit, but only for a little while. Actually, it's easier for him to come for breakfast and then leave for Auror training." "You can't go to Hermione's room after work?" asked Angelina. Ron and Hermione both had awkward expressions on their face. Finally, Ron said, "I'm going to try to see Hermione some evenings. But I expect most evenings I'm going to be sleeping at the store and Hermione's going to be at Hogwarts." On Sunday afternoon, they moved a few personal possessions to the new burrow. Any furniture that they were going to keep was going to be put in storage by Griffin and Grunt. As they were going to bed Sunday night, Ginny said, "This is the first night we are going to have sex in my parents' house. It feels strange. Does it feel strange to you?" "We're married." "What is strange?" said Harry. Ginny replied, "Oh, I don't know. Thinking that my parents know we are having sex in their house and even approve. What if we have a daughter? How are you going to feel about some boy having sex with our daughter? After she is old enough and she is married, or before?" asked Harry. "If we are lucky enough to have grown-up children, I would hope they would find somebody as wonderful as you are and marry and have sex happily ever after." Ginny said, "Yes, and have someone give them a book like the one we got from my mother before they get married, so that they do not have a first time like ours. We got better in a hurry, but it still took lots of practice. It's not like we are in my old bed at the old burrow, but it's still my parents' house, and it still feels strange." Feeling strange did not keep Ginny from becoming intimate with her Harry, morning or night, however. CH-19 Fall at Hogwarts and the start of almost happily ever after. HPCH-19 Fall at Hogwarts and the start of Auror training. "I don't have any authority to do this," Harry replied just as Al and Kingsley walked in the room. On Tuesday, September 1, 1998, Hannah and Neville, Hermione and Luna met Harry and Ginny at the new burrow, where they were picked up by a Ministry minibus. Both Auror couples went along. It had been decided that they were safer going in a Ministry vehicle instead of having Hermione's parents drive any of them. They were put on the train 45 minutes before it was scheduled to leave, in a compartment up front next to the prefect's area. Hermione was appointed head girl, and she, the head boy and the prefects had some duties supervising the train and helping settle new students. As the train was filling up, students kept asking Hermione if she would sign their chocolate frog cards, and a lot of them asked where Harry and Ginny were. So they had a steady stream of visitors asking her to sign their cards, both Ginny Weasley cards and Ginny Potter cards. Some of them, when they realized that Hannah was married to Neville, wanted Hannah to sign the Neville Longbottom card too, something totally unexpected to Hannah. "Have you ever had anyone ask for your autograph, or look at you like you were some sort of celebrity?" asked Hannah of Ginny when Harry was out talking to one of the Aurors. "No, I don't think so," Ginny mused, pondering the question. "I know Harry has had people looking at him since he started at Hogwarts. He isn't very fond of it. I'm not sure I like it either." "Harry likes to pretend he's not important," Luna said. "He's wrong, of course. He has always been very important, and he will continue to be very important. Harry just does not know how to handle it." "It was kind of fun being a celebrity right after the Battle of Hogwarts," Neville said. "I sure wouldn't want to be like Harry and have to deal with that all of the time." Luna was always asked to sign her card, and as people gushed over her she started out visibly shaken. By the fourth or fifth time she started to take it in stride, however. "I guess when you have a chocolate frog card of your own, people feel free to talk to you," Luna said. "Although some of the younger ones seem a little scared of us. I don't know why." The opening feast did not start out a lot different. Minerva McGonagall was headmistress. There was a new defense against the dark arts teacher, Sydney Stanford. Tall, black hair with the slightest touch of gray around the temples. From the U.S. Sydney Stanford was, according to the rumors, single. There were several additional new teachers, including a new Muggle studies teacher. The sorting had more people in Gryffindor and fewer people in Slytherin, and there were more students than the years before. Some of them had been kept out of the school or even the country because of the troubles, so there were 12 and even a couple of 13-year-old first years, and a similar mixture of ages in all 7 classes. Everything went without a hitch until the sorting. When the sorting hat came to David Jones, Harry gripped Ginny's hand especially hard. Ginny took one hard look at his face and silently mouthed, "Nora." Harry squeezed Ginny's hand again but did not say anything. Nora Jones was still missing. At the end of the meal, Ms. McGonagall got up to give the opening speech. She said, "Welcome back, Hogwarts students. Last year was a most difficult year for most of you, for a variety of reasons. This year we have more students than we have had in years, and more unusual students. Because students could not or did not want to come to Hogwarts last year, and because some students went into hiding or left the country when Tom Riddle was back, we have students 1 or 2 or even 3 years older than normal. We have 4 married couples, 2 that are both attending school, and Mrs. Ginny Weasley Potter and Mrs. Hannah Abbott Longbottom, both of whom have husbands training to be Aurors. We also have a number of students that were hurt, some very seriously, last year. 2 are in wheelchairs, not just due to their injuries but in one case because the Carrows did not allow him to be treated in time, and in the other case because of an injury that one of the Muggle-born healers at St. Mungo's could have healed, but that healer had to run for his life and there was no one else to help. Other students have less obvious physical problems, but please make allowances. It may take them longer to get someplace. There are other students that the events of the last year have left them emotionally fragile." McGonagall took off her glasses and wiped her eyes. You could see her trying to get control of her own emotion. All of us are probably a little emotionally fragile. Last year was such a difficult year for everyone. We talked to all the students we thought were the most fragile, the most at risk. We have 6 students wearing a yellow E to indicate that they are especially emotionally fragile. The 6 students wearing the yellow E are to be accompanied by 1 or 2 students from their house at all time. Their house prefects are going to be working with other students in their house and the staff to protect these and a number of other students who were tortured or otherwise suffered greatly last year. It was not an easy decision to single out these 6 students, but if you knew their stories you would understand why we felt we had to warn everybody to be exceptionally careful around them. You are all warned that the usual jokes and play, if directed at a student that has a problem, can get you severe punishment. I think we ought to be very careful with everyone for a while. For all of you, there are specialists available in the infirmary if the events of the last couple of years or anything else are causing you problems." Ms. McGonagall then proceeded to introduce all the teachers and give a more normal first of the year speech. Ginny had noticed the younger of the 2 students in a wheelchair. She seemed to be determined to make the best of the situation, and was animatedly talking to her friends. The older boy was wearing an E. Just looked fragile, not only physically but also emotionally. A couple of other students were around him fiercely protecting him. Sometimes he seemed okay, but at other times you could tell there was some terror in his face. Several of the Gryffindor students approached the couples and asked if they could talk to them in the Gryffindor common room. Harry explained, "I would love to go into the Gryffindor common room, but ministry employees are strictly forbidden from going into the common rooms or dorm rooms. It's actually a good thing. That rule was never violated until, I understand, last year." Ginny and several other students nodded at this. Almost every rule made to protect the students was violated the previous school year. Harry continued, "We can talk in public areas, and Ginny or I are allowed to invite you into our private quarters. Neville and I are not Gryffindor students anymore. It's really irregular having Neville and me living here. We really need to go to our rooms right now, but we will try and make time to talk with you this week." Harry and Neville arrived at the Ministry at 8 a.m. September 2nd for the start of Auror training. Most of the DA, Harry, Ron, Neville, Terry Boot, Justin Finch Fletchley, Seamus Finnegan, Anthony Goldstein, Ernie Macmillan, Padma and Parvati Patil, Cho Chong and Zacharias Smith were in the class. Lavender Brown was still healing, spending half or more of her time at St. Mungo's and the rest at home recuperating. Theodore Knott, a Slytherin in Harry's year, had somehow gotten acceptable grades in all his classes and had avoided taking part in the tortures and other activities that would keep him from joining the Aurors. His uncle was a Death Eater, but his father had kept a low profile and could not be accused of anything. They were led down to the personnel office, where Harry was beckoned in to fill out an application. The rest of the recruits were standing around waiting when Alvan Lente walked in and said, "What are you doing?" "Waiting to fill out an application," Ron said. "They're making us do it one at a time." "What the hell?" Al exclaimed. "Where are the damn applications? Where is Harry?" "He's behind that door filling out his application," said Ron. Harry was sitting before an older man with glasses, answering questions as the man filled in the form, when Al stormed into the room. "What the hell do you think you're doing sitting here making all those people wait?" I need to fill in the forms, the nervous wizard said. Why can't they fill out the forms themselves? A glowering Al asked. We've never done it that way, the wizard meekly said. I don't have the authority to change anything. Stupid squinty-eyed bureaucrats, shitheads, damn it to hell. Al fumed. Who does have the authority? I don't know, the wizard replied, visibly shrinking away as Al pushed his face into his. Your name is? Asked Al, inches from his face. Roger Hoffman, sir, the wizard said. Kingsley's going to hear about this one, Al muttered as he stormed out of the room. A short time later Al came storming into the waiting area, followed by Kingsley Shacklebolt and Gawain Robards. Al threw open the door to the little application office and said, Tell me again why you need to keep these valuable people waiting while you sit there and fill in the damn forms for them. I assume since they have all been accepted as Aurors in training they can all write. It's always been done this way, the man replied. Where are the other applications? Kingsley asked. The little wizard pointed to a pile on a desk just a short way away. Get them and bring them here. The little wizard just stared at Kingsley. As the wizard bureaucrat sat there paralyzed with fear, Al glowered at him, turned to the desk, and quietly said, Accio applications. When the applications landed in his hand he gave them to Robards, and Robards said, I'll get our Auror candidate started, as he headed out of the room. How can we speed up this process? Al asked the wizard. Do they need identification, uniforms? Do you stand there with your thumb up your ass wasting the valuable time of our Aurors? Doing these things one person at a time, or is there a way we can speed up the process? The wizard was shaking at this point. He handed Al a checklist he had made up, and Al and Kingsley looked over it. My application is done, Harry said. While Al was fighting with Roger Hoffman, Harry had finished filling out the form. The room was a modest-sized room in the Ministry, with 4 desks spaced apart. One desk was obviously Roger's, and there were 2 witches at 2 of the other desks. Kingsley asked, Who is responsible for generating the identification? A witch indicated she was. I always do it with Roger, she said. Are you capable of making the identification on your own? Kingsley asked. I could try, the witch said. Don't try, do, Kingsley said. But the application needs to be reviewed first, the witch said. Kingsley looked over the application quickly. I've reviewed it, and it looks good to me. Get Harry his identification. Then Kingsley turned to Roger. I will have the Auror candidates in here one at a time. Look over the applications for any missing information. You have 10 minutes max per candidate, unless there is something seriously wrong. Then pass the candidate on to Miss Appleby, sir, the witch said. Mrs. Kingsley said. Mrs. Appleby, you need to have identifications made as fast as Roger gets our new Aurors processed. When everything is done they can all go and get their uniforms together. If all this is not done by 11 I expect Mr. Van Lente will be very mad, and that will make me very mad. Do I make myself clear? But, Roger said, some of the steps are missing. We have to record them and give the information to payroll and, all that takes time. And after the Aurors are done you will take all the information to payroll in one trip, by yourselves. And not make these valuable people wait any longer. Anything else you have to do will be done efficiently, without bothering our Auror candidates unless it is absolutely necessary, and it will all be done tonight, Kingsley almost shouted. If there are minor issues we can take them up tomorrow. And you tell me before you get one of these valuable people out of their training. Al pointed to Harry and he went over to Mrs. Appleby. Al then poked his head out the door and asked, Are any of you through with your applications? A couple were, and Al said, Cho, come on in. Kingsley Shacklebolt left, and Gawain Robards followed shortly after. After Harry had his identification, Al said, Get in touch with me if there are any more of Tari. Stand here and watch our suddenly efficient crew here. Yes, sir, Harry said. Harry did not say much, but the fact that he was standing there, and that he was obviously good friends with Minister Shacklebolt and Al Van Lente and maybe even Gawain Robards made everyone in the little office nervous, and they finished up their work with unaccustomed speed and efficiency. Al was back with the Auror candidates in about 10:30, mumbling to himself, obviously not happy, although Harry thought that Al could be happy to be not happy as long as he was getting things done. By 11 the entire crew was entering a classroom. At the head of it was an older witch. I'm Mrs. Edie Evans, and I'm a legal expert, Edie said by way of introduction. I am here to tell you the legal restrictions you will be operating under. After you thoroughly learn all the rules that govern your behavior, you will be given permission to use spells that Aurors need to perform their duties. Please pick up one of these manuals. Harry looked at a thick manual. He turned to the back and saw that it was almost 1,000 pages long. Mrs. Evans started at the first paragraph of page 1 and started to read. Harry thought he was back in Professor Binns' class. He started to thumb through the huge tome, and for some reason started at the back where it seemed the most recent entries were. He quickly double-checked. It looked like the last 200 pages were laws put in place last year, terribly unfair laws forbidding arrest of pure blood even for odious crimes. Laws forbidding anyone but pure blood from practicing any magic. Al was sitting in the front row, also paging through the book, and they looked at each other and shook their heads. Harry pointed out a particularly odious piece of legislation. Al looked at it and shook his head. Mrs. Evans went over to Harry and Al and said, "You are supposed to be listening in class, not going off on your own. You will be tested on this material, and if you don't pass you are not going to become Aurors. How are we ever going to operate under these laws from last year?" asked Harry. "They're wrong, perverted, everything we've been fighting against." "It's not my problem. Maybe they will be changed," Mrs. Evans said. "Meanwhile you need to learn the laws that are now on the book." "Come on, Harry," said Al as he pulled Harry out of the class. "This is what I've been afraid of, Harry," said Al as they walked. Almost ran down the hall. "Your ministry was not very good before last year. It really never got over the first of Voldemort's reigns, but this last year has obviously made things much worse. All the current Aurors just ignore the law, but that's not a good long-term solution either." "Why am I involved?" asked Harry. "Oh, and call him Tom Riddle, please. The less Lord the better. Because you are going to help run the training, just like you did with the DA, and you are on the Wizengamot and are going to help get the laws changed, and I want the training department terrified of you," replied Al. By this time they were at Robards' office. He waved them in. Al dropped the 1,000-page manual on Robards' desk. "Merlin, no," Robards said, shaking his head. "Edie can waste the whole fall going over that damn manual line by line. Some of this stuff does need to be covered, but not all this bull. It looks like a lot of the laws, at least the more recent ones, need to be repealed," Harry said. "I'll talk to Kingsley about changing the laws," Al said as he got up. "Harry, talk to Robards about training, and what you did with the DA." "Yes, sir," Harry said as Al rushed out of the room. "Is he always in a hurry like that?" Harry asked as Al almost ran out of the room. "No," Robards said. "Al can be very impatient, but usually he's impatient for good reasons." Robards shrugged his shoulders. "Usually. Al's not always the easiest person in the world to work with. There is more to being an Auror than just fighting, Harry. Memory management, investigating. You do need to understand the legal principles under which we operate. I found this as I was looking through old documents." Robards pulled out a booklet about 100 pages long. "This is the summary of laws and regulations Aurors operated under between about 1945 and the mid-50s. "Can we go back to this?" asked Harry. "We could, and we should go back to something like this," Robards said. "I tried to talk the training department into this, with no success. If Mrs. Evans keeps reading this manual," Harry said pointing at the huge manual, "and reads like she is Professor Binns, the whole class is going to revolt." "I had Professor Binns too," Robards said. "I'm not sure I ever really listened to him drone on, although I did read all I could about history. I got real good at reading and sort of listening for someone other than Binns' voice. When someone asked a question I listened, but otherwise I read in his class. Edie can be better than that, I think. She's just terrified of doing something wrong, after all the administrations she's been through." "How many people are like her at the ministry?" asked Harry. "Too many," Robards said. "You are going to have to help lead the training, although not alone. Some of the foreign Aurors are going to help." "Good," Harry exclaimed. "If you had to pick 2 helpers, 2 people to be leaders in some self-training, who would they be?" asked Robards. "Ron Weasley and Neville Longbottom," Harry said. "Some of the others are good too, but those 2 are the best." Harry and Gawain spent about 5 minutes talking about Ron and Neville. Gawain was impressed that both of them were at the Battle of the Ministry, that Ron was an excellent chess player and tactician, and Neville helped lead the DA when Harry was gone. Neville is a really good teacher, Harry said. Finally Gawain sat back in his chair, folded his arms, and looked at Harry. So you are Harry Potter, the hero of Hogwarts, victor over Lord Voldemort, richest wizard in the world, the new Merlin. Call him Tom Riddle, Harry said. The more often we call him by his proper name, the less people will fear him, or his memory. And what should we call you? Gawain asked. Lord Potter. I'm just Harry, sir, Harry pleaded. I never wanted to be famous. I've heard rumors that you were after my job, and with your father-in-law as my boss I'm at a disadvantage, Robards said. I know office politics. I just want to do a good job, make the world a better place, Harry said. I'm not after your job. And we have to give you full-time pay even if you are at the Wizengamot or off chasing money, Gawain said. We've had a few privileged rich young men here. They don't last. They either quit or they get killed early, because they are not very good. Harry did not know how to answer Gawain. There was a lot of pent-up frustration and maybe some envy in Gawain's voice. I can't be at the training all that much, too much to do, Robards said. Al views it as a priority, but he can be called away at any moment. You and your team are going to have to help train yourselves. Even when others are training you, you are going to need to help run the training, or help supervise the training. I don't have any authority to do this, Harry replied just as Al and Kingsley walked in the room. You're on the Wizengamot, you're a damn war hero, and your money is helping support the ministry, Harry, said Al. Keep asking all of us if you are doing the right thing, don't get cocky, and beyond. That makes sure the right thing is being done even if you have to yell a little, or walk out of class and get someone else to intervene. It's not like you are putting any pressure on me? Asked Harry warily. Oh, of course no one has ever asked you to do anything difficult, Harry, said Al laughing. Non illegitimus carborundum, don't let the bastards wear you down. Thanks, I think, Harry replied cautiously. Al and Harry, reinforced by Kingsley and Robards, walked into the classroom. Robards held up a copy of the little book and said, Edie, I suggested you use this instead of that monstrosity you or Usanas of Ors a briefing on the law. Now I'm telling you, use the little book. Nothing brief about this. Ron muttered quite loudly, and all the rest of the class nodded in agreement. But that's an old book, Edie replied, a little defensively. For the rest of the day you can get ready to teach out of this book, Mrs. Evans, Kingsley said. You are to take days, not weeks, to cover this material. The next time Gawain makes a suggestion I strongly recommend you pay careful attention to it. Edie took the book and went over to a corner of the room to start to read it, looking warily at the minister and the others. Why don't we go through this mess and see what laws need to be repealed, Harry suggested. I need to talk to Harry, Ron and Neville, Gawain said. The rest of you, decide among yourselves how best to cover this book. Find the really bad laws, ask questions of any you don't understand. If you divide up the book it should only be about 100 pages each. Let's break for lunch, suggested Kingsley. Does anyone know where the cafeteria is? A couple of the class raised their hands. I want to see Gawain, Harry, Ron and Neville in my office, and Al of course, and you are? Kingsley said as he was looking at Jim Snook. Or Jim Snook, sir. We are guarding Harry and Ginny, Jim replied. We need to talk about your role too, Kingsley said. The 6 men went into Kingsley's office. Kingsley said, I want food for 6 brought in for us, and unless there is an emergency do not disturb us. A very young wizard said, Yes, sir. When they were seated Al asked, Are the places where the Aurors are being trained safe? Jim shook said, Once the trainees are in either a classroom or, from what I understand, a training room, we can easily secure the perimeter. That way I am notified if anyone unauthorized tries to get in. We can make the spells even stronger so if anyone tries to get in, even one of you, one or more of us is instantly notified. I think they should strengthen the spells, with Jim and, if you had to pick one other person not one of you to be notified, who would it be? Al asked as he turned to Harry. Cho Chang, suggested Harry. If we had one other person here she would be the one. Al looked around the room for a consensus, and then said, Jim, you train Cho to be on alert and get notified if there are any problems. I want all these people to be notified, but at a lower level. Kingsley said, Gawain, Do you have the training schedule, the old one? Right here, boss, Gawain said. Let's see how we can compress this into 4 months in the ministry, with another year of field training and attending classes, Kingsley said. For most of the afternoon the group worked on the new training schedule. Kingsley left a couple of times to talk to the rest of the Auror candidates, to help with their review of the 1,000-page law manual. At about 4 o'clock the training meeting broke up. Kingsley asked Harry to stay behind. We need a lot of laws changed, Harry. Al said. You have one more seat that you inherited. Do you know who you want to take it? I think the best person would be Hermione Granger, Harry said. She is very bright, and she would make sure the laws were fair. You've mentioned Hermione before, and I have heard of her from others. Here is the preliminary paperwork to get Hermione on the Wizengamot, Kingsley said. You need to fill out this, and she needs to fill out this. She needs letters of recommendation, and I would think she could get enough from the teachers at Hogwarts. Here is a book on how to write a new law, and how to change or abolish an old law. If she can have legislation in our hands by Friday morning we will get some of these laws changed. That's a lot to ask of her, Harry said. I have spent less than 8 hours a week at my house since the Battle of Hogwarts, Kingsley said. I sleep here. We're pushing everybody too hard, you as much as anybody. It will end, I promise you, but we need to get these laws changed, and I believe you that Hermione Granger is the best person we could put on the Wizengamot right now. Yes, sir, said Harry. Sir, I have one more question. What is it, Harry? Kingsley asked kindly. Nora Jones and Pansy Parkinson? Are they still missing? Nora Jones' parents and sister Megan Jones are cooperating. Megan sort of has to. We said that as long as she cooperated we would not charge her for trying to hurt you. We do not have any good news, however. There is some evidence that the Death Eaters or whoever has her are torturing her. They want money, at least, and the ministry just can't give them money or it will encourage more hostage taking. Best for the long run but terribly hard on Nora and the Jones family. Pansy? I don't like her but she doesn't deserve torture. Her parents are not cooperating at all, Harry. I have a bad feeling about that. Harry found the rest of the class in the training room, and together they went over the 1,000-page manual and summary of laws, with notes on what they wanted change. Harry finally had a parchment about 10 pages long summarizing all the changes they wanted. The gathering broke up a little after 6. Harry looked at his watch. Dinner was already starting at Hogwarts. He and Neville were going to be late. Ron had already left for the Hogsmeade store. Harry and Neville took the flow to Grimmauld Place, and from there to their rooms at Hogwarts. They got to the main hall about the middle of the main course. Harry and Neville tried to sneak into the hall to sit with their wives. It did not work. As soon as the crowd realized that Harry and Neville were coming in they rose up and applauded, some of the students screaming and jumping up and down. McGonagall tried to calm the hall down, and when she and Harry had gotten the crowd seated and quiet McGonagall said, Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom should be here early in the morning and most evenings and weekends for this school year, living with their wives who are trying to finish their studies. If you can control yourselves and not applaud or interfere, all of you should have a chance to meet Mr. Potter and Longbottom over the course of the year. In the meantime, please give the Potters and Longbottoms some space. If you make such a scene that they cannot come here to visit their wives, we are going to have a couple of very unhappy couples. The hall did quiet down, and Harry and Neville sat down to eat with their wives. Neville said, I really did not expect that. Is this what it has been like for you, Harry? Sort of, said Harry, trying to eat. Harry looked at Hermione and said, could you come back to our room with Ginny, Hannah and Neville? We need to talk to you. Sure, Harry, said Hermione, and she accompanied the two couples up to their living quarters. Everybody went to Harry and Ginny's room. Harry brought out the 1,000-page manual and a copy of the 100-page old manual, and the book on how to make new laws, change laws, and repeal laws. Harry started out by showing the smaller booklet, saying, in the 1940s and 1950s this book is what the Aurors got to summarize the laws and regulations they operated under. Showing everybody the 1,000-page book he said, this is what we were given late this morning. The last 200 pages were written just last year, and they are perverted, horrible laws against everything we have been fighting for. The last 200 pages need to be repealed, but many of the other laws need repealing or changing. We need somebody very bright, very academic who at the same time has a good sense of right and wrong, to go over these laws. In other words, Hermione, we need you to go over these laws and write whatever we have to introduce to repeal the worst of them, and then over the next few months change anything that needs to be changed. I'm not on the Wizengamot, Harry, Hermione said. Oh, yes, please fill in this form so we can start the process of putting you on the Wizengamot, in a seat I have inherited, Harry said. You need letters of recommendations, but I think that right here in Hogwarts you have ple'll be thrilled to recommend you. Where am I going to get the time to do this? And exasperated and somewhat panicky Hermione inquired. Harry shrugged his shoulders and looked around at the others in the room. Maybe less Quidditch, less flying. Hermione's dislike for flying on a broom, and inability to do it well, was well known. Hermione made a nasty face at Harry, replying, less Quidditch, sure. Harry pleaded, we've summarized the more odious passages, at least the ones the Auror trainees found. Hermione took the books and the list from Harry. Ron's working 2 jobs. I guess I can too. I'd never live it down if Ronald was working harder than I was, Hermione sort of mumbled. I wonder if Ron will even get here tonight. Hannah, Neville, Ginny, Harry, good night. After Hermione left, Ginny said, Hermione is going to love it. She'll complain about how hard it is, but she will do her usual fabulous job. If you would excuse us, Hannah and I want to go back to our rooms, Neville said. Harry said they need to leave Hogwarts at 7:30, so we ought to be eating breakfast at 6:45, Ginny said. See you out in the hall outside our rooms at 6:40. After Hannah and Neville left, Ginny said, we need to be asleep by 10 to get up at 6. I don't expect you want to jump in bed and go right to sleep, teased Harry. Ginny gave Harry one of her famous smirks, one marked by more than a little lust. Oh, I think 9:30 or even a little after gives us enough time for some serious shagging before sleep. You know I can always get right to sleep if you make me feel like a sexy woman at bedtime. Such tough duty, Harry volunteered. Ginny had homework to do, and Harry looked over the training schedule they were going to try and follow, pondering the day's events. Shortly before they went to bed, Ginny saw Harry looking out the window, and she could tell that something was bothering him. She got up and went over, touched his arm, and said, What's bothering you, Harry? Oh, nothing, Harry replied. Ginny got the fierce look in her eyes that Harry admired so much and quietly said, Don't you ever tell me nothing like that. Something is bothering you. Harry knew better than to try and hide anything from Ginny. She could almost read his mind. The responsibility, Harry said. I still feel responsible for all the deaths at Hogwarts, and now it looks like I'm going to be partly responsible for Auror training. What if we forget something important and somebody gets hurt or killed because of it? I just can't do everything. I'm sure no one is asking you to do everything, Harry, Ginny replied. Just do your best. I think I'm doing the best I can, Harry said. Look at all the people who suffered and died because of how long it took me to finish getting rid of the Horcrux. My best just wasn't good enough. Ginny fiercely replied. Harry James Potter, how many people fought Tom Riddle for how many years? You finally won, but we all would have paid an even bigger price if you had not won, had not kept battling. It's not deaths you are responsible for. People keep telling me that, Harry said. I'm just not sure I'm good enough. Do the best you can to make your wife feel like a sexy woman, Ginny said with her trademark snarky smile. That's something you are very good at. Later that night, after Ginny was sleeping, Harry thought that keeping Ginny happy every night was something he could get used to. Thursday morning, Harry and Ginny, Neville and Hannah, got up early for breakfast again, so that Harry and Neville could be at the Ministry by 8 a.m., a schedule they would follow for most of the school year. The best thing about breakfast at 6:45 a.m. was the lack of company. The worst part was getting up at 6 a.m. and trying to be sleeping at 10 p.m. Ron and Hermione joined them for breakfast. At 7:30 the 3 Auror trainees left for the Flow in Harry and Ginny's apartment, and from there to Grimmauld Place and then the Ministry. Harry noticed that David and Kim Williamson seemed to have the night shift, and David went with Harry to the Ministry. Jim Shook was waiting at the Ministry, and took Davis's place. The first full day on the laws, rules and regulations with the little book passed without anything too unusual. Edie Evans seemed to want to just lecture, but she kept being interrupted. Since Al did more interrupting than anyone else, with Harry a close second, Edie had to discuss more of the reasoning and history behind certain laws and regulations, so the class ended up being far more interesting and informative than it could have been. After their men left, Hermione excused herself from Ginny and Hannah and went up to see Professor McGonagall. "Harry and Minister Shacklebolt want me on the Wizengamot," Hermione said. "Could you give me a letter of recommendation?" "Excellent student. The only blemish on her record is a certain significant lack of discretion when it comes to a boyfriend who has not been given permission to spend the night at Hogwarts," McGonagall said. Hermione was visibly ashamed and more than a little defensive. "We want to get married," Hermione said, "but my parents are going to want at least a modest-sized wedding in our church, and I don't see how that could happen until next summer." "You're not even formally engaged, Hermione," McGonagall said. "Ron is trying to get enough money for a ring," Hermione said. McGonagall replied, "For witches and wizards the ring is not the important thing. A formal engagement is. Once you are not just talking about maybe getting engaged but are contractually engaged, we can talk about giving you a little extra freedom. Until then it really would be better if young Mr. Weasley did not spend the night. Meanwhile I would be delighted to write you a glowing letter of recommendation, and forget about last night's lapse." "Yes, Professor McGonagall," a chastised Hermione said. "Thank you." Ginny and Hannah could see the tension in the conversation, and of course they had to ask what was going on. Ginny for her part was very glad that Harry was going to be sleeping with her every night. The defense against the dark arts class started that morning. Even though it was a 7th-year class, it was a large class. Sidney started out by introducing himself. "I'm Professor Stanford. I was born in the United States, and trained in magic at the New Mexico School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. They teach Native American magic as well as conventional magic in New Mexico. I received advanced training at the North American College of Magic in San Francisco, and then became an Auror for the North American Ministry of Magic. I have spent 4 years working full-time for the International Aurors Association in the field, and 2 years substitute teaching at 3 of the North American schools. Although I am still on call with the International Aurors Association, I intend to be at Hogwarts when your children are here. I would like you all to introduce yourselves please, and tell me a little about yourself." Sidney noticed Ginny and Hermione sitting right up front, on one side of the room. He pointed his wand at the back of the room and one after another students gave their name and told a little about themselves. Sidney made sure to find out who was at the Battle of Hogwarts or had any other practical experience in battling the dark arts. Sitting in the second row, behind Ginny and Hermione, was Luna Lovegood. Sidney finally got to her. "I am Luna Lovegood, and I am in Ravenclaw," Luna said in her soft airy voice. "I want to become a naturalist and hunt all sorts of magical beasts. The crumpled horned Snorknack would be the best, but I don't care. I just want to find all the magical beasts that people don't believe exist and prove that they do." "Do you have any practical experience in battling the dark arts, Miss Lovegood?" asked Sidney. "That's why I asked the question." You could tell from the expression on his face that he was trying to figure out this strange young lady. "I was with Harry and Ginny and Ron and Hermione and Neville at the Battle of the Ministry, in the Department of Mist was also fighting with them when Headmaster Dumbledore was killed. I was at the Battle of Hogwarts, all the DA members were. I don't have many good friends but they're my friends." "Thank you, Luna," said Sidney as he looked at his student list. Finally he came to Hermione and Ginny. He pointed the wand first at Hermione. "I'm Hermione Granger," Hermione said. "I was at both the battles. I'm kind of smart but I don't feel all that brave. I've had to do a lot. Being friends with Harry and Ron Weasley, he's really brave too. I just want to learn all I can while I have the chance." "I got a list of what you did over the last 7 years, Miss Granger. You've left a lot out," Sidney said. Hermione looked up at Sidney and nodded. "I'll talk to you later, Miss Granger. And now we come to Mrs. Potter," turning to her. "I wasn't with Harry last year," Ginny said. "I did fight with him at the Department of Mysteries, and when Dumbledore was killed I was at that fight too, along with Luna and Hermione, but I was here most of last year." "Doing what?" asked Sidney. "Oh well, we got the DA going again, and did what we could, Neville and Luna. Luna was the other leader, and I," Ginny said. "And you were tortured," Sidney suggested. Ginny felt the scar on her chest and nodded. "We will talk more about your experience later," Sidney said. "I want to introduce you to our dueling dummy, Tom Riddle." Some of the students laughed at the name, although others seemed scared of it. The mannequin had a wand and a digital display. The display was going to show how strong your spell was. "Please try and disarm old Tom here," Sydney said as he had the class line up. "Use the Expelliarmus spell, please." Most of the class hit the target with a strength of 5 to 9. Hermione's spell was a 9.8. Ginny was the last one. She thought of Fred, of Harry taking the killing curse, and of all the torture she had undergone the last year. She touched the scar above her right breast. She then threw a tremendous spell. The wand flew out of the mannequin's hand, and the display registered 12.5. Sydney asked Ginny to explain how she got such a powerful spell, and then used her explanation to teach the relationship between knowledge and emotion in wand magic. Thursday night Harry and Neville got to the Great Hall just a little late. Dinner had just started, and there were plates ready for them. After giving Ginny a kiss and a little talk about their respective days, Harry turned to Hermione and asked, "Are you making any progress with the laws? I can have something for you tomorrow. Afternoon would be better than morning, but to do it right is going to take a very long time." "Harry," Hermione said. "When is your last class Friday?" Harry asked. "I am done by 2 o'clock, Hermione said. "I'll let Kingsley know," Harry replied. Several students noticed that Harry was not referring to Minister of Magic Shacklebolt by his title but by his first name, which caused his standing among the students to rise even more. After dinner Harry and Ginny excused themselves to go to their room. When they got to the room Harry said, "I need to see Kingsley briefly. I should be back in half an hour or so." Ginny frowned and said, "I have to study, but it's just more comfortable studying with you here." "I'll be back as soon as I can," Harry answered. Friday morning Ron was not at breakfast. Harry told Hermione, "I had a brief discussion with Kingsley Shacklebolt last night. I am going to pick you up after your last class and we are going to see what we can get done at the Wizengamot tonight." "I'm not sure if I am ready, Harry," Hermione said. "Are you ever ready, Hermione?" Harry kidded. "I'll have something for you," Hermione replied. Friday afternoon Harry excused himself from the Auror class at 2 and went to Hogwarts to pick up Hermione. They went up to Kingsley Shacklebolt's office. There to meet them was Kingsley and also Edie Evans. Kingsley greeted them with, "Hello Hermione, Harry." Harry, having been instructed before by Kingsley Shacklebolt to use his first name, greeted him with, "Hi Kingsley." Hermione sort of curtsied and said, "Good afternoon, Minister Shacklebolt." Kingsley grinned and responded, "I hope after a few weeks of working on these laws we will become friends, Hermione." Harry knows Edie Evans, although just as a rather boring teacher. There is more to Edie, believe me. "Do you have your application to take the black seat at the Wizengamot, Hermione?" asked Edie, holding out her hand. "Right here," Hermione responded, handing in the paperwork that Harry had given her, and also glowing letters of recommendation from the entire staff at Hogwarts. Edie took a few minutes to read over all the documents that Hermione had given her, a big grin coming over her face. "Everything is in order," Edie said. "I should be able to have Hermione on the Wizengamot by the end of the month, which will make it easier for her to introduce or repeal laws. Let's see what you have for us tonight." Hermione brought out a brief 2-page document. It started out with, "Because of the troubles over the last year many laws were put in place that are against long-standing British and magical law. Therefore the Wizengamot of Great Britain nullifies and strikes the following laws and proclamations." What followed was a list of the laws being stricken, revered to by their number and date of enactment only. Edie looked at the list, and started to go down it, looking at a couple of books as she did so. The more she looked the bigger her smile got. After about half an hour Edie turned to Hermione and pointed to the large book she was referencing. "How about we add a couple of additional laws to this list?" Edie said as she showed Hermione the passages. Hermione read the passages and nodded. Kingsley said, "Hermione, from now on when you come here Friday afternoons I am going to have you just see Edie. Edie, why don't you show Hermione to your office?" "I would like that, Kingsley," Edie said. "It's nice to be on the side of the good guys again." Harry and Kingsley talked a little about how the revisions to the laws were going to be presented to the Wizengamot, and the part Harry was going to have to play. "You're going to be back at Hogwarts pretty late tonight, Harry," he said. "We will get everything we want, but there will be a lot of argument from some of the pure blood faction, and a few nasty things said about Hermione too." About 5 Harry excused himself to tell Neville to tell Ginny that he would be back late. In the end, all the laws that Hermione and Edie wanted revoked were, but it was after 10:30 before the Wizengamot was adjourned, and it took another 15 minutes just to say a few words to people who wanted to talk to either Harry or Hermione. Harry stumbled in through the flow in his Hogwarts room at about 11 in the evening. Friday at dinner, Neville told Ginny at dinner that Harry was going to be quite late as he was meeting with Al and Kingsley Shacklebolt. Quite late turned out to be 11 p.m., and since Quidditch tryouts were going to start early the next morning, Ginny was not happy. She could not get to sleep knowing that Harry was going to be there, but was in a bad mood when he finally came in. It took a half an hour of talking before Ginny was ready for bed, and another almost half an hour for the nightly ritual before she could sleep. At least there were no classes for either Harry or Ginny Saturday, and tryouts were not going to start until 9 a.m. Author's notes. This is the first chapter posted without Lady Black's help, as she is busy with, as I like to call it, real life. I am very open to another beta, although I expect a little continuing help from Lady Black. Her story is worth reading. JetLaBarge ch20, Quidditch and an engagement almost happily ever after. ch20 Quidditch and an engagement. Molly gave Hermione a copy of Witches and Wizards' Graphic Guide to Married Sex. She eagerly opened the book, came to the first illustration, quickly slammed the book shut and said, with an amazingly huge smile on her face, "We're going to read this book in private, Ron." Then I can tell there will be lots of homework with this book. Ron looked embarrassed but also very pleased. Saturday morning, Harry and Ginny both woke up about 7, just a little short of sleep. They didn't say a lot to each other until they were down for breakfast. Finally Harry said, "Quidditch tryouts." "I have the pitch from 9 to 1, Ginny said. "I have no idea who or what we have. I know the witches and wizards that practiced with me this summer, but there should be more good candidates." "Are you just going to recruit one team, or are you going to try and have backups for all the positions?" asked Harry. "I would like some backup for each position," Ginny said. "We've talked about it before. It would be ideal to have 2 teams, even if not full teams, to scrimmage against." There was a huge crowd for the tryouts. Ginny was glad that Harry was there to help. They first cleared the field of anyone who was not in Gryffindor, and then had everyone start out in groups of 10 doing some simple exercises on the broom. That got rid of a large group. They then tried out by position. They soon had 2 keepers, 5 chasers plus Ginny, 4 beaters, and 2 candidates for seeker. In the end, one of the seekers was clearly better than Ginny, and the other one was close enough to Ginny's skill to be a good reserve. Ginny was clearly the best chaser they had, but 3 of the other chasers were good, and Ginny was going to try and make sure that over the season all 3 of them got to play. She had 2 good beaters and an acceptable reserve, plus 1 more young student that was going to play as a reserve and learn. She had enough players to have 2 small teams to play against each other for practice. When they were done, everybody broke for lunch, a late lunch. They spent a couple of hours after lunch in practice, and then scheduled additional practice sessions. Saturday evening, Hermione came over to Harry and Ginny's room to talk to Harry. "Do you have the Marauders map, Harry?" asked Hermione. "There have been some incidents where Muggle-born students' possessions have been vandalized. Do you think I could use the Marauders map to see and maybe record what was happening at the castle?" "You can borrow it, Hermione, but I really don't want anyone else to know about it," Harry answered. "I don't have any idea if you can record what the map shows. I've never heard or read of recording what a magic thing shows. I think that Muggle recorders sometimes have a hard time recording magic things," said Hermione. "I think it's a harder problem than you would think." "Where has Ron been?" asked Ginny. "He and I have both been busy, and we're not formally engaged, and that is causing some problems. I've seen him a couple of times." "We're working on some things," Hermione said sort of evasively. Sunday morning, Harry and Ginny went to the new burrow for breakfast with the family. It was not at all common for Hogwarts students to be given permission to leave as freely as Ginny and Hermione were going to be leaving. Ron and Hermione arrived late, about 10:30, which was very unusual for them. Ron was nervous, but Hermione was beaming. The first thing she did was show a very modest ring that was clearly an engagement ring, and said, "Ron asked me to marry him this morning." Ginny could not resist asking, "Well, what did you say?" "Yes, of course," said Hermione. "Why now, Ron?" asked Molly. Ron said, "Well, It took some time to save up enough money for a ring. McGonagall was giving us a hard time having the fireplaces connected as just boyfriend and girlfriend. Hermione added, she was telling me that having the fireplaces connected was out of order, and if something did not change soon we would have to limit our visits to Hogsmeade weekends. So I kind of pushed Ron to get his act together. Kind of, said Ron. Like, if you want to keep visiting me we are going out and getting a ring today. I thought you could go back and forth to get books, Molly said. Well, yes, said Hermione. Sort of. Professor McGonagall told me that we're not married. They're giving Harry and Neville a lot of freedom, because they are married, but there are a lot of young witches and wizards at Hogwarts and just as boyfriend and girlfriend we had to be very careful not to give scandal. Molly got a serious look on her face. You want to do more than just see each other, more than just a little innocent snogging. Both Hermione and Ron got very red. They were both waiting for Molly to explode. Finally Hermione said, I tried to explain that I'm my parents' only child, and that they are going to want to put on a big Muggle wedding in their local church, and we could not possibly get married before this summer. She said something about a formal engagement, like if we were formally engaged she could overlook, like, Mrs. Weasley, I want to do the right thing. She wants a wizard's contract before she will let you sleep together, said a serious Molly. Don't try and tell me you haven't been sharing a bed. Hermione and Ron both looked sheepishly at Molly and nodded, not sure what kind of reception this would get. Taking birth control? Asked Molly of Hermione. Hermione nodded yes. I don't know what it is about wars and the end of wars that gets everybody's sex drive aflame, said Molly. Arthur and I can't say too much. I told Arthur when we were still living at Hogwarts that we'd have a hurry-up wedding out of one of you 3 children, Ginny, Ron, George. George and Angelica got a real embarrassed look on their faces as everybody in the room turned to look at them. I like the partners you've chosen, and it's not that I'm not ready for grandchildren. Molly sighed deeply. It's just that things have been happening too fast. Ron, said Arthur, are you absolutely sure you want to marry Hermione? Wizard contracts are for life. I'm absolutely sure, Ron said, holding on to Hermione's hand. Hermione, the brightest witch in the world, wants to marry me. I'd be a bloody fool to pass that one up. Ron ogled Hermione rather obviously and said, it doesn't hurt that she's bloody beautiful as well. Hermione giggled at this remark, giving Ron a little poke. Hermione, Arthur said, I know that some muggles do not stay married. Magical contracts are not like that. Once you sign a wizard's contract, and say the spells, good or bad, you are stuck with this red-headed boy as long as you both live. And his whole fantastic family, Hermione said. I'm ready. I've been ready for a long time, actually. Ronald. Looking right at Ron. Ron squirmed and mouthed, sorry. Hermione and Harry both looked around. Everybody was very serious. Ginny held on to Harry's hand tightly, and Harry just looked very intently at the scene unfolding before him. Arthur got up and went to the library. A short time later he came back with a piece of parchment. No one had said anything while Arthur was away. Arthur took the parchment over to Ron and Hermione. This is a formal engagement contract. They have been used when you could not get to a Ministry of Magic for a formal ceremony, or when something else prevented a proper wedding. They are just as binding as a wedding. Do you both understand? Is that what Professor McGonagall was talking about? Asked Hermione. Probably, or something like this, Arthur replied. Say the words of the contract and sign your names. Molly and I will sign our names. We make duplicates and you are formally engaged, proper wizard-like. Arthur pointed out a sentence on the contract for Ron to read, and Ron read, I, Ronald Bilius Weasley, agree to a formal engagement of marriage with Hermione Jean Granger, with a marriage to be performed within a year if possible, and agree to be faithful to Hermione until death part us. Ron looked astounded to say the least after he got done reading this, looking at Hermione. Are you sure, Ron? Hermione asked. I've never been more sure of anything, Ron said. I just don't believe it. Hermione got her most proper, I'm doing something important, look on and said, I, Hermione Jean Granger, agree to a formal engagement of marriage with Ronald Bilius Weasley be performed within a year if possible, and agree to be faithful to Ronald until death part us. There, you're stuck with me. She then proceeded to give Ron a little kiss, except they held the kiss for a very long time. Ron, Hermione, Arthur and Molly signed the parchment, and then 2 additional copies were made. I will take the original to the Ministry tomorrow, Arthur said as he gave one copy to Ron, the other to Hermione. Thank you, Mr. Weasley, Hermione said. You might as well start calling us Mum and Dad, just like Harry and Angelina, Molly said. Everybody congratulated Hermione and Ron. Molly gave Hermione a copy of Witches and Wizards' Graphic Guide to Married Sex. Hermione eagerly opened the book, came to the first illustration, quickly slammed the book shut and said, with an amazingly huge smile on her face, "We're going to read this book in private, Ron." Then with come hither smile, "I can tell there will be lots of homework with this book." Ron looked embarrassed but also very pleased. After an awkward period of silence, Molly asked, "Well, did anything else happen at school?" "Ginny really blasted Tom Riddle," Hermione said, and you could almost say she had a smirk on her face. "Knocked the wand right out of his hand." Everybody looked at Ginny, who was just looking very pleased with herself. "Little me," said Ginny with a mock serious tone. "Little Ginny, did you tell Harry about the defense against the dark arts class and Tom Riddle?" said Hermione. "Tom Riddle's just a dueling dummy. What about the class?" said Ginny. Hermione answered. "Sydney had a test. We were supposed to disarm a mannequin that Sydney had named Tom Riddle. The other students had scores from 5 to 9.5. Ginny was last. She was the only one whose spell actually knocked the wand out of the mannequin, and her score was 12.5. Poor little Ginny. First you go and marry the hero of the wizarding world, and then you have over-the-top scores in defense against dark arts. Don't ever give me that poor little Ginny line again." Of course, this produced a huge smile on Ginny's face, obviously a victory smile. Harry said, "I'm really glad that Sydney is making fun of Tom Riddle. At the Ministry there are still people afraid to call him by his name. I will have to tell him I approve." Ron and Hermione had to go to the Grangers to announce their engagement. Ginny and Harry felt that they needed to get back and study, but Molly did keep them until well after lunch. Both Harry and Ginny hated to leave Teddy, but Sundays were the only day they could arrange to be with Teddy. The second week in September, Ginny began to get busy with class assignments, plus she wanted to practice Quidditch as much as possible. Ginny did a fair amount of 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 practice with other members of her team, which took up quite a bit of time during some days. As a result, she was busy with homework most nights. Monday night, Harry went to his first Transfiguration class with Minerva McGonagall. When he came back, he told Ginny, "I'll probably have Transfiguration most Monday and Wednesdays until Christmas. It looks like I'll be studying every night during the week, if I want weekends even a little off," Ginny groused. "Hermione and I will be studying every weekday night after dinner, Monday through Thursday anyway. I have people who want to practice dueling with me Tuesday and Thursday," said Harry, "and I can always exercise. I'll take off Tuesday and Thursday and let you and Hermione study. Just let me know if you're not going to be tied up." "Are we still going to be doing the DA club on Friday nights?" asked Ginny. "Yes, and I'll be there if I can," said Harry. "Many Fridays I'll be tied up with Wizengamot business. Breakfast and dinner, usually, and an hour or two at night." Ginny pondered, a little upset that she and Harry has so little time together. "Weekends are better. As long as we can make love every night, so I know you're mine and I'm yours, I'm all right. Life is just real busy. I love you, Harry." "I love you too, Ginny," said Harry as they headed into their bedroom. The rest of the fall schedule was usually similar. After dinner Tuesday and Thursday, Harry could go back to the new Potter estate, for an Auror building, for exercise and dueling practice. On most Monday and Wednesdays, Harry had Transfiguration with Minerva McGonagall. On Friday night, if nothing else interfered, there was the DA club for 5th, 6th and 7th year students. Ginny and Neville were still involved, and Harry tried to be there if at all possible. Harry would follow this schedule for most of the fall if possible. Of course, every Friday when there was a Wizengamot session, and surprisingly even most Fridays when there was not, Hermione was at the Ministry. The first Friday in October she was formally made a member, taking the black seat that Harry had inherited. Shortly after Hermione was made a member of the Wizengamot, another issue came up. Harry had noticed that the 2 house elves that the Aurors had brought over from North America had uniforms on, so one day he saw Al Van Lente and asked, "How come the Auror house elves can wear uniforms? I thought that when an elf was given clothes they were free?" "Oh, in North America most house elves are clothed," said Al. Laws have been changed to allow an owner to require his house elves to wear rented uniforms. Since the uniforms are not owned by the person who owns the house elves, and since they are a requirement of, you can't say employment but maybe service to the household, it's not like giving house elves their freedom. Auror house elves are in sort of an unusual position. They are sort of owned by the Auror department, but are attached to an individual Auror. It's sort of like a policeman and his police dog. I hate that analogy, but we've had injured house elf Aurors retire to live with a family and injured Aurors who worked with a house elf have the house elf retire to serve the Auror. Could I rent clothes for Creature? Asked Harry. It's a sort of tricky legal question, Harry. Different countries have different laws. Ask the legal people, answered Al. The next time Harry saw Hermione he said, I've just learned that house elves in North America are mostly clothed. Rental clothes. Because the clothes are not owned by the owner of the house elf, it's not a gift of clothes but just a condition of employment, or a condition of service to the family. Could we do that here? It's better than having them go around with as little as they have on now, exclaimed Hermione. 2 weeks later Hermione got up to address the Wizengamot. There have been a number of incidents over the last few years where the inability of house elves to wear more clothes than tradition dictates have resulted in very embarrassing situations for their owners as well as for the house elves. In North America they have come up with a compromise that allows the owner of a house elf to require elves that he owns to wear appropriate clothing without giving the house elf freedom. This North American compromise involved setting up rental uniform companies, so that the owner of the house elves does not own the clothes. We need some legislation to tweak the laws a little, but then farmers and certain other house elf owners will be able to require uniforms. The new laws passed with little dissent, since it was presented as something that was to the benefit of the owners and not the house elves. Of course, after the law was passed someone had to start a uniform rental company, and the Harry Potter estate was going to take a 49% interest and an American company was going to take a 51% interest in a uniform rental company. Just one more complexity in Harry's life, although one he should not have to do much with. As soon as the uniform rental company was set up, Harry made sure that Creature had a uniform that he liked, that clearly indicated that Creature was head house elf for Harry Potter, which was good looking enough that he could stand next to a goblin dressed in rich clothes and not be ashamed. Creature ended up with 6 of these, all different, in various stages offerable around the house outfit to wear all the way up to the very luxurious and showy one used for the most formal work. Harry was so far ahead of the rest of the class in dueling Al talked the Ministry into letting Harry go to the normal second-year defense against the dark arts class in Romania in October instead of waiting a year. There were 5 classes, each an intensive 2-week course, that an Auror would need before becoming a senior Auror. One class was a memory modification class usually given first year in England, that was going to be taught with British and American Aurors in November. There was a class on structures magical and muggle and combined. Many wards and other protective charms would work only with a totally magical house, or a totally muggle house, or only with a house that had both muggle and magical construction. This class was usually taught in Egypt where there were structures that had been built over 4,000 years ago using both magic and muggle technology that were still standing. There was a class on magic and muggle technology taught in North America, normally in San Francisco. There was an advanced potions class taught in China. The last Saturday in September, late in the afternoon, after Quidditch practice and lunch, Harry and Ginny were back in their room. Harry knew he had to tell Ginny about his upcoming schedule, and the trips he was going to have to be taking. Harry explained in great detail what courses he had to be taking, and how he was going to have to be gone for 4 2-week-long courses, including one in a couple of weeks. Kingsley wants me to go through all these courses as soon as possible. You'll be gone for weeks at a time, Ginny said. I thought that after we were married I wouldn't have to be away from you for weeks at a time. Well, that's the schedule they've laid out for me, said Harry. Harry, do you really have to be gone so much this next year? She said. I cannot remember my father having to go on long trips. Your father was never in training to be an Auror, said Harry. Can you promise me that you will not have to travel after this year? She asked. No, I think this year will be the worst, but I have no idea what kind of assignments I will have. Can you promise you will not have to be away from me when you join the Harpies? Asked Harry. Ginny responded. If I join the Harpies? No, of course not. There are foreign games where I will have to be away, and I understand there are training sessions where we have to stay in the dormitory and not at home. It's just not the kind of life I dreamed of. It's not the life my parents had for most of the time I was growing up. Harry, what did you expect our life together would be like? Did you expect so much travel? What did you expect your career would like? Harry answered. I don't know. Anything is better than living in a closet under the stairs. Anything is better than knowing that either Voldemort, that is Tom Riddle, or I would have to die. I'm just going to do my best with what comes my way and not try to get my hopes up and plan for something that may not happen. I just am counting on the future always having you in it, whatever you are doing and whatever I am doing. Do you imagine us with children someday? Asked Ginny with a smile. Harry answered. With Teddy almost every weekend we already sort of have a child. I would really like to have our own children someday, but only when you are ready to be a mother. Ginny replied. I hope you are not traveling when we become parents. I love being married, but it's not exactly like I imagined it. If Harry's life was getting more and more complicated, Ginny's was not. She was a student, plus head of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, plus the DA, but she was really not leading the DA. Dennis Creevey was, despite his age. Her biggest problem was that Harry was going to have to be gone at least 8 weeks over the next 12 months. As Harry was explaining the schedule Al and Kingsley had worked out. For Harry, with a reluctant agreement of Robards, Ginny was wondering how "Never Leave Me" had turned into "Harry is going to be traveling away from me for weeks at a time." The second Saturday in October was the first Quidditch game of the season. The first big surprise was that a representative of the Firebolt Broom Company, Hudson Harrison, was there to adjust Ginny's broom both before and after the match. The second surprise was that the Harpies had sent a scout to look at Ginny fly. The Slytherin team was terrible. There were too many people that had not come back to Slytherin, and Ginny was at her top form. The two beaters seemed to be watching Ginny more than the other chasers, not that it mattered. Shortly before the end of the game both beaters flew at her like they were trying to take her out, but she easily escaped. It was no surprise that Gryffindor won. Before the Seeker caught the snitch the score was 180-40, with Ginny scoring 80 points and assisting on most of the rest of the other points. She also helped misdirect the opposing Seeker. Just after the game had ended the two Slytherin beaters again went after Ginny. This time she was not watching out for them, and did not notice them until they were almost on top of her. They were flying at her and at each other, and Ginny flipped upside down avoiding their bats, except that the two bats hit her right knee at the same time. The beaters were flying so fast they knocked each other off their brooms, and they were caught as they fell to the ground. Ginny flew a looping roll towards the ground, blood streaming out of her knee. She landed as if she was going to stand on both feet, but immediately collapsed. Madame Pomfrey was there almost immediately, and she stopped the flow of blood and had Harry carry Ginny up to the hospital wing. Once there, Madame Pomfrey made sure Ginny was unconscious, and examined the shattered knee for some time. She eventually composed a note and left. A short time later 2 healers from St. Mungo's, a witch and wizard, were there. Madame Pomfrey told Harry, "We have to leave. They are going to do the best they can to repair the knee." "I thought you could fix almost anything," Harry said. "Certainly something as simple as a knee." "Is that why you were always here, Mr. Potter?" Madame Pomfrey asked. "You thought I could fix anything? And as soon as you were not in school you give your name to Ginny, so we have another Potter, and another Potter in my beds. I suppose since she has your name she's going to have your record of injuries as well. Merlin help us if you two send children to this school." "Maybe they will be more like my mum," Harry said. Madame Pomfrey glared at Harry. "Like your mum was all sweetness and light? She was here from time to time." James and Lily were well matched. Lily was the only girl that could intimidate James. "I thought my mum was nice," Harry said. "One of the nicest persons I've ever met," Poppy answered. "Also a fierce competitor, a beater on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and in here with Quidditch injuries almost as often as you or your father." Harry wanted to bring the conversation back to Ginny, and asked, "Ginny's knee?" "Shattered. Those idiots really destroyed it. I got the best help I could to put it back together, but I am not going to give you any promises. You might as well tell her parents and your friends. She is going to be here all tomorrow and probably on crutches for a week or more. No telling how well it is going to heal." Harry went out to tell Ron and Hermione and the Aurors. Jim and Sue Shook were there, and Sue said, "I'm not at all sure I like trying to protect Ginny when she is playing an inherently dangerous game. The headmistress and the Aurors are both trying to find out who put those 2 idiots up to attacking Ginny like that, but Quidditch is dangerous and there is only so much we can do to protect her. I know, Harry said. She loves it. I don't want to take Quidditch away from her, but it worries me a little too. A short time later both Arthur and Molly showed up. We heard what happened to Ginny's knee, Molly said. Does Poppy have eye on in a couple of specialists from St. Mungo's? Harry said. Madame Pomfrey is worried about the knee. Oh dear, Molly said, a worried look on her face. Poppy's really worried if she brought in help. She said something about my mum being in the infirmary from time to time, like she was not all sweetness and light, and she and my dad were well matched. Your mum really had a temper, said Molly, laughing. She was the only one who could intimidate your dad, and she sure had his number. From Snape's memories I got the idea that they didn't like each other until, I don't know when, Harry said. More like Ron and Hermione, Arthur said, from what people told me. What? Said Ron, who with Hermione had just walked in. Arthur said, from what people told me James and Lily were a little like you and Hermione, not exactly boyfriend and girlfriend but always picking at each other. You two, looking right at Ron and Hermione, never could leave the other alone. Ron and Hermione got ready to counter this, looked at each other, grabbed each other's hands and sort of wrestled a little, and started to laugh. Finally Hermione turned to Harry and said, How's Ginny? The knee is pretty bad. A couple of specialists from St. Mungo's are working on it. The Aurors are questioning the two blokes from Slytherin, Ron said. I wanted to stay and tell them everything I saw, and see what would happen. I think they are going to be taken to the ministry, and I think their parents are going to be questioned too. Anything else? Asked Harry. Ron looked glum. They're talking about getting bodyguards for Hermione and me, at least when we leave safe space. There is usually an Auror close by when I am at the store. You're a dangerous friend to have, it seems. I hope we catch all of those idiots and put them away for life, or kill them deader than a smashed spider. About this time a gray-haired wizard walked out. Healer Robinson, he announced. There were some pretty nasty spells on those beater bats, but we've got the knee put back together. Ginny will be able to walk on it, and play Quidditch. I hope she's a little gentle on it, not that I've much hope for that. Molly, just how many times did you heal broken bones on your daughter? Broken, cracked, bruised. I lost count long ago, Molly said. She was as bad as any of the boys, never very gentle with her body. I always knew she was tough, Harry said with pride. Female knees aren't as tough as male knees, Healer Robinson said. Why? Asked Harry. Female hips are different, Healer Robinson said. Female hips move differently than male hips. Ron took out both hands and motioned and said, back and forth and up and down, bloody beautiful, as he looked at Hermione, and then got real red in the face. Hermione got embarrassed too, but from the smile on her face you could tell she was pleased too. Because the hips are more flexible, wider for childbearing, the knee is weaker. I'm just worried that Ginny will damage that knee again, because it's going to be weaker than the other one, Healer Robinson said. You can only do so much damage to a joint, even with magic, before it starts to give you problems. Ginny will be all right as long as she's a little gentle with that knee. No one could imagine Ginny gentle with her body, but they all trooped in to see Ginny, who was waking up. We won, didn't we? Was the first thing out of Ginny's mouth. Everybody nodded yes. Those idiots attacked me after the game was over. What were they thinking? That's not fair, Ginny said. We don't think it had to do with the game, Ron said. The Aurors are questioning them like they wanted to hurt you because of Harry and not being on the side of Vold, Riddle and the Pure Bloods. Shouldn't have let my guard down, then, Ginny said. Is the knee fixed? Can I get up and go down to the victory celebration now? Robinson and Robinson at your service, the witch healer said. The knee was damaged beyond the ability of Poppy to fix it, and it really pushed our skills. You are going to need to stay here overnight, and we are going to be taking turns watching the knee and doing healing spells on it. We think we can get it back to functioning reasonably well, but it is never going to be the same. Oh boggarts, excuse me Mum, Dad. I will be able to play Quidditch, won't I? Ginny promptly replied. You should be able to play Quidditch, the witch said. As long as you don't damage that knee again, we should be able to keep it working reasonably well for a long time. So I can't leave until tomorrow morning? Ginny asked. I hope Harry can stay here. He's leaving tomorrow for a couple of weeks and I had hoped we could How long have you been married, Ginny? The witch asked, laughing. A couple of months, she sheepishly replied. The witch looked at her with more amusement than sympathy. Harry can stay in the room, but not in your bed. It's hard to do what I think you want to do without jostling the knee. Be a little patient. I know how patient my sister is, not. I'm leaving, Ron said as he pulled Hermione out of the room. We'd better be going too, Molly said. Good luck to both of you. Damn, shit, boggarts and bollocks and all the swear words Mum doesn't want to know I know. Ginny scowled. Ginny and Harry held hands and gently kissed, holding the kiss for a long time. Eventually the witch and wizard interrupted, examining the knee again and doing spells over it. They put the leg into some sort of contraption to protect it and keep it gently moving. Ginny, you need to rest, to sleep now, the wizard said. Resting the next 12 hours while we gently move the knee is really the best way to get it to heal. All right, Ginny said in resignation. Go back to our room, Harry, and get ready for your trip. I'll see you in the morning. See you in the morning, beautiful Ginny, Harry said as he took his leave. Harry added Ginny's playing Quidditch to the list of things he regularly worried about. CH21 Romania CH21, Romania thanks to my new beta reader's ministry Malcontent Incognitor. On the SYIE site. And to Quintape71, Poke Potterfan 93 and Roby Dog on the Fanfiction Net site for their help with this chapter. Sunday afternoon, October 11th, Harry left for Romania. Harry left just after Ginny was released to go back to their rooms, on crutches. Madame Pomfrey had told her she was going to be on crutches for at least a week while the knee healed. A chill rain was blowing in solid gray sheets across the surface of the Black Lake to batter against the windows of the ancient castle as Harry made a final check of his luggage. The icy rage that gnawed at his stomach made the weather seem mild by comparison. His enemies had struck at Ginny to hurt him, and they had somehow managed to find Hogwarts students to do their dirty work. Were the Slytherin beaters willing pawns, or had they somehow been compelled to play their parts? He wanted nothing more than to get the answer to that question himself, but that was not to be. Harry hated to leave an injured Ginny, but his schedule had been set, and there was nothing he could do to help Ginny heal in any case. Ginny's schedule was set by school, and the only difference for her was that she was going to be alone in their bedroom for the next 12 nights. Harry was not going to be back until late Friday the 23 road. She did have permission to leave Hogwarts to go to Grimmauld Place when she got a page on the Wizard Mobile, because at Grimmauld Place she could walk outside and quickly get to an area where she could get reception. She just needed to make sure one of the Aurors who shadowed her was with her when she left the Hogwarts grounds. Harry arrived at the Ministry in Romania late Sunday. The Ministry building was a somewhat disheveled medieval-looking stone building. In contrast to the Ministry building itself, carefully concealed in one of the few historic neighborhoods remaining in the center of Bucharest, the flat to which the Ministry representative directed Harry was high in the upper levels of a row of drab, concrete tower blocks. There were no elevators magical. At least I'll be able to apparate up to this room from now on, Harry thought as he forced open the recalcitrant door to his assigned flat. The room's interior was only marginally more welcoming. Charms and transfiguration had been lavishly applied to provide a comfortable decor, but they failed to conceal the shoddy workmanship of the underlying structure. Magical lights substituted for inoperable Muggle electrical fittings. Pipes banged and gurgled noisily in the corners of the room. Bugger, Harry muttered as his thoughts flew back to the familiar, comfortable suite at Hogwarts where Ginny waited for him. Grimmauld Place was more welcoming than this. His spirits, already low from having to leave his wife behind, plummeted even further. Harry tried to call Ginny to let her know that he had arrived safely, but she didn't answer right away. While he was waiting, Harry started to add additional silencing charms to the walls of his accommodations. Ginny had to notify Tammy Lewis, the Auror who was usually with her at night, and then together she and Tammy took the flow to Grimmauld Place. It was a half-hour of bother before she was finally able to call Harry. Harry didn't answer right away, but he did text just a moment. Finally he came online. The apartments are magical enough that I have to stand outside to get a call, Harry said. Sorry it took me so long to call you, Ginny said. It's just harder to get around on these bloody crutches. Are you safe? I should be safe enough, Harry said. There is some pretty good security for the students anyway, and as usual I have an extra Auror. How are you doing? The leg hurts, Ginny said. I'm feeling just a little insecure after the attack. I really don't want to complain, but please call every night. I love you and already miss you. I miss you too, Ginny, Harry said. It's amazing just how quickly you get used to talking every morning and night. Harry thought that Ginny was not the only one feeling insecure about the attack and Ginny playing Quidditch. It was a sometimes brutal and dangerous game, and the very courage that he so admired in his Ginny also worried him. Everyone had to be at breakfast at 7 a.m., and by 8 a.m. the classes started. They were held in the same Ministry building complex, an island of magical and somewhat medieval buildings in the middle of the city. The teachers had each of the students tell the class something about themselves. There was a fair amount of bragging. Several of the students had won dueling contests where they had gone to school. There were 4 Russians, 2 witches and 2 wizards, tall and blonde, with fancy robes and arrogant attitudes, and 6 North Americans dressed in muggle clothes, supremely confident that the combinations of the different schools and their different ways of teaching dueling gave them an advantage. There were a couple of students from South America, and the rest from Europe. Harry and a French witch were the only single people from their country. When it came time for Harry to introduce himself, he just said, "I'm Harry Potter and I am an Auror trainee from the United Kingdom." The last person to introduce herself was the French witch, who said, "I am Laura Dupont, an Auror candidate from France. My mother is American, and I went to school both in the United States and France, graduating from Beauxbatons. You have to be at the top of your class in dueling to become an Auror in France." Harry took a good look at Laura. She was about as short as Ginny, but she was a lot curvier. She was noticeably bigger on top, just as thin in the middle, and significantly rounder on the bottom as well. The pink blouse she was wearing had a scooped neckline showing enough bust to show that all that shape was real. Her skirt was tight around her bottom, showing a beautiful pair of hips. She seemed to be somewhat of a flirt too. During the morning they dueled against each other, one-on-one. Harry won all his matches. Even when he had to use unfamiliar spells he learned them easily, and although a few matches were a bit of a challenge for Harry in each duel, he finally won. After a quick lunch they dueled in pairs, trying to learn how to work with a partner. Harry and Laura were paired, and with Harry's help they won most of their matches. When they did not win, sometimes Laura was disarmed, and then Harry had to fight 2 people at once, which he usually could do. Only once was he disarmed, against 2 instructors trying to demonstrate something. Shortly after 5 they were given enough study material to keep them busy until night, and dismissed for dinner. Laura brushed up against Harry saying, "Tell me a little about yourself," in a coquettish way. Harry was alarmed at how forward Laura was getting. He needed to put a stop to it right away. At the same time he did not want to be too blunt, but he needed to let Laura know that he was married and not in the market for a girlfriend. "Do you know Gabrielle Delacour?" Harry asked. "She is a few years younger than I am, but I know who she is," Laura replied. "She is at Beauxbatons." "How do you know her?" "Her sister Fleur is married to my brother-in-law Bill Weasley," Harry responded. "I married Bill's sister Ginny." "You're married?" Laura asked, astonished. "Oh yes, very married," Harry exclaimed, showing his rings. "As soon as we are done with dinner I need to go someplace where the magic is not too strong and use my mobile to call to Ginny. She has to go someplace herself to receive the call, but we have it worked out." "How often will you call her?" Laura asked. "Every night if I can," Harry replied. Laura looked hard at Harry. "You're Harry Potter," Laura finally said, rather quietly. "The Harry Potter who beat Lord Voldemort in a duel, one-on-one." "Call him Tom Riddle, he was just a man," Harry emphasized. "Don't tell anyone else. I'm kind of enjoying not being something special." "You're by far the best dueler here, Harry," Laura said. "I don't think you are going to avoid being noticed. I know you had to learn a couple of new spells, and you were better than witches and wizards who already knew them right away." "Thanks," Harry said. "Ever since the battle I've had more power in my wand, and had a little trouble at first controlling it. It's kind of nice, really." Right after dinner Harry left the compound and went across the street, followed by a nervous Auror, and called Ginny. When they finally spoke Harry said, "Hi, love. Glad you could get away and call. How are you? How is the knee?" "It's a bother getting around on crutches, but I'm managing. The knee doesn't hurt too much. Nothing else new here," Ginny said. "How are your classes going?" "Really well," Harry said enthusiastically. "I've learned several new spells already. We have things to study tonight, and should be learning more about why certain spells work tomorrow. We are dueling singly and in pairs, and learning how to duel as part of a pair is another useful skill I want to make sure our Aurors know." "So did they pair you with a cute little witch?" asked Ginny. "For some reason all of the pairs are witch-wizard pairs," Harry replied. "Most of the other countries sent pairs, but for some reason France only sent one witch. She is pretty curvy. I made sure to tell her I am safely married. So I shouldn't be worried about you with some curvy French witch when I am not going to be seeing you for almost 2 weeks," Ginny exclaimed. "Why would you be worried about me?" Harry asked, honestly confused. "After all those witches wrote to you offering to be your girlfriend or wife or even to just have sex with you, of course I'm worried," Ginny said. Harry answered, "I've never wanted anyone else, not since we were first together." Ginny replied, "I trust you, Harry, I really do, but I'm still jealous. I swear I'll bat bogey hex any witch bitch who makes a pass for you. I haven't told Laura about your bat bogey hex yet, but maybe I should." Harry laughed. "I think I'd better. If either of us is tempted, the thought of your bat bogey hex should keep us on the straight and narrow." "I'd beery night, Harry," Ginny firmly retorted. "You'd think I'd have gotten over all those witches who wrote to you after the Battle of Hogwarts, and I have, sort of, but I'm still jealous." "The Auror guarding me is getting nervous, Ginny," Harry said. Ginny replied, "We'd better go. Same time tomorrow?" "Probably," Harry said. "Every night. I love you." "Love you too, Harry," Ginny said. "Curvy witch partner," she thought as she took the flow back to Hogwarts. "The only thing worse is that she's a little curvy French witch, phlegm like Fleur. I shouldn't think badly of Fleur. She's turned out to be all right." Ginny had a harder time getting to sleep than she normally did that night. Harry went back into the compound. Laura was waiting, and asked, "What did Ginny say?" "That I needed to tell you she has a mean bad bogey hex, and not to even think about it, about me," a grinning Harry replied. "She's not kidding either. Even if I was tempted, which I'm really not, getting Ginny mad at you is a spectacularly bad idea." "Thank you for the warning, Harry," Laura responded, trying to figure out just what Harry and Ginny's relationship was. There was something in the way Harry said it that made Laura feel that Harry really was not tempted. She also did not doubt that Harry's wife was jealous and not someone to be trifled with. When Harry read the assignments, he got excited. There was a lot of information on why certain spells did what they did, and why and how to use certain spells. Harry tried to go right to sleep after reading his assignments, but sleep did not come easily. There was a lot of new material from the class. There was also Laura. Although Harry was not really tempted to cheat on Ginny, it was hard not to remember Laura's shape. She had a very sexy shape and manner, and, no, any thoughts along that line were stupid. 2 weeks away, put those thoughts out of your mind. Focus on Ginny, Harry thought. The next 2 days were spent in dueling, with a lot more theory, more advanced spells and combination of spells. There was also a lot of analysis by the professors on your individual dueling style, what you did right and what needed more work. Harry's thought that he would remain anonymous was shattered Tuesday morning when one of the Romanian students said, "Potter, didn't you just defeat Lord Voldemort in a duel to the death, one-on-one? I heard he was wielding the death stick, and you beat him. Having you in this class is not fair." Harry had to acknowledge who he was, and try to downplay his abilities, something that was a little hard to do since he was obviously so good. The middle of Wednesday, a couple of wand makers came in to examine the wands and how you wielded it. Both were amazed when they analyzed Harry's wand. "This wand has been touched by the Elder Wand," one of them said. "Who used the Elder Wand on this wand?" the other one asked Harry. "I used it to repair this wand, which was broken," Harry said. The first wizard said, "Every wand in the world traces their ancestry back to the first 2 wands. 1, the Elder Wand, has been used for evil for most of the last 1,000 years, but Dumbledore used it for good. Wand makers really want that wand in good hands again. The female wand is also missing, rumored to be involved in evil," the other wand maker said. Harry was not inclined to tell anyone where the Elder Wand was. Something about the way the wand makers talked about the Elder Wand made Harry nervous, but Harry had a free-floating anxiety about a world of things. Maybe Riddle, Voldemort was gone, but to Harry the world was still not a very safe place. Thursday they started a new class, on identifying dark magic. There were spells you could use, but if you were good you could just feel if some magic was dark. Harry was helped by the experiences he had been through with Professor Dumbledore and Tom Riddle. A lot of magic you are going to be dealing with is neither good nor bad. It all depends on how it is used, one of the professors lectured. There are a lot of ways of hiding doors and other types of entrances, and there is nothing intrinsically bad about most of them. A large part of identifying dark magic is just making you sensitive to magic in general. Harry had been sensitized to magic in places in his previous 7 years, and when they were led to several walls Harry just had to hold his hands up to the walls, sometimes with his wand and sometimes without it, and remember the cave where Tom Riddle's locket was supposed to be, and how it felt, and he could usually feel where the magic was. A little help with a couple of spells from the instructors and Harry was as good as anyone else in the class, and sometimes quite a bit better at identifying magic. The classes for identifying magic were held all over the city, and in caves and odd nooks around the city. Frequently they were in tight quarters. Several times Harry could feel where a door was and Laura did not have a clue. Eventually Harry found out that by holding Laura's hands in his, putting her hands on the wall but standing behind her with his hands touching hers, he could point out where the magic was. It was an extremely effective teaching technique. Laura had such a curvy shape that it was also erotic, to Harry's great consternation. It was hard not to enjoy their bodies touching. Friday afternoon was particularly difficult for Harry, as the exercises seemed to involve a lot of touching. Harry and Laura finished up a little early, and sat down next to each other as the rest of the class finished up. "You're a real Puritan, Harry," Laura said. "You're afraid to touch me and enjoy it, even though there is no way I want to take the place of your Ginny. Let me talk to Ginny, let her know how good a man you are, and that I'm honestly no threat." "She's pretty jealous, Laura," Harry said. "It may backfire." "I'd like to talk to the witch that's so thoroughly won your heart anyway," Laura said. By this time Harry and the Auror who picked up shadowing him as he left the compound had found what they thought was a very secure place for Harry to make calls on the mobile, at a booth in a tacky little restaurant in a muggle section of town right next to the apartments for the students, and Harry and Laura, followed by the Auror, went to the restaurant and ordered some coffee. Harry called Ginny about 4:30, 2 to 2.5 hours before he usually called. Within 10 minutes Ginny was standing in a front window at Grimmauld Place, where after some curse removal and other remodeling Ginny found out she could receive calls without standing outside. "Hello Ginny," Harry said when they had established a connection. "How are you?" "Standing on crutches in construction mess," Ginny replied. "I hope all this construction is worth it. I don't want to live in the old black house, but I'm having a hard time visualizing what the house is going to be like when it's finished. Why the early call?" "We got out of class early, and the next couple of days are going to be a little easier," Harry responded. "Laura DuPont wanted to talk to you." "Oh," said Ginny, and then waited. After a brief uncomfortable period of silence Harry handed the phone to Laura. Laura cheerily greeted Ginny with, "Hello Ginny. I just want you to know you have the best husband. Monday I was trying to figure out just how available he was, and Monday night at dinner he made it known right away that he was happily married and not even tempted to fool around." There was silence at the other end of the line, although Laura could tell someone was listening. Finally Laura said, "You know Harry is something of a Puritan. Do you know what that means?" "No," Ginny said curtly. Laura replied, "A Puritan is someone who's sexually real straight and narrow, like no sex before marriage and certainly no fooling around. It's cute how awkward he is around other women. He's a real good man, and I just hope I can find a husband as nice and as faithful as Harry." There was another long period of silence. "She isn't very talkative, is she?" asked Laura of Harry, although with the phone held. "Oh, Ginny can be very talkative," Harry said. "I just don't think she knows what to say to you." "May I talk to Harry, please?" Ginny said. Laura passed the mobile on to Harry. "Hello again," Harry said. "What does that witch want with me?" asked Ginny. "I don't think Laura wants anything from you, Ginny," Harry replied. "I've talked about you, how much I love you and admire you, how brave and tough you are. She must be quite a woman, Laura has said to me, and I'd like to meet her." There was another long pause. "How are you, Ginny?" Harry finally asked. "Lonely," Ginny replied. "Hermione and I talk, but mostly about school work, and Hannah and I talk some although she is mostly busy with Neville, but at night it's real lonely and it's lonely getting up in the morning. I wish you were not going to be gone another week." After another pause she said, "I know you have to go to these classes." I'm not trying to stop you from becoming the best Auror you can be. I'm sorry if my being gone is making you unhappy, Harry said. You have to do this, just like we had a lot we had to do last year, Ginny said. I'm sorry if I'm not happier about it. Maybe it's because I'm still on crutches and, oh, I don't know, nothing seems quite right. Did your classes go well today? Yes, Harry replied. The classes are worth it. I'm continuing to learn, and so much of the learning builds on itself. I can see how important it is for us to stay here and keep working identifying magic. It really does get easier the more you do it. So they are worried that one good shag and you'll forget all that you've learned? Ginny retorted, starting to wind up, and then louder. If I wasn't stuck at school, with strict limits on how much I can leave, I'd rush right over there and, with that book and all the spells for endurance, and wear you out with. Can that Laura hear what I'm saying? I'm really not supposed to leave, Ginny, Harry said, but I will check and see if you can come over tomorrow night. I miss you too. I really want to, Harry, but it's just a lot of bother for a couple of hours, and I'm going to be on crutches another week, which makes getting around and everything more difficult, and, oh, forget it, Ginny said, her voice cracking. Is that Laura person still there? Laura was trying very hard not to laugh, and getting very red and looking a little embarrassed. Harry looked at Laura and quietly said to Ginny, I don't think she heard much, but you might try a little harder not to talk quite so loud. Why don't I call you again after dinner? You can tell me more about how your classes are going, and I'll tell you a little more about my classes. Ginny started to yell, you tell that Laura that I can be NASTAND mean and vindictive, and that I have a large repertoire of hexes besides my bad bogey hex, and then. Much quieter, I'm sorry Harry, I'm just not at my best right now. Please call back tonight, I just miss you. Tonight. Love you, Harry said as he watched the mobile disconnect. They tortured her at Hogwarts last year, Harry said to Laura. She has 2 big scars, MS Office 2. Harry had gotten a little embarrassed. I was working on things with Ginny's brother and his fiancée and didn't see Ginny for the better part of a year. She was at several major battles. I think I've told you that. She is tougher than any woman I can imagine, but being gone and almost losing me more than once, and she really misses me when I'm gone. I guess the sex isn't bad either, Laura kidded Harry. Harry wished he could get Laura's mind off sex. He laughed, showing a little embarrassment. She's pretty eager. There are a lot of very good things about being married to that fiery redhead. Harry and Ginny did talk again after dinner. Harry was worried about Ginny. She just wasn't handling him being gone very well, which was unusual for her. Maybe it was because she was hurt. Harry was used to being hurt, but not used to having the woman he loved hurt. He went back to the tacky little apartment. In so many ways it was a palace compared to the closet he spent so many years in, but it sure wasn't home. Sunday morning Harry was able to take enough time off to call the family at the new burrow. Ginny had permission to use the flow to go to the new burrow for the Sunday morning family breakfast. Shortly after the phone call, Fleur found Ginny sort of pacing back and forth, still on the crutches, obviously very uptight. Miss Ari? Fleur asked. Ginny nodded yes. You look very upset, Ginny, said Fleur. Ginny stared back at Fleur with a furious look on her face. Fleur suggested, Ginny, there are healers that avenue potions that can help you relax, and many other things that healers avenue to help you. Ginny exploded. I am not crazy. I don't need any help. I know what you think. I got married too young. I'm just not grown up enough. Poor Ginny just can't handle her Harry being gone. I am not crazy. I'm fine. I can handle this. Why should I care if Harry is in class with a curvy French witch and I'm here alone? Just leave me alone. Oh Fleur. What's wrong with me? At this point Ginny was close to tears, and she let Fleur come over and hold her in her arms. The rest of the family had heard the tirade and was either in the room or looking into the room. Fleur said, do not tell Ari, to the rest of the family. I talked to Ginny alone. Then she said to Ginny, I am going to have a healer see you in infirmary Monday. Promise me you will go. Ginny looked at her sister-in-law for a little, but finally nodded yes. By this time Ginny had gotten control of her emotions and said, I'm really sorry, Fleur. I shouldn't have blown up like that. Is all right, is hard when your man is gone, Fleur responded. Why is it so hard? Asked Ginny. Why? Asked Fleur back at Ginny. Tell me why is so hard. Harry was gone all of last year, and I felt abandoned and left out, Ginny replied. I'm much more secure in our love now. I used to get worried when other witches rode to Harry and wanted him. Now I'm just mad at them, but I'm not worried about Harry at all. Ginny took a couple of big breaths, and stared at Fleur some more. I just miss Harry. Talking every day helps a little, maybe it helps a lot. I'm just a real physical person, and I really it's like, you're married, Fleur, the physical part of marriage. The holding and even casual touching. The sex. Ron and Hermione are not even in the same bed every night, they can go 2 or 3 days without seeing each other, but I want Harry every night. I'm glad we are studying together, but at the end of the night it's like my bedtime routine is making love and then going to sleep. Like I just can't sleep alone. Is that a little extreme? Not normal. It's like everything that's bad is gone when he makes love to me. Is all right, Fleur responded. Most couples don't every night, but is all right. Does Ari mind? Only once in a while when he is real tired, said Ginny. Mostly he thinks I think he really likes it. Sometimes in the middle of the day or morning when neither of us has to do anything and it's not always me. Harry gets a wicked grin on his face and I'm sure he likes it too. Is always all right with you? Asked Fleur. Mostly, responded Ginny. The couple of times I asked, like I just indicated that we would do it at night but maybe, and he really did not seem to mind. And around my period, there are spells that can help, and you can still do it, and if it is messier you can clean it up, but sometimes I'd just rather not. He is so considerate, Fleur, maybe more considerate than I am. I miss him. Maybe I just need another woman to talk to when Harry's gone. I so admire you. You just always seem to be in control. It's hard to imagine anything bad ever happening to you, anything that you couldn't handle. Fleur looked at Ginny. Fleur the perfect? She asked. Ginny nodded ye. Fleur, left France because could not live there anymore, Fleur said. Fleur the angry. Why Fleur? Ginny asked, her mind not totally on herself anymore. Fleur looked like she was having a hard time getting the story out. Don't tell. Bill, he knows. He knew after first date. Many people know in France, but not so much here. Last year at Bobadden's, raped. Sex is so good with Vila. Fleur is so beautiful, son of Betch brag how he going to, and then he rape me, in front of friends. I tell. I angry. I make big scene. He pay big fine, dowry, bride price, but no prison. Quidditch seeker hero, rich, son of Betch. Boyfriend break up because I not virgin, I ruined, another son of Betch. Fleur took Ginny's hands in her hands. Bill is so good. He make me feel beautiful again. Vila girl make her man happy, after he very patient with angry Vila girl. I go to see healers too. Is still hard sometimes. By this time Fleur was crying, and the two women hugged each other and sat with each other for no small amount of time. Talk to the healers, Fleur finally said, and Ginny nodded yes again. Monday morning Ginny was notified that on her first free period she had an appointment in the infirmary. Between some potions and a little counseling starting twice the first week and following once a week for the rest of the fall, Ginny got control of her emotions. She began to understand that Harry was very even-tempered, and she was not. She knew that she had a volatile temper, but never understood that her emotional highs and lows were just much greater than Harry's. Just one more area where life was going to take work, not just magically be happily ever after. She needed to be happy for Harry and happy herself even if Harry was busy. The sessions with the healers really did Ginny a lot of good. Her biggest problem, she discovered, was not that she could not handle Harry being gone, but that she had expectations that her life would be more like some cross between her parents' life and her happily ever after dreams, and Harry being gone over a weekend was just so unexpected that it real upset her. During the second week Harry realized that some of the discussions he had been having with Alvan Lente and the other Aurors over the last 2 weeks were giving him a lot of insight into what to look for, and also what questions to ask. It was like everything that not only Dumbledore but everybody else was trying to teach him was relevant to the classes. Most of the dueling took place in a room in the Ministry complex that was maybe half as big as the Great Hall at Hogwarts, but with a ceiling much lower than the ceiling of the Great Hall. It was a stone room like most of the rooms in the castle, with a few tapestries on the walls, and a series of raised walkways that varied in width from 6 feet to 20 feet wide and 30 to 100 feet long. The dueling got harder and harder, but Harry was handling it well, winning most of his matches and not losing any of them outright. Thursday morning they were in an especially fierce 2-on-2 duel, Harry and Laura against a Russian pair. Suddenly a witch and wizard that Harry did not recognize joined the fight, jumping on the platform behind Harry and Laura, and Harry could see the distinctive jets of the Avada Kedavra curse coming at him from 4 directions. He set up a shield charm around Laura and himself, doubting that it would work against 4 curses. For a brief moment Harry remembered the moment when Riddle had sent the Avada Kedavra curse at him and killed his Horcrux, the awful feeling that he was going to die and lose everything dear to him. There was some sort of shield that suddenly came over each of the witches and wizards that had thrown the Avada Kedavra curse, catching and deflecting the curse and confining the curse throwers. There was a sudden rush of other activity. Harry told Laura, "Stay on guard. I have no idea what is going on, but I'm almost sure this is not part of our lesson." "Do you think someone really wanted to kill us?" Laura asked. "I think someone wanted to kill me," Harry said as he turned around. "Remember, back to back, touch my back to feel which way I am turning, and keep your eyes open for anything suspicious." Laura put her back right against Harry's back and kept her eyes flitting around trying to take in everything as Harry turned around 2 complete times. Harry carefully surveyed what was going on, finally ending up looking at the 4 who had thrown the curses and were now confined. Harry was at the same time really mad and terrified. All of the other students were being led out of the dueling area, and Harry was almost sure their memories were being modified as they left the area. The staff made no move to remove Harry. When everybody was gone, someone Harry didn't recognize came over and said, "For the Romanian wizarding community, I want to apologize. We have good charms and spells in place to catch someone who tries to throw a killing curse, but an attack like this is almost unheard of." "Oh, too bad, someone just tried to kill you," Harry yelled. "Don't you dare try to modify my memories. Do you recognize any of these witches and wizards?" "Those 2 are 2 of the Russian students," Harry said. "I have no idea who the others are." "We are trying to find out why they attack you," the Romanian witch said, "but so far they are not cooperating, which is not surprising." The witch that was in charge of the classes came over and said, "The dueling room has special charms to keep killing curses from killing anyone and capturing anyone throwing one. There are also special spells to keep you from remembering this. Don't you dare wipe my memory, whatever you did to the rest of the class," Harry said forcefully. "I'm the one they tried to kill, and I need to know this." "Laura?" asked the witch. "Bind her to secrecy but let her remember," Harry said. "Even if she is just my partner for another couple of days, she has to remember." The Romanians agreed to Harry's request. Later the witch took Harry aside. "Please do not mention the spell in the dueling room, Harry. We have caught several potential assassins with this spell. We are aware you have enemies, and have taken special precautions with you." Harry and the witch had a couple more discussions on the incident that week. "You have made a lot of enemies by killing Voldemort," she said. "Tom Riddle had a lot of contacts all over the continent, it seems," Harry said. "Were they his allies, or just supporters of a pure-blood agenda?" "Some were just criminals," she replied. "He was in contact with some in the wizarding community, in contact with Dementors in Asia. The North American Ministry kept him out of North America, but the Americas have their own problems." Harry asked, "Why do they want to kill me? It's not like I'm out to arrest or kill every dark wizard in the world. I'm going to be thrilled just to capture the dark wizards in Britain and keep my little corner of the world safe." "You're important and will probably have great influence well beyond your little island kingdom of Great Britain, Harry," the witch replied, to Harry's discomfort. When Harry and Ginny talked that night and Ginny asked about his day, Harry said, "A little more excitement than usual, but the Romanian ministry has everything under control. The dueling got a little out of hand. I'm glad the Romanians have experience in this and are prepared for people trying to use forbidden curses in the excitement of the moment, because no one was hurt. It just got a little exciting." "You weren't in any danger, were you?" Ginny asked, getting worried about Harry's safety again. "Probably not in any more danger than we are already in," Harry replied. "I am inclined to make sure I have an aura guarding me, and you need to make sure you don't lose your escorts either." To Harry's great surprise, Fleur contacted Harry towards the end of the second week. "Hello, Ari, is Fleur," she said on the mobile. "It's good to hear from you, Fleur, but why are you calling?" asked Harry. "Ginny, she needs a little more Ari time, maybe this weekend, Ari," Fleur said. "Do not tell her that Fleur said anything, but she really is having a hard time you being gone 2 weeks. Maybe I tell McGonagall, so you can take her away. I don't know a good hotel to take her to, Harry said. I have one, Fleur replied. I will have reservations Saturday afternoon, night. See me before you go back to Hogwarts. Thank you, Fleur. Is Ginny really that bad? Harry replied. Ginny will be all right, but has been hard on her. She will get better, Fleur reassured Harry. Friday morning Ginny was finally able to walk without crutches. All week she had been putting more and more weight on the knee. It was still stiff, but it seemed to be working. Ginny was told that as long as she did not injure it again it would probably not give her too much trouble, but that it was never going to be normal. Friday afternoon as the classes came to a close all the students were given a chance to tell the others what the class had taught them. As before there was a lot of bragging, and students telling how they learned they had to hate the opponent and want them totally vanquished, how important winning and victory was. There was a lot of talk about the glory of winning in battle. Harry sat in a corner bothered by all the bragging. Few of the students had been in a real life or death battle, and he got the feeling that none of them had seen the death and destruction he had. This dueling was all just a game. Finally one of the students asked, "Well, Potter, how did it feel when you killed Lord Voldemort? Wasn't that the most satisfying, proudest moment in your life?" Harry got up and looked at the class. "It felt like shit," he said. "Everybody talks like all this dueling is some sort of fun game." Harry paced back and forth a couple of times, trying to calm down, trying to compose his thoughts. "I've faced death more times than I can count," he finally said. "I was scared every time. Winning felt like I'd gotten away this time, but I still can't believe that the man Tom Riddle is gone. Part of me did die when Riddle cursed me, in the forest, before the battle you talked about, and when I died I saw what Riddle was, what he would become if he died. A pathetic shrunken thing, like a baby with so little humanity left that there was no person left, just the shell that once was a person. Is that what you want? To kill and in the end kill yourself? There is no glory in killing. Just survival, if you were lucky. How do you tell a mother that you saw her son die? I had to. It doesn't feel good at all. How would you tell a mother you killed her son, her daughter, a wife or husband that you killed their spouse? A child that you killed their parent? It's not just winning, it's how you win. It's capturing the evil witches and wizards, but then having compassion on them and their families. It's not becoming as bad as the people we are fighting. There is no glory in killing. You are just a scared person trying to survive, or else you are in danger of becoming what we are fighting, one of those bad people who loves killing. If one of you ever wins a duel but has to kill your opponent, I will not say to you, congratulations. I will say, I'm sorry, because that's how I feel." Harry sat down, looking glum. One of the students said, "Potter, don't try and tell me that you've never used an unforgivable curse." Harry said, "I tried to use the Cruciatus curse a couple of times, but it didn't work. I did use it once at the Battle of Hogwarts. I can't say I'm proud I used it. Thinking back I wish I hadn't used it, and that I had told others to confine the person but not to kill him. As Aurors, my wish is that you never succumb to using an unforgivable curse, no matter how much you are provoked. I hope I never fail myself and use an unforgivable again." One of the instructors got up and said, "As an Auror I had to kill an opponent once. He was a very bad wizard. I then had to tell his wife and 2 little children. 2 days later I found out that the wife had killed the children and then herself. Do you think I feel good about that victory? All I can think of is what I could have done short of killing him, how I could have done it differently." "Thank you, Harry. To the rest of you, I hope you learned enough that you can win without ever having to kill anyone." Harry looked at the class. He thought some of the students were thinking about what they had heard, but others were too proud or arrogant to listen, and that made him sad and worried. There is no glory in killing, he thought again. Harry got back very late Friday, October 23rd. He had in his hand information from Fleur on hotel reservations in London at one of the better hotels, one with an indoor pool and several good restaurants, with many other good restaurants and things to see close by. Harry and Ginny started out with a good deal of kissing and holding, and then Harry told Ginny, "I have permission to take you away with me from whenever we can leave tomorrow to Sunday night. I have reservations at a Muggle hotel with an indoor pool and plenty of good restaurants." Ginny smiled a huge smile and replied, "I hope it has a good bed. I intend to spend some time with you making up to me for being gone for so long." "I'm sure that can be arranged," Harry gladly responded. Saturday morning Ginny had Quidditch practice, the first time she had been able to practice herself since her injury, but Saturday afternoon Ginny and Harry left Hogwarts. They took the flow to Grimmauld Place, and from there a ministry car picked them up and drove them to the hotel. The Aurors stayed a discreet distance away as Harry and Ginny went up to register and get their room keys. The hotel was a very large one, and even though she had been at the Ministry of Magic a number of times, Ginny was not prepared for the size of the hotel. It was built around a large atrium, so there was a huge center section of the hotel open. At 34 floors it was much taller than Hogwarts. It had 2 sets of elevators on the inside, with glassed insides. Ginny was used to flying, but even so going up the elevator looking out the glass sides was a new experience. As they arrived at the top floor Ginny got out, looked over the railing at the atrium and the glass roof over it, the people eating and walking around down below, and said, "They built all this without magic?" "Just Muggle science and engineering," Harry replied. As they got to their room Harry passed the card that served as a key through the slot and a light turned green, and then Harry opened the door. Ginny had never seen magic like that, light turning green, and then the lock clicked. She looked at the card with a questioning look. "More Muggle magic," Harry said. "Where is the bed?" Ginny asked as they went into the first room of the suite. "I think through here," said Harry as he led Ginny into the next room. "A bathtub in the bedroom?" asked Ginny as she saw a large hot tub in the room. "That's for 2 people to sit in and soak, and maybe play," Harry said with a lusty grin. Ginny went over and looked into the hot tub, and got a big grin on her face. Then she went over and waved her wand at the king-size bed and the covers came off. "You were gone 12 days, and you've only made up 1, she said, referring to sex that morning, as she pulled Harry over to the bed. They kissed and made out, gradually removing clothes. After they were only 10 times behind they took a shower, then filled the hot tub and sat in that for about an hour, playing with each other. Finally Harry had Ginny as turned on as maybe she had ever been, and they quickly did drying spells and went back to the bed. Later on in the afternoon they left the hotel room to investigate the hotel. They did find the indoor pool, with quite a number of people in it. Ginny looked at the swimming suits on the women and at Harry and said, "I need a new swimming suit." There was a shop in the hotel that sold some clothing, including swimwear. Ginny talked Harry into buying a small form-fitting suit, and she purchased a rather revealing 2-piece suit. They also purchased bathrobes to wear when they were going to and from the pool. Harry and Ginny went up to their room to change suits. Ginny looked at how little of her bottom and breasts were covered and blushed and said, "I'm not going to wear this when we are swimming at the pond. Mother would kill me if she saw me in this." "Does your mother swim?" asked Harry. "Oh yes, she has a one-piece that covers up almost everything," Ginny replied. After an hour in the pool they went back to the room to change. They put on the nicest Muggle clothes they had and went down to dinner. Ginny looked at the 8-page menu at the restaurant and almost panicked. "How do I choose from all this?" she asked. "I don't even know what a lot of this is." Between Aunt Petunia's cookbooks and experiments, not all of which were that successful, and all the traveling with Bill during the summer, Harry had a much better idea of what was on the menu, and he led Ginny through her options. The dinner was as good as anything Ginny had ever had, and it was by far the most elegant restaurant she had ever been in. She left the restaurant feeling like a princess, and the frustration of Harry being gone was beginning to leave her. They did talk about the class. Ginny could tell there was something bothering Harry as they talked, and she gently tried to get it out of him. Finally Friday after dinner Ginny saw Harry staring out the window. That "something is bothering me" expression on his face. Instead of trying to distract Harry she looked at him for a number of minutes, and finally said, "You have that brooding look on your face again. What's bothering you, Harry?" "You do know me," Harry replied. "I'm married to you," Ginny responded. "I love you. I know you brood over all kinds of things. What is it this time?" Harry shook his head. "Just some of the students in class seemed to think there was something glorious about killing your opponent. I hope I never have to kill anyone or order anyone else to kill someone," Harry said. "You kill a little of yourself whenever you kill someone." "You are a very good person, Harry Potter," Ginny replied. "I know you would never do anything wrong." "I used the Cruciatus curse at the Battle of Hogwarts," Harry said. "I'm not proud I did. I tried to use it against Bellatrix at the Battle of the Ministry, but I guess I didn't have enough hate in me. I'm ashamed that I had enough hate then." Do you think you have enough hate now? Ginny asked. Probably not, Harry admitted. I hope not. See, you are a very good person, Ginny said again. She distracted Harry with more lovemaking before they finally went to sleep, knowing how hard it was to keep Harry from brooding. They skipped the usual Sunday morning breakfast at the new Burrow and stayed at the hotel until late Sunday evening. It was the longest Ginny had ever been in a totally Muggle environment, which added to the excitement of the weekend, and Harry and Ginny went back to Hogwarts feeling very refreshed. CH22 Memory Training and Magic Spaces. CH22 Memory Training and Magic Spaces. When Hermione said the magic words, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good," Al remarked while shaking his head, "That is so James Potter." Thanks to Poke Potterfan 93 who first edited this chapter and made spelling and grammar more British, and to Cognitor for further editing. And always to Rowling for creating this universe we are all playing in. Harry had a more regular schedule for the next 2 weeks, and then spent 2 weeks in memory training from November 9th to November 20. Since this course was in Britain, Harry was back to their room in Hogwarts every evening. The problem with memory training is that it caused Harry to look back to old memories. The 10 years Harry spent with the Dursleys were full of tension and sorrow, and although many of the Hogwarts memories were happy, many others were traumatic. One night Harry came back shaking, with a couple of potions. "What is the matter, Harry?" asked Ginny as Harry came into their room. "Memory training can be hard," said Harry. "Especially when you have to relive traumatic memories. For a variety of reasons, traumatic memories are often the ones you have to retrieve and remember. It's just that I have some pretty traumatic memories." "You have potions for that?" asked Ginny. "I've already had a couple today, and the healers were there," Harry replied. "I need to take another one right after dinner and still another one before going to bed. Ginny, this was a real bad session, maybe the worst." "Oh Harry," Ginny said. "What memories were so bad?" "The Battle of Hogwarts, losing so many people, having to face Riddle thinking I was going to lose everything and everyone dear to me, and hoping my death would make things better for everybody else," Harry replied. "Ginny, I remember feeling that even if I did die we still could lose. Or win, but at a terrible price." "Oh Harry, you had to have just the worst memories of anyone," Ginny exclaimed. Harry said, "I actually did better than many in my class. My memories had to be some of the worst, and a couple of the members of the class are spending the night at St. Mungo's. The healers told us it was stupid not to take potions to help calm us after reliving something so traumatic." Harry took his potions and was able to go to dinner with Ginny without shaking, and they had a pleasant evening. Harry did take another potion before bed, and went to bed early, way before Ginny. It did make Ginny feel better that she was not the only one taking a potion to make her feel better. During the memory training Harry learned legilimency, literally, mind reading, although it was hardly that. It was a very difficult skill to learn, and everybody was told it would take years to get good at it. Harry could sort of do it, as well as anybody. They also learned occlumency, the ability to block your mind from being read. Harry was excellent at this, having blocked Riddle and having been taught by Snape. It was common practice to obliviate or erase the memory of any Muggle who had seen magic, and this was what was done to Vernon and to a lesser extent Petunia, as they were in contact with the magical world. Dudley seemed to have escaped having his memories modified, and because it was her sister and Petunia knew her sister was a witch, they went a little easier on Petunia than on Vernon. Harry was still upset at how much of his aunt's memories of his mother were modified. He and all the students had to become masters at obliviating. Before you could become a fully certified Auror, you had to be a master obliviator. They briefly went over how to restore memories, something that was not easy. Harry was impressed that Hermione had been able to restore her mother and father's memories. One of the duties of an Auror was to modify or delete the memories of magic that Muggles came across, although there were other departments that usually handled the easier or more innocent cases. Modifying a memory was very serious, and you had to fill in a form that became a permanent record every time you did it. During Harry's second week of memory training, Bill had Ginny come with him to one of the European vaults to undo the protective charms. Bill had to teach Ginny some of the curse-breaking spells, but Ginny was a very confident and competent witch, and once she knew what spell to use she had no problem. After the vault was opened, Michael Appleleaf and Creature and the goblins did an inventory, and Bill and Ginny had a chance to talk. "How is Harry treating you?" asked Bill with a grin. "Harry is doing his best," replied Ginny, but he's so busy. I'm sort of busy too, but nowhere near as busy as Harry. Being married is really good, and I am really glad we got married when we did, but it's a lot more complicated than I thought. And how are you doing, Ginny? Asked Bill. I know it is hard on you when Harry is gone. Being married is harder work than I thought it would be, Ginny mused, obviously in a thoughtful mood. All those Muggle fairy tales. You read them to me. I used to feel so good that my big brother would take the time to sit down and read all my books to me. You were my hero. None of the rest of the boys would be patient with me, but Yuthy lived happily ever after. Not so simple, is it? I think some people think of marriage as the end or goal, something that will solve all your problems, Bill said. Really, marriage is just the beginning, and life goes on. It's just that instead of you with your family now, it is the two of you together, even if you are working different jobs or doing very different things. Harry doesn't have much of any family other than the aunt and uncle that hate him. At least Uncle Vernon really does hate him. I've met Petunia and Dudley, and their relationship and feelings for him are a lot more complicated. I've got a mother and father-in-law and a sister-in-law, a second family that I am as much a part of as Fleur is part of our family. Gets complicated sometimes. I hate his whole family, for how they treated him, Ginny fiercely responded. I'd be a little careful about that, Bill replied. They're Harry's family, and from what I understand Dudley has changed, and even Petunia isn't so bad. Have you ever heard anything good about Uncle Vernon? Asked a still fierce Ginny. No, said Bill, but he didn't come to your wedding. I expect you will probably stay as far away from him as possible. Ginny gave a grimace to indicate how she felt about Uncle Vernon. Has talking with the healers helped? Asked Bill. Some, Ginny said. I don't really feel like a typical Hogwarts student anymore, and the healers have explained that I'm not, but I don't feel like a grown-up either, and the healers have explained that. It's natural to feel confused because I'm not, there really isn't anybody that I can say I'm like that person. Hermione, she is comfortable being a student, although she and Ron are still a little awkward around each other sometimes. Hannah is pregnant and knows that she is going to be taking over the leaky cauldron and just seems to know who she is. Ginny looked at Bill. Getting married sure doesn't solve all your problems, does it? No, said Bill. I wouldn't trade it for anything, but being married doesn't solve all your problems. After a pause Bill said, I think Tom Riddle did a good job of managing his estates, his money and property, when he first started killing and inheriting them. Riddle seemed to have lost not only his soul but also some of his mind the more he split his soul. Friday of the last week of Harry's memory training, Ginny was talking to the healer in the infirmary, and she mentioned that Harry had taken some potions after a particularly difficult session. These sessions have been the hardest on Harry yet, remembering all the bad things. And you know he keeps blaming himself for everything, and I have to hold him at night. At least with the spells and sex I get him to go to sleep, and not have bad dreams, but I worry about him. Maybe you ought to tell Harry about these sessions, Healer Swart said, and by working together let you know how to better deal with both of your schedules, and both of your emotions. I don't want Harry to know I'm weak, said Ginny. You're not weak, Ginny, said the healer. You're just dealing with something you have never had to even think about, a life with Harry that is very different than the one either of you could imagine. If Harry is still having a hard time getting to sleep, still brooding over all the deaths over the last few years, I think having you both at a couple of sessions Saturday morning should help both of you. Don't tell Harry how upset I was when he was in Romania, Ginny pleaded. I know you do not want to appear weak to Harry, said Healer Swart. As far as I am concerned, our talks are making you stronger for Harry, and that's certainly how I'm going to portray it. Friday afternoon, Ginny received a message on her mobile saying, I'm tied up with Kingsley and the Wizengamot until 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. Boggarts, thought Ginny. How am I going to ask Harry to go with me to talk to the healer? How am I going to tell Harry that I've been seeing the healer? Harry came through the flow about 9:30. Sorry I'm late, he said. I'm not at all the Auror training sessions because of the Wizengamot and the other things I'm dealing with, and I don't feel I'm doing justice to anything. At least you don't have to go into work tomorrow morning, Ginny replied. It usually takes you a while to calm down after one of these sessions. I don't have Quidditch practice either. The weather is supposed to be awful. Yes, it was hard. Every time I hear of the crimes, the damage, done when we were struggling to find the Horcrux, I feel guilty we did not find them and get everything done sooner. Your scars, everything, I just feel so guilty, Harry said. Harry sighed deeply and looked at Ginny with sorrow and exhaustion all over him. Between the memory training and remembering, and the Wizengamot, and everything the last 2 weeks have been hard. Ginny looked at Harry with both concern and sadness saying, and then you have a hard time relaxing, and I have to hold you and try to get you to relax, and sometimes it's just real hard to get you to relax and let it go. You get uptight and I feel so helpless. I wish I could do something about it, Harry replied. I don't want you to feel helpless. I have an appointment with a healer for us at 9 a.m. tomorrow, Ginny volunteered. He has helped me with some problems I had when you were gone. What's happening is so different than what I had dreamed about. Harry looked at Ginny, who got up and came over to Harry and hugged him hard, kissed him, and kept holding on to him. Harry did not know what to say. He was going to see a healer. Tomorrow with Ginny. Tonight he just wanted to hold her. Somehow he could forget all the guilt and frustration he felt if he was in her arms, even if he could only forget it until the next morning. Somehow after making love to Ginny he could go to sleep without nightmares. Ginny thought, that was easier than I thought it was going to be. I hope the healer helps Harry. Harry woke up first Saturday morning. Harry always woke up first, went to the loo, did a shaving spell. He looked at himself. Somehow after making love it didn't make a lot of sense to get up and get dressed to go back to bed, and they had just taken to sleeping with nothing on. Ginny had been given a sexy nightgown before the wedding, but Harry had seldom seen her in it. Even when Ginny was in it there was no problem getting it off. I need a shower, sexy husband, a very sleepy Ginny said as she slowly got up. Someone could wash my back and even my front, and I'm sure I could return the favor. And who would that be? A grinning Harry kidded. You wash anybody else like you wash me and a couple of people will have bad bogies coming out of more than their noses, Ginny replied. Harry looked at the other orifices that might have bad bogies coming out of them. It was a terrifying thought, and Harry was sure Ginny was not kidding about that. Harry thought that Ginny was more confident of their love since the wedding, a lot more, but she was still jealous and not one to trifle with. Somehow they almost never washed each other without ending back in bed to finish up. Joint washing did get you clean, but it was also delightful foreplay. A little after 8 a.m. Harry and Ginny walked hand in hand down to breakfast. There were a number of students going down at the same time. Most of them said hello to Ginny and about half of them, mostly the younger ones, said hello to Mr. Potter. A small number of the first and second years said hello to Mr. and Mrs. Potter. Makes me feel old, said Harry after a couple of young ones greeted Mr. and Mrs. Potter. I'm not sure I feel at all grown up, still being in school, Ginny replied, but being called Mrs. Potter sort of makes me feel grown up. Is this happily ever after? Harry asked. Sort of, Ginny replied. It would be better if you didn't have such a hard time getting to sleep after some of those sessions, if you didn't feel so guilty. So now you're making me feel guilty about feeling guilty, Harry said, grinning and giving Ginny a little tap to let he. Ginny somberly replied, it's more than just that. I sort of thought we'd have the summer off, or at least a little time off. I know my dad doesn't have the summer off, but it feels like you've been running ever since the Battle of Hogwarts. I had a little time off, but you've been so busy all the time and I worry about you. Is that why we're seeing the healer together? Asked Harry. Partly, said Ginny. I'm not sure I even remember all the reasons. Life is really good in some ways, Harry. It's so much better than when Voldemort, Tom Riddle, was alive and everybody was terrified and people were getting killed. It's better but it's different, and happily ever after and don't leave me or not turning out quite like I expected them to. I don't even know what I expected. David Jones appeared, as he usually did on Saturday mornings, and asked Harry, have you heard anything more about Nora? As usual Harry had to say, no, David. I promised you I would ask every week. Your parents and sister get a letter every week, with real bad news, and we cannot figure out where Nora is. It's really terrible. I'm just so worried, David said. Harry gave David a little hug, but Ginny was the one to hug David hard and comfort him as best as she could. At 9 a.m., after breakfast and after talking to a number of the students, Harry and Ginny appeared at the infirmary and went to the room where Healer Swart was. He got up and shook Harry's hand saying, good to meet you, Harry. I would like to examine you if you don't mind. Harry gestured to indicate that it was all right, and the healer moved his wand around both Harry and Ginny for a minute or so. He then said, Harry, how are you? You tell me, Harry replied. Isn't that why you examined us, to tell how we are? Sort of, Healer Sword replied. I am examining you more for emotions than for specific thoughts or memories. I know you are both worried about each other, not about yourselves, which is good. I need to know how you think you are doing. How is Ginny? Asked Harry. Ginny is doing fine, Harry, Healer Sword reassured Harry. I'm not worried about her. But we're both worried about you. Harry paused, trying to think how he was. I'm mostly all right, I think, Harry finally replied. I'll be all right. There is something bothering you, Harry, said Healer Sword. Ginny, Harry repeated. She has to be seeing you for a reason. I want to make sure she's all right. Healer Sword chuckled, replying, you are both primarily concerned about each other, which is touching and a sign of a very good marriage. Ginny will be fine. Her main problems now concern you, and how you are dealing with life. Ginny and Healer Sword looked at Harry for what seemed to Harry to be a very long time. Harry finally said, I'm a little tired, I'm a little overwhelmed by how much is expected of me, but I'll deal with it. I always have just done my best to deal with it, whatever it is. I just don't know why everybody treats me as if I was somebody special, like Dumbledore or Kingsley. I just survived, that's all. You just defeated one of the most powerful wizards in the world, one who had caused death and destruction to most of the magical families in Britain and plenty of chaos around the world, and you don't know why people treat you as a hero? Sword asked. I didn't do it by myself, Harry exclaimed. No, Harry, Sword followed up with, but you were the main actor, and when Dumbledore was gone you were the leader. Ginny strongly nodded her head at this. And in the end you defeated Riddle in the most dramatic possible way, in a one-on-one duel where you were supremely self-confident, and from what has been described to me Riddle was full of fear and doubt. That duel is things legends are made of. Ginny added, when you caught Riddle's wand and stood there victorious it was like all the childhood fairy tales had come true. Not just for me, Harry. I think everybody there thought we were seeing the birth of a legend. Then how come I don't feel better about it? Asked Harry. Because the job's not done, Healer Sword replied. Because victory came at a terrible price. And because you really are a good person who is worried about everybody else. And although you did far more good than you can even imagine, you could not save everybody. So what am I supposed to do about it? Asked Harry. Accept a little help, said Healer Sword. Acknowledge that you have been through a lot. Muggles have a term for what you and Ginny and most the people who have been through all the battles of the last years have, post-traumatic stress syndrome. You have an amazing resilience, Harry, but you're not immune. That's why you have trouble getting to sleep some nights. Ginny helps me sleep, Harry said. She seems to have some sort of spells she uses on me to get me to relax. There actually is a special spell I use before we make love, Harry, Ginny grinned. Healer Sword and I've talked about how I should be confident in your love, and in my mind I am, but I'm just a real physical person, Harry, and when we touch, when we make love, that's just better for me than just talking. Harry got a sort of silly grin, something close to the Ginny Weasley smirk, and said, I don't have any problem with you being physical. Healer Sword broke in with, what do you want to do with your life, Harry? Like what do I want to do when I grow up? Asked Harry. Do you feel like a grown-up, Harry? Asked Healer Sword. Yes, I guess I do, Harry replied. My childhood was over before we went off hunting stuff to kill Riddle. I don't feel old enough to do everything I'm being asked to do, but I don't think it makes any difference. I think my life is kind of, not planned out, but kind of like if I want to do good I just have to respond to what is going on. I'm all right with that. As long as I have Ginny I think I can be happy. A family sometime. It doesn't bother you that you're small? Asked Healer Sword. You're a very small short person. It kind of bothered me when I was younger, when I was bullied by my cousin, Harry replied, but I haven't worried about being short for a long time. Sometime it's kind of nice being able to be unnoticed. So you're pretty content to be Harry Potter? Asked Healer Sword. Who else would I be? Asked Harry. Would it help if you had someone to talk to about stress, about feeling guilty? Asked Healer Sword. Harry sighed again. Usually Ginny calms me down, and I really am holding up pretty well, but it would be nice to be able to get a little help if things got real bad. Who are you, Ginny? Asked Healer Sword. Ginny looked at Healer Sword and Harry. Do you know what it's like being called Mrs. Harry James Potter? She said. I was already having a little problem with changing my name, not that I wanted to stay Ginny Weasley, I mean, With all those other witches wanting Harry, I wanted to be Mrs. Potter, but when that little girl called me Mrs. Harry James Potter, I thought I'm still you me. You. I'm still you Ginny, you. It's not like all of me is gone and I'm just part of Harry and not me at all anymore. Ginny gave a big sigh. I love being married, and I'm sorry if I'm confused. But I've always been little, always been small, and also the youngest and overprotected by my brothers, and I know I was underage at the Battle of Hogwarts, but I was almost 17 and I was with you at the Battle of the Ministry and a leader of the DA at Hogwarts, and it really hurt being told I was too young. I mean, I was always too young to play Quidditch with the boys, even though Ron started at 5 or 7, but at 9 or 10 I was told I was still too small and a girl, and I had to sneak a broom to practice. I've always had to fight for everything, at least that's what it feels like. Some of the girls, they ask, what was it like when Harry asked you to marry him? Wasn't it the most romantic thing? Did he take you out to a romantic dinner? Did you expect it? Did it come as a total surprise? And I think back, and Harry, I didn't want to steal away your chance to be romantic, but I was a lot maybe terrified that one of those other witches would steal you away, and I kind of pushed getting married. I mean, you're the fiercely determined fiery redhead I married, Ginny, Harry said. I've had some giggly girls approach me. It's kind of tiring and pretty stupid. I sure am glad I was not tempted to marry them. I love you. But Ginny said, winding up again, I really, when I saw those rings Harry, I was so worried about all those other witches, and so I didn't exactly ask you, but I'm not exactly what I am. I'm pretty determined. Harry and the healer both shook their heads in acknowledgement of this statement, smiling. Determined Ginny is. She continued, and I want you, so I want, maybe that's why, we've talked about it, healer sword and I, and maybe that's why I want sex as often, because I'm still a little insecure, plus I always liked doing it. Always liked physical things, and the pure physical part of it makes me feel good and makes me feel like I don't need to be insecure anymore, and in my mind I really don't feel insecure about you at all anymore, but in my stomach, in everything else maybe I still do. What do you want to be when you grow up, Ginny? Asked Healer Swart. We've talked about this, about you and Harry, and how Harry seems content with life and how you have more problem with being content, more need to control. Harry has all the money we could ever need, said Ginny. But I don't just want to, that's another problem. I was so upset when I was little and couldn't play Quidditch, and when I found out about the Harpies, how there was an all-girl team and how they were a winning team, how they beat the boys, and I thought if I became a Harpy I'd show my brothers, and it's still a little juvenile I guess, but I still want to become a Harpy, and part of it is just wanting to win and wanting to show everybody that I can do it, and I like the pure physical part of it too, and I hope you don't mind. When Ginny said, I hope you don't mind, she was looking right at Harry. That's why we got you the firebolt broom, Ginny, Harry emphasized. I want you to be successful, to make your dreams come true. I hate it that I can't be a full-time mother to Teddy, said Ginny, and I want to be a mother. Well, I sort of want to help you, Harry, like Fleur is helping Bill and working with him, but I really don't want to become an Auror, so I'm going to be doing something different. Plus I really want to become a mother, not right now, but I don't want to wait as long as some of the Harpies. Most of them, and I thought that maybe I could become a mother and a Harpy, but when you get pregnant you have to quit playing, and over the last lots of years there have only been 2 women who went back to the Harpies after having a child, and one played 2 seasons and then had more children, and the other played 1 season and become a coach, and I want more than 1 child, like at least 2 or maybe 3, or 3 would be good. At least 3, I think. But I can't do it all at once, so I always have to choose. Harry gave Ginny a kiss, saying, I'll support you in whatever you choose. Just support me in what I have to do, what I feel I need to do. It's not a problem, I've been seeing a healer. I just wanted to be strong for you, said Ginny. Anytime you want to see a healer it's fine with me, said Harry, and if I have too many nightmares and you think I need to see a healer let me know. The end of November the Ministry received a letter about Harry's class in Romania, and Al gave Harry a copy of the letter. As you know, we have had the honor of teaching some very powerful witches and wizards over the years. Our records go back over 1,500 years, and at least in our experience we have come to expect certain things from powerful wizards. There is almost always flamboyance and a presence, and you can feel the magic power. So we were delighted when Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the hero of Hogwarts, was scheduled to attend our classes. To our astonishment, Harry turned out to be a slight, somewhat shy person, easily noticeable because of his scar and his pathologically messy hair. When Harry read this he ran his fingers through his hair, which did nothing to make it any neater. but otherwise noticeable by how little magic power seemed to emanate from him. He was dressed in neat undistinguished Muggle clothes, was very polite, and the more we met with him the more we liked him, a reaction shared by almost everyone here. Our next surprise was how little anger and hate he has in him, despite all the terrible things that have happened to him and his friends. He hates evil and dark magic with a deep passion, but he does not have any great need for revenge, and he would rather have evildoers reform or be in prison than be killed. This lack of malice is one of his great strengths. Harry also does not have any need to display how great his magic skills are, something else that gives him a great strength. Harry's modesty was taken as weakness by many of the students until he easily disarmed them all. He was easily the best student in the class. Having worked with Albus Dumbledore, we feel that Harry has the potential to reach Albus's level or more, with the added ability of working well with Muggle technology. Following this part of the letter there was an analysis on how well Harry had done on various areas of the class. To summarize, Harry had done very well, getting top grades for almost everything. Saturday, November 21st was the Quidditch game between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw had an excellent seeker, so there was no guarantee that Gryffindor could win. The game was 220 to 100 in Gryffindor's favor when the Ravenclaw seeker caught the snitch, giving Ravenclaw the victory but leaving Gryffindor well in the lead. For the series, GINNY had again scored or assisted in making most of the points, and every time the Firebolt representative adjusted GINNY's broom the better she was flying. The last week in November through December 18th were some of the more interesting classes in the Auror training. They were finally getting into what you did as an Auror, running through various scenarios of finding dark wizards and apprehending them. Al gave one talk that Harry would remember for the rest of his life. Al started, "We are going to be learning how to be a good Auror. A large part of your job is going to be finding and catching dark wizards. And I want to stress one thing above all others. I do not want any damn heroes. In my career I have on a few occasions been in a situation where I had to fight one-on-one, or even was outnumbered. You know what I call all of these incidents? Failures. Failures. Successful failures since I escaped with my life, but failures nonetheless. I do not like failures. Do you know how many Aurors your ministry is supposed to have? 40. Do you know how many Aurors this department has lost the last 20 years? 50. And many of those 50 died as heroes, but they died. In North America we have over 1,000 Aurors, covering the United States, Canada, part of the Caribbean and into Mexico. Do you know how many Aurors have died on the job in our home territory over the last 10 years? Not a damn one. A few serious injuries, but the last death 10 years ago. We have not been as good when it comes to some of the very difficult foreign assignments. I have had, from various countries, 100 to 200 Aurors on assignment, and we lose an average of 1 or 2 a year. The hardest job I have is telling some young witch that her husband is not coming home, that she is going to have to raise their children alone. Telling some parents that their son or daughter lost their life in some dangerous assignment. Harry, you had to meet people who had lost a loved one at the Battle of Hogwarts. Tell the rest of the class how that was. Harry said, "It was one of the hardest jobs I ever had to do. I still feel terrible that all those people lost their lives at the battle. I keep thinking what I could have done better." Al asked, "So are you going to be a hero, and let me or someone else tell T of yours how you died as a hero?" Harry answered, "No sir." Al then turned to Neville and said, "Neville, are you going to be a hero next year and leave Hannah to raise your child alone?" Neville promptly answered, "I hope not." Then Al said, "And do you know how we keep from being dead heroes? We always try to have plenty of backup. If we are going to try and arrest most normal dark wizards, I like to have at least 4 or 5 to 1 advantage. If I was going to try and arrest a larger cell of particularly competent and violent dark wizards, I would not hesitate to try and have a 10 to 1 advantage. Do not be a hero. Do not do anything alone. Think before you act, get help." Al nodded at Harry, who, after talking to Al and to Arthur Weasley, knew to ask, "Is that why we have been practicing with hit wizards and others from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement?" Arthur Weasley, who had been sitting in the back of the room, came to the front. "Good morning. As Harry has indicated, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement has been trying to break down the barriers that have kept different divisions from working together. Like keeping hit wizards from going out alone to capture wanted individuals?" Harry asked. Arthur responded, "We haven't had a hit wizard hurt trying to capture someone in the last 2 months. I think most of them are grateful for the extra support, but some complain that we've taken all the heroics out of the job. I have to say I agree with Al. Having lost a son to the heroic battle of Hogwarts, the fewer dead and injured heroes the better. Arthur then looked at his son-in-law and said, Harry, this applies to you too. Don't you go running off on some heroic mission on your own. Harry looked around the room, realizing that this admonition was given in public so everyone else in the department would realize that Harry was not to try any heroics on his own. Arthur then went into some detail about how they were reorganizing the Department of Law Enforcement. The classes were about how they were going about finding dark wizards, how to call for help, how to set up shields to keep dark wizards confined. Some of the tactics were like chess, and Ron really got it. They put the students through one scenario after another, some just on paper but others with role-playing, some of it quite realistic. They learned that the Death Eaters that escaped included Antonin Doolohoff, Goyle, Fenrir Greyback, Judson, Rabiston Lestrange, Rudolphus Lestrange with his wife's body, Mulciber, Not, Augustus Rookwood, plus maybe 50 other more minor figures. Dolores Umbridge, although not officially a Death Eater, was also missing. Dolores was almost the most hated person not dead or in captivity. They were going to all the places where the Death Eaters and other people on the run had a connection, including houses that they still owned or that relatives owned and any other place they might logically be or places where they had been spotted. They also were leaving ways of spotting if dark wizards had been there. One of the most ingenious ways was leaving a specially modified mobile hidden in the location. If someone with magical powers moved in, they would put up wards, and the wards would usually prevent the mobile signal from getting out. So as long as the mobile signals were coming into the Ministry, there was a high probability that no one was in the location. Keeps us from having to station Aurors everywhere, and since it is Muggle technology, the people on the run have no clue as to what we are doing, said Dan Van Lente, Al's son, as he was describing how they were watching these locations. They had already captured 6 or 7 minor figures who supported Voldemort and were on the run, and figured it was just a matter of time before they caught most of them. Minor attacks were continuing on Muggle-born or partly Muggle witches and wizards, more property damage than attacks on people but a few on people, and the Daily Prophet was warning Muggle-born and non-pure blood to be careful. During all these weeks, Hermione was continuing to try and see who was stealing and destroying property of Muggle-born. It was petty, but frustrating. When it got into taking homework, it could interfere with learning and grades. The staff was concerned that the attacks could escalate into someone or some group harming someone. Short of watching the Marauders map all the time, she could not figure out how to catch someone, and several times she asked Harry if the Americans knew how to record what the map was showing. For their part, Al and his family were very interested in the Marauders map, so early in December Al Van Lente and his son Dan showed up in Hermione's room, along with Harry and Ginny and Ron, to talk about the map. When Hermione said the magic words, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good," Al remarked while shaking his head, "That is so James Potter." Al and Dan examined the map, and all they could say was that the map was very advanced magic, and if there were any notes or any information in the Potter family records to tell how they made it, they would really like to see it. Then Hermione asked if they could just put a video camera on the map. Daniel said that the video camera, in fact any Muggle technology, would not work. Of course Hermione had to ask why. So Dan said, "Hermione, what are you seeing right now?" Hermione answered, "A few people roaming the halls or in other rooms. Most of the students are in the dormitories." Dan said, "Did you see any house elves?" Hermione said, "No, I wasn't looking for house elves." "Oh, now I see them. The kitchen area seems to be larger and I can see a fair amount of detail." Dan explained, "When you looked for house elves, the map changed and areas on the map hidden before became visible, and to compensate other areas were hidden. You were used to it because the map always shows what you were looking for." Harry asked, "If 2 of us were looking for different things, would the map be different for each of us?" Dan suggested that they try, and indeed after several experiments it appeared that the map showed each person what they were looking for. Dan then said, "That is the reason no Muggle technology can help with this map. As far as Muggle technology and science is concerned, there is nothing on this parchment. What is on it is a charm that allows magical people to see souls in this castle that they are looking for." Harry asked, "How do you know it is looking at souls?" Hermione immediately answered, "Because it can see ghosts." Dan nodded yes. Hermione then asked, How can we identify all the rooms, and even see several stories at once? It is Hogwarts Castle, but it sure is different than a print or a muggle representation of rooms. Dan looked at Hermione and asked, has anyone ever explained the difference between muggle space and magic space? No, said Hermione, although magic rooms seem to be different than muggle rooms. Dan then asked, how big is your bedroom at your parents' house? Hermione thought a little and said, about 8 feet tall, 10 by 12 feet. Dan asked, is it always the same size? Hermione looked perplexed and said, of course it is always the same size. If you tried to cram more people in the room it would not expand? Dan asked. An indignant Hermione said, of course not. Dan then asked first Ron and then Ginny how big their rooms were at the old burrow. Neither of them had any idea. The best they could say was big enough. What about the new burrow? Both said that the rooms seemed a little more muggle-like. The kitchen was bigger when almost empty, but it did not matter how many people were in it, the kitchen never seemed too crowded. The bedrooms were the same, a little muggle-like and big when you were in them alone, but never too small. Dan pointed out that the classrooms in Hogwarts Castle were the same variable size, and then asked, what size are the classrooms really, Ron? Ron looked puzzled and said, the classrooms are the right size for the class. What other size should they be? Dan turned to Ginny and said, can you tell me how big, to the foot, any room in Y looked puzzled. Dan asked, Ginny, do you know what a foot is, what an inch is? Sort of, Ginny answered. Sometimes in potions you have to measure how much to put in something by length. Magic wands are a certain number of inches. Why would you ever measure a room? What is the purpose of measuring it? Rooms are as big as they need to be. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. That really is magic, said Harry. Hermione looked really puzzled. No, it's impossible. There are 3 fixed dimensions in space, and you cannot just get more space from nowhere. Hermione picked up her beaded bag and poked her arm way into it. I guess we do get more space from nowhere. Where does the extra space come from? Dan asked, have you ever charted anything in Muggle school? Do you know what the 3 Muggle dimensions are? Hermione said, yes, X, Y and Z axis, nice clear numbers telling you where any point in a formula is. Harry said, I sort of remember something like that. Yes, Dan said. We can all see 3 fixed dimensions in space. When you apparate, which dimension do you twist into? Harry's eyes opened wide, he got a big smile on his face, and said, that is what is so hard to learn about apparating. You have to turn in a way beyond or different than the 3 dimensions you normally turn into. It is really a strange twisting. No one can exactly tell you how to do it. It really helps if you have side-along apparated so you can feel the twisting. Dan said, that is why no Muggle machine can be made to apparate. Muggles do not have the ability to go into any dimensional direction but the 3 in the Muggle world. There is a branch of physics that is beginning to deal with many other dimensions, but so far it is just mathematics with little or no practical value. There is no way for a Muggle to get to the other dimensions. Meanwhile, we have been dealing with other dimensions for centuries, but we do not have any good theory to tell us what we do and why. Ron, Ginny, did you understand any of what we were talking about? Ron said, not much. I'm glad I'm not a Muggle. Ginny just looked puzzled. Dan then said, it is important to understand that magical space is intimately tied into the 3-dimensional world of this Earth we are living on. No one knows if magic will work outside of Earth, and we have never, as far as I know, been able to create any space that is not part of and intimately connected to the 3-dimensional space of Muggle science. Harry got a big grin on his face, and said, it's just magical what magical spaces are like. I never realized how special they were. Wow. Yes, witches and wizards take too much for granted. Ron and Ginny are so used to magical spaces that they do not appreciate how special they are. Enough theory for one day, said Dan. There is a lot more to talk about. Hogwarts has been one of the finest schools in the world when it comes to practical magic, but it has been weak when it comes to theory and modern science. Harry and Hermione started to discuss the difference between magical space and Muggle space. They started looking at Hogwarts Castle with eyes that were for the first time attuned to seeing the difference between Muggle space and magical space. Almost every Muggle knows some variation of the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. When it came to Hogwarts shortcuts, this was not true. Some of the ones Harry used had you go into a passageway that was 90 degrees away from the direction you wanted to end up, and then come out at the same 90-degree angle, and in the twists and turns of the passageway the length was shorter than if you had gone directly to the room by the shortest Muggle way. It was real strange if you tried to draw it on Muggle paper, but by the strange logic of the castle it happened so naturally it did not seem strange at all. CH-23 coming home for Christmas almost happily ever after. CH-23 coming home for Christmas. Well, that was a real clear explanation, Ginny said, obviously exasperated. Sort of but not exactly. Thanks again to my beta Poke Potterfan 93 for his work on this chapter. I could not ask for a more faithful helper. Friday, December 18th, Harry Potter was finished with Auror training. He was walking towards the Harry and Ginny Potter offices at about 5:05 p.m. for what he had been told was a very important financial meeting. He had told Ginny that he might be back late, and was going to have to work Saturday morning when Ginny was on the train, but should be free most of Christmas break. To Harry's surprise he heard Fleur shouting in his office. Ari and Ginny cannot work that hard. Look at this schedule. Maybe Ari can work all the time, but Ginny cannot and Ginny needs Ari. Ginny is already seeing a healer. What is Ari going to be like if you break Ginny? Harry stood outside the door listening. Bill said, Fleur, we are concerned about the schedule as well. That is why we are trying to make some management changes to keep Harry from having to work so hard. But you are really not supposed to be in this meeting. Fleur shouted back, No, I will not go. You saw Ginny Sunday when Ari was in Romania. I stay right here. Harry decided he had better come into the office. Everybody looked at him when Harry came into the room. Bill stood up, said, Glad you could come, Harry, you know Fleur. Michael, Appleleaf, Al, Van Lente, Kingsley. The more we get into the estate and management problems, the more complex these problems look. We hired the best Muggle magic business consulting firm we could find. I want to introduce to Goblin Greenshade and John Braun from TTMB out of Germany. They have some overview of where we are and what we should do. They had Harry sit down at one end of the table. At the other end of the room, sitting with her arms folded, was Fleur. John was on one side of Harry, with Greenshade at his side. Bill was on the other side of Harry, with Michael next to him and Kingsley next to him. John started out, Harry, your estate is vastly more complex, and potentially more valuable, than we thought. Tom Riddle had been accumulating assets for a long time, and some of them include operating businesses that have gotten more valuable. We also know that you want to become an Auror, not a business executive. You need a business manager and a staff. The best news is that you have someone here, who can take charge of your investments, your brother-in-law Bill. We have looked over all the things he has done over the last few months, and he has your best interests at heart. We have one problem that you need to solve. Bill and Michael need to be making as much money as some of the other executives they will be hiring, and they are not even close. With as many assets as you have under management, Bill should be making at least 30,000 galleons a year, with a bonus if the assets grow. He showed Harry some figures on what comparable people made, and Bill's compensation was still modest compared to some of the others, although with anticipated bonuses Bill was probably going to be making 50,000 to 100,000 galleons a year. Fleur was going to be making 10,000, with back pay from when she first started. Harry was aware that this was an enormous amount of money, but when the consultants showed him how the money compared with other people managing that amount of money, Harry had to agree that the compensation was still modest in comparison. I don't have any problem with Bill making that kind of money, said Harry. Look at how much money we are talking about. Harry, Bill said. I could be making 10 times as much as my father. The consultants say it is fair, and that you need to be making that much money to be able to work with some of the other executives, said Harry. I never asked to be rich either. John from TTMB said, Bill, the boss has spoken. Bill got ready to protest, but then relented. John then said, we need to set Michael's wages at 25,000 galleons, and again Harry, look at the bonus structure we have set up. Michael and your house elf creature have been responsible for finding a lot of hidden value. I'm not saying eat sheet, but there has been a lot of hidden value that they have found, and there are certainly less than honest people out there. Harry said, thank you for your help, looking at Michael Appleleaf. Michael nodded, and said, thank you for the huge raise. I have to agree with John that it is appropriate to the way Muggles are paid, but a lot of wizards are notoriously tight with money, frequently to their disadvantage. Shouldn't creature be paid? Harry asked. Let's not get into that subject right now, John said. I've done just a little study on what you and Hermione Granger are trying to do, and it's a lot more complex than you think. John then said, the other problem is your schedule. That is why Kingsley and Al are here. Harry Potter Estates is going to need you about 1 day a week for the next year, although that amount of time should go down the longer we do this, and we do not want you taking the normal Harry Potter way of handling extra work and be working 80 hours weeks. The Aura department is going to make adjustments for you to do the estate work. After all, you are helping pay for them. Kingsley said, being on the Wizengamot is also going to take some time, and that will also be considered part of your duties. We're doing our best to give you a normal life. We are not going to be completely successful, of course, but we will try. John then said, Bill, is there anything that cannot be finished up tomorrow morning or wait until the first of the year? Bill said, there are some reports that Harry should read before the first of the year, and a couple of hours that he really needs to spend here, but we should be able to free up almost all of Christmas. Goblin Greenshade asked Harry, do you have any idea how many galleons we are talking about? It seems that when goblins really try to find assets instead of just doing the minimum required, they can find all sorts of things. Not including portions of the Rothschild estate, some of which are impossible to value, but including all the real estate and operating businesses, we are looking at something a little under 500 million galleons. Over £3 billion, $3.5 billion, a staggering sum of money. Almost half of that will probably end up being returned to various governments or individuals, and I know you intend to donate a significant portion of the rest trying to right the wrongs that Tom Riddle inflicted on the magical world. Still, you are never going to have to worry about money, especially with good people like Bill and Fleur looking after you. Harry said, you're a goblin. Is this just people being honest? Greenshade looked at John and Bill. Bill spoke up. Harry, there are layers and layers of complexity in what is going on. I have traveled to the Wizard of Omaha in North America to see how he is handling all the money he manages, all the company his company owns. You, own all of a lot of the properties, but just parts of other companies or properties. I think the goblins are trying to get any property with uncertain ownership in your hands if they can, because you are not only honest but generous with them. In all honesty, it just never occurs to most wizards to treat goblins with anything but caution, respecting what they do but not liking them. Most wizards seem to feel that the goblins must be cheating them. And most wizards treat house elves as abject slaves. The way you, and Hermione, have treated both goblins and house elves makes the goblins want the best for you, want you to have things instead of others. In addition, a lot of wizards love magic but have a lot of contempt for anything that would smell of good muggle business practices, and as a result many of them have been spectacularly bad business people. Look at the estates that we brought in Boris and Natasha to manage. Look at how much this group of companies was supposed to be worth. Bill showed Harry the initial estimate of the value of the 3 companies. Look at all the value in the lumber, Bill said. Good muggle accounting. Harvesting at an average of 100 years, although some trees are harvested at 30 or 50 and some at well over 300 years. The lumber alone is worth over 10 times what the entire 3 companies were supposed to be worth. Look at how much turnover the companies are doing, and how much profit they are showing, Bill pointed out. Harry was astounded. We are investing so much in new equipment that they are taking cash instead of generating it, but in a couple of years this is going to be generating lots of income for the trust. The whole culture of that area is of a bunch of crooks, Al Van Lente said. John agreed, as did Kingsley. Bill responded with, we just can't turn over any ownership to that bunch of crooks. So you are going to continue to own it all and just pay taxes, giving the local ministry much more that they would have had if we had shared the ownership with the local ministry. That's why Bill is worth what you are going to be paying him, John said. He has found out ways to better manage much of what you have inherited. Fleur piped up with, they wanted you and Ginny to go to Switzerland for 2 or more days of work this next week. No. Thank you, Fleur, said Harry. What is going on in Switzerland? Bill said, we've gone through Switzerland quite a few times, you and I, and even went into the valley and went to the Swiss headquarters of Gringotts. There are more magic people in that valley than in all of Great Britain. That valley, you sort of own it. Kingsley said, sort of, you are the regent for the eventual owner and, who will be sort of like king or head of the entire magical world, if we can believe prophecies. Sort of, it's real complex and real touchy with the Swiss right now. Fleur piped in with, "No talk about Swiss. Is too complicated, way too complicated. No need." "Fleur is right," Kingsley said. "We've put off anything to do with the Swiss until spring at the earliest, I think." A simple dinner was brought in and there was a lot more discussion on the details of the new management structure, especially as it related to the ministry and the Auror department. When Harry asked how Gawain Robards was dealing with him and the flexibility he was going to need, Al said, "He does not like it or understand. Leave him to me." At 9:30 the meeting broke up. Harry was going to come back to the office Saturday after putting Ginny on the train. Ginny wanted the experience of riding the train back, and after this trip there was only one more trip there and one more trip back, 2 if they took the train for the Easter break. Harry got back to the room at Hogwarts about 9:45 p.m. Ginny said, "Finally, where have you been?" Harry said, "It looks like we have had some people working very hard to give us a good Christmas break. I know I really could use some time off." Ginny looked at Harry and said, "Are you really going to be able to spend the Christmas break with me? I'm not sure I can believe you anymore. There is always something urgent that comes up." Harry told Ginny, "Fleur was real upset because they wanted us, you and me, to work 2 or 3 days in Switzerland next week. She was worried that they would, how did she put it, break me or you. They are working real hard on trying to give us, a real break." "Why would they want us in Switzerland?" asked Ginny. "There's a big valley that is all magical, no muggles. More witches and wizards live there than in all of England," Harry explained. "I guess I sort of inherited it, or am regent for the next king, or something like that, but not exactly." "Well, that was a real clear explanation," Ginny said, obviously exasperated. "Sort of but not exactly." Harry apologetically explained, "Well, it is all put off until spring or later, I guess. Switzerland, that is. Fleur says they must not work us so hard, me anyway, and they really are trying. I have to go back tomorrow morning, but then should be mostly free until the first of the year." "Are you sure?" Ginny warily asked. "I think so," Harry exclaimed again. "They really are trying." Wise face, you could tell she only partly believed Harry. Harry spotted the book from Molly and said, "I think we have a little homework we are going to have to work hard on," and showed Ginny the book. "Be sure to pack this book someplace we can find it. Who is going back on the train?" Ginny said, "Hannah still has not had her baby, and unless she has started labor she is going to try and go back with us." Hermione